Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto x Tennyo Masaki x Washu Hakabi x Ryuko Hakudi? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Savage Thor for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. It was a bright day in the Hidden Leaf Village with clouds only sparsely spread through the sky, allowing the sun's rays to illuminate the village. Not only that, but there was a feeling in the air, an electric tingle that could be felt down the spines of men, women, and children alike. From his position in the stadium that would hold the third stage of the Chunin selection exams, the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel the electricity himself, and due to the excitement it produced in him, was also looking forward to today's events. As it was, the clamor of the crowd alone was enough to get his blood pumping harder in his veins, something he hadn't felt in quite some time. Looking out at the arena, he couldn't help but be impressed. Somehow, in the span of only 2 months, the lady known as Washu had been able to transform the arena the village had held into a stadium that could sit roughly 80,000 people. At the suggestion of Lady Sito, he had put the news out of who would be competing in the tournament, a list that was actually quite impressive, including all 3 children of the Kage, 2 Hyugas including the clan's heiress, the heirs of the Nara, Aburame and Inuzuka clans, as well as the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan and the heir of the Uzumaki clan. Normally he would have not promoted Naruto's presence, but he had done so and let out the news that due to all of that people participating, he was selling the tickets to view the exam. Those tickets had apparently sold out, with people flocking into the village from all over the elemental nations. "Sir, incoming." The quiet mutter of his guard for the day was just enough to break him from his musing. Turning to his right, he was greeted to the sight of the muscle-bound Raikage as he made his appearance. The Yondaime Raikage, known simply as A, was a tall man with a dark complexion common in Rai no Kuni. As previously stated, he was rather large due to his muscles, though also helped by his height of 6 feet 8 inches, and had combed back white hair with a small mustache and beard. He wore his robes of office, though his was worn open, exposing his bare torso. Along with him he could see the man's bodyguards, one of which was the man's adoptive brother B, and another who he recognized as Darui. "Our Raikage Dano, it has been some time," stated the Hokage, standing and welcoming the man. "Indeed, it has, though I was surprised to receive your invitation," stated the man gruffly. "I must agree, I always assumed there would be a cold day in hell before I was ever invited into this village," stated a new voice. This was a voice that the Hokage recognized immediately, one he remembered as that of his own rival from the Shinobi Wars. The man was very short, standing only 4 feet 4 inches, with a triangular beard and mustache, though his most distinguishing feature was his large red nose and his rather thick eyebrows. The top of his head was completely bald, though he had long white hair on the lower half of his head, and he wore a green and yellow coat with a red collar. Beneath that he wore an IWA flak jacket and mesh armor with both sleeves of his shirt. "Trust me, Inoki, I thought hell would freeze over before I ever allowed you across the border," stated Hiruzen. In another section of the arena, the members of the rookie teams that hadn't made it to the finals, along with the Kunoichi member of Team Guy, could all be seen getting settled into their seats. While excited about the upcoming matches, some of them, like Ino and Sakura, were now thankful they hadn't made it to the finals. Sure, they had known the third exam would be a public showcase, but this was ridiculous. "Man, can you believe this crowd?" stated Ino, marveling at the amount of people surrounding them. "I know, I thought we'd never get to our seats," complained Sakura. Due to the number of people attending, just getting into the arena had been a chore, and once inside they'd had to deal with the interior traffic people who were either trying to make bets, get food, or use the restroom while they tried to find the section that had contained their seats. Sakura herself had only returned to the village the previous night, as such she was entirely unprepared for the number of people that were now in her village. Still, she had to admit she was impressed with the place. It was huge, and looking up she could see a large black cube hanging down from the center of the arena, supported by gray beams, which might not have seemed so weird if the place had a roof instead of open space up top. "Iruka-sensei, over here," called Ino, bringing Sakura's attention back down to the ground. Looking in the direction she was facing, Sakura could see their old academy teacher approaching, followed by a gaggle of kids which, judging by Ino's expression, she was not happy about seeing. Her attention was then pulled to her right as Choji chose that moment to sit down with his arms completely loaded with snacks. "Did you get enough, Choji?" questioned Sakura with wide eyes at the amount he'd brought. "I don't know, maybe I should go back," said Choji, looking down at his snacks, then back up towards the entrance where she knew the concession stand was. "Don't bother, Choji. By the time he'd get back the matches would have already started," stated Tenten, causing the Akimichi to deflate from the idea of no more food. Further behind them the Jurian nobles were all seated and awaiting the beginning of the tournament, none more anxious than Hakubi Ryoko. If there was one thing she enjoyed, it was a fight, and the fact that she was about to watch several, and having seen some of what Naruto was capable, had her excitement at high levels. For others, they were more concerned with the woman that had joined their midst that they'd only met the previous evening. Sure, they had known that Naruto had Jurian roots on his father's side of the family as well, but to learn that his father had been a member of a clan held in just as high a status as the Masaki was shocking. There had been none more surprised than Sito, however. She remembered the Tatsuki heir from before she went missing and had even mourned her family's deaths when the news had reached Jurai. While her death had never been confirmed, and she had spared no expense to search for her, she was the girl's godmother after all. They had spent majority of the night up and speaking with each other, with the younger woman giving her a detailed explanation of what had happened as well as some of the things she had been up to in the last several hundred years. Her musing, however, was broken as a voice spoke up, silencing the arena. Back with the Sandaime, he was now standing, having been joined and greeted by the Mizukage and the Kazekage, who'd been the last to arrive, and surprised by the number of people in attendance, as he had noticed by the widening of his eyes. The fact that the 5 Kages had not been gathered together but once before was not lost on any of the current Kages. The Mizukage stood out in the fact that he appeared to be the youngest of them by far, standing at only 4 feet 6 inches. He had messy light gray hair with pink pupilless eyes and a scar running from under his left eye all the way down his cheek, which appeared to have been stitched together. Like the Hokage and Reikage, he wore the robes of his office, though his were blue and white. The Kazekage stood at 5 feet 7 inches and was also wearing his green and white robes of office complete with a veil, not surprising considering that his village was situated in the middle of the harsh deserts of Kaze no Kuni. Because of this, however, none of his features could be seen. "Well, now that we are all here, we can get this started. However, if any of you would like to place any wagers on today's events, I very much welcome the opportunity to win some extra pocket change," stated Hiruzen before standing to his feet and moving up so that he could be seen. As he did, the cube hanging over the stadium came to life, revealing it to be a large screen showing his image for everyone to see. "Ladies and gentlemen," called the man, getting an immediate hush from the crowd, his voice heard by all thanks to the voice projection technique he trigged when he stood up. "I thank all of you for your attendance today and welcome all of you for our Chunin selection exam tournament. Now, without further ado, let us begin." As he said this, the crowd roared its approval before the screen flickered to a view of a single shinobi standing on the ground of the arena, clad in the standard uniform of a Konoha shinobi. This shinobi was a man who stood at 5 feet 9 inches with brown, shoulder-length hair that hung around his face. He wore his haidite like a bandana tied around his head and held a saban in his mouth like a toothpick. "My name is Shirani Ginma, and I will be acting as proctor for this section of the exams. That said, I now officially begin this portion of the exam with today's first match." For several moments it was silent as everyone looked down to see that neither competitor stood there. That silence, however, was broken quickly by the sound of a guitar being played slowly. "It's been so long, long hard days. They don't say God's changed my ways, those evil ways. So I set out cross that way, strike them down, to make them pay, change their ways, their evil ways." As the song played slowly, a figure could be seen emerging at the bottom of the arena, hood drawn over his head. At the same time, the screen above lit up, showing pictures of random people laid out bleeding, bruised and beaten within a closed-off area surrounded by a cage made of wire fence. As the words came to an end, the song went silent as the figure stood still for several moments before he raised his hands and cracked his knuckles. Representing Team 8 under Jounin Yuhi Kurinai, the Phenomenal One, Inuzuka Kiba came a new voice which many of those from Konoha recognized as that of Mitarashi Enko. As this was said, hands raised up before throwing his hood back, revealing a savagely grinning Kiba with Akamaru perched on his head as the music came back full force now with instrumental. but I can't hide, and I won't hide, yeah, my evil ways. I found out, that hate grow cold. The god rise up, damn my soul. 'Cause I ain't change my ways, I ain't change. As this portion played, Kiba walked over towards Genma with the screen above showing those same random people getting beaten around the cage, with one even getting thrown through it. Just as he settled next to Genma, however, the music abruptly cut off to be replaced with another. I hear voices in my head. They counsel me, they understand, they talk to me. You got your rules and your religion, all designed to keep you safe. But when rules start getting broken, you start questioning your faith. I have a voice that is my savior, hates to love and loves to hate. I have a voice that has the knowledge and the power to rule your fate. As the music played, Neji made his appearance, the crowd roaring in approval at the sight of the Hyuga genius. He walked slowly from the entrance before he stopped and looked around, his head turning from one side of the arena to the other before his focus zeroed in on Kiba, and he began walking again, though slowly and methodically. At the same time, the screen began showing images of Neji dispatching random people. I hear voices crying. I see heroes dying. I taste blood that's drying. I feel tension rising. I hear voices in my head. They counsel me, they understand. They talk to me. They talk to me. They tell me things that I will do. They show me things I'll do to you. They talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. And his opponent, representing Team Guy, under Jounin Mato Guy, 6-time underground fighting champion. He is the apex predator of the Hidden Leaf, the Viper, Hyuga Neji. In the stands, the Hyuga in attendance all had to do a collective double take as Anko's words registered to them. Many of them had heard of the underground but had never ventured into it. The truth of the matter was that while they boasted to having the strongest taijutsu in the entire village, going into a place where chakra usage was not allowed was not a place that many of them were ready to go and fight. However, to learn that Neji had not only been there, had fought there, but had thrived there, it spoke to many of not the strength of the clan, but the strength of the person. Many of the main house members were looking at the boy in a new light, and not for the first time silently cursing his being born into the branch family. In another part of the stands, Ino, Sakura, and Tenten had all froze before turning their gazes to Choji, who didn't even slow in his snaking. Behind them, their Jounin sensei had also stopped in shock, most notably Guy, whose eyes had bulged out of his head in his shock at this news. How could I not know this? Muttered Guy in shock. First rule of Fight Club, don't talk about it. Stated Kakashi, shrugging his shoulders. You sound like you speak from experience, Kakashi. Stated Asuma with narrowed eyes. Or I could just be a fan of fighting movies. Said Kakashi, causing the others to turn away from the copy nin. Down on the floor, the two genin stood stock still, each of them silently eyeing the other. As it stood, they had faced each other 4 times in the underground, and of those 4 times each of them had won twice. This, however, was different than battles in the underground, whereas in all their previous battles chakra usage had been illegal. Here pretty much anything goes. For Neji, that meant that the Byakugan and subsequently the Hyuga clan's prized Jukin Taijutsu style were going to make an appearance. For Kiba, it meant that he would be able to use not just his partner Akamaru, but all the tricks he'd picked up training as an Inuzuka. Despite this change, both recognized that one thing would remain the same. When it came right down to it, in a fight these two were vicious. Neji shifted, and in an instant Kiba had leapt back, flinging a trio of shuriken his way, which the Hyuga knocked aside with a kunai. Once done, Neji shot forward quickly, closing the distance that had separated them, only to stop on a dime as a white blur shot just past his face that flipped and revealed itself to be Akamaru as the pup skidded across the ground on all 4s before stopping. Great, that didn't work, but at least it bought me some time. Still, how the hell am I supposed to beat this guy now? I can't fight him at close range since Hinata says he's better at Jukin than she is, and those damn strikes are dangerous. One bad move and the whole thing could be over. Can't fight him long range as I don't have the skill to snipe him from far off. Guess we'll have to blitz him. If I can force him on the defensive and keep the pressure on him, I should be able to make him slip up. Thought Kiba as a bead of sweat dropped from his chin due to nervousness. Kiba, this is your one chance. There is no shame in backing down from a battle you know you can't win. Stated Neji, only for Kiba to suddenly smirk. Now what fun would that be, especially when I'm going to beat you? Said Kiba. Suddenly the duo were a buzz of motion as Kiba rushed him. However, instead of the straight blitz Neji was expecting, the Inuzuka leapt into the air and in an instant had become a literal buzzsaw of death as he spun, and his body had become what looked like a small twister aiming straight at the Hyuga. Leaping away, Neji watched in shock as the vortex-like Inuzuka struck the ground only to quickly vacate the area, leaving nothing but a crater in his wake. As he flew into the air once more, Kiba's form unraveled only for him to flip himself in midair before spinning right back towards the Hyuga, who once again leapt away to a safe distance. Landing on the ground with a crash, Kiba stood up out of his crouched position. Despite his not being able to score a hit, however, he was smirking as it was soon shown he was standing about 2 feet away from Akamaru. Reaching a hand into his pants pocket, he quickly pulled it out, and in a quick motion had flicked a pill over towards Akamaru, who caught and swallowed it in a single go. Suddenly Akamaru underwent a change as his previously white fur changed to a dark red before his chakra seemed to flare, and with a plume of smoke the dog had transformed into a copy of Kiba, only more feral due to his clawed nails, shaggier hair, and fawn-like teeth. Neji's attention was soon pulled to Kiba as he soon underwent a bit of a transformation himself, leaving the two looking like exact copies of one another. "Akamaru, we're going with that plan," stated Kiba, his voice holding a slightly deeper tone. Soon all of Neji's focus was on dodging, as both Kiba and Akamaru had turned into a pair of drills as they each shot at him. Gritting his teeth, he strained his Byakugan in order to be able to continuously dodge the incoming attacks. Despite this, as the duo kept up the attacks, Neji was shown to only barely be able to stay ahead of them, as their pattern of attacks seemed to be random. He had yet to even attempt to counter the attack due to the fact that just a passing touch from one of them on a nearby tree had left deep scratch marks through its bark, informing him the sides were well protected. "All right, Akamaru, I'm ending this," came Kiba's voice echoing through the stadium. As he said this, his form unraveled and still in midair showed him with his eyes closed and hands framing his face with his fingers spread apart. "Teoken, Fist of the Sun," shouted Kiba, opening his eyes. As he did, there was a sudden, quick yet intense blast of light that struck the entirety of the arena. Neji, having been focused on the Kiba heading his way with the full intensity of his Byakugan on him, was hit the worse, as evidenced when he screamed in pain as he instinctively put his hands over his eyes after being blinded. Only those of the Inuzuka clan and those who'd worked with them previously had been spared, having all known to do everything in their power to not see it. "Let's end this." Getsuga. As the two Inuzuka clan members began their attack, those watching that could actually see, especially of the Inuzuka, had to smirk at the sight, as it was pretty clear it was over. However, as Kiba and Akamaru neared him, Neji, though unable to see, looked up, his face a mask of fury, as they bared down upon him. Kaiten. In the next instant, Neji began to spin himself, and as he did, a literal dome of chakra suddenly appeared surrounding him. Kiba and Akamaru, already dedicated to the attack and so close, already slammed headlong into the dome. For several moments the two forces fought chakra dome against twin twisters before the Kaiten won out, and the two Inuzukas were blasted back and away from the Hyuga. As visibility returned, everyone could see the dome that the Hyuga had created, which seemed to extend about 4 feet outwards from him before it slowed to a stop to reveal Neji standing unharmed. At the same time, they watched as Kiba and Akamaru both flew in separate directions before hitting the ground and tumbling for several feet, with Akamaru's transformation dispelling. Neji, having been facing Akamaru's direction, could see Kiba sprawled out as he looked back over his shoulder. Those watching who had never actually seen him in battle in the underground or lose his cool could see his face was still a mask of pure fury and unadulterated rage. He was breathing hard, taking several deep breaths as seen by the pumping of his chest, and his fists were actually clenched up. His rage was so great that he began pacing as his arms shook as he tried to restrain him. Those who had seen this before suddenly began cheering loudly, knowing the sign for what it was, though even they would be surprised soon. Suddenly he stopped and roared as he arched his back and spun around, his body falling and slamming to the ground. On his hands and knees, Neji threw all care for appearance to the wind as his body arched up and both his fists hit the ground once, twice, and then a third time before he hit it one more time with his left, then with his right, and finally flattened his body to the ground, palms down, as his eyes locked onto Kiba, who was slowly recovering. Pushing up off the ground just a bit, and now positioned on his fists, Neji showed why he was called the Viper, as he was coiled just like a snake prepared to strike. Getting his feet up under him as Kiba slowly pushed himself to his feet, Neji set himself into a stance, his Byakugan once again activating of its own accord, and as Kiba turned, Neji struck, closing the short distance between them in an instant, as he announced his technique to Kiba, who only had time for his eyes to widen. Jikenho, Hakurokuji Sho. The blows came down at fast speeds, first 2 strikes that landed flush, then another 2, followed by 4, followed by 8, followed by 16. As it was, Kiba could only stagger with the speed and strength of the attacks increasing in with each set of attacks, yet even still Neji kept it up, bringing down a final set of 32 with the final strike sending Kiba flying back before he hit the ground on his back. The stands had gone silent as everyone stared down at the Hyuga prodigy and his beaten opponent. The silence was a stunned and shocked kind, none more prevalent than in the stands where the Hyuga clan was sitting. While those from Konoha in general knew that the move was a rare special move of the Hyuga clans, only the clan itself knew that it was a move that was reserved for the main branch, and was passed down orally just to ensure that only they learned it. The fact that Neji knew not just 1, but 2 attacks that had been reserved for main house usage as a branch member was truly shocking. It was only the fact that Neji's music hit and Anko's voice came over the stadium announcing Neji the winner that had broken people out of the trances and had the stands rocking with applause and cheers. To think talent like that almost completely wasted, mused Hayashi aloud as he watched his nephew exit the arena while the medics carried Kiba out. Kiba's gotten pretty good, said Hana from beside her mother. True, he'd have won that match against just about anyone else, stated Sum. Did you notice what he did with his Tsunga? Questioned Kigali from behind her. I counted 27 rotations per second. Damn, that's not half bad, stated Hideki. Not only that, but the way he used it, purposely unraveling so he can change directions on a dime and head back out with the same speed, stated Sum. Plus he didn't even engage the Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4-legged technique, until after Akamaru had engaged the Jujin Bunshin. In a few years he may just be the strongest in the clan, stated Jin. After they had gotten Kiba loaded up on a stretcher and cleared from the arena, Neji having long since, Genma called for the next match in the lineup. Temari from her position in the fighter's booth leapt down, impressing several people as she used her fan to glide down and land softly on the ground. Before she could even make it halfway to Genma, however, her attention, like that of Genma's and the crowd's, was pulled to the entrance. You think you know me? Echoed a female voice, which was immediately followed by the beating of drums. On this day I see clearly everything has come to life. Bitter place and a broken dream, and we leave it all behind. On this day it's so real to me, everything has come to life. Another chance to chase a dream. Another chance to feel alive. As the words echoed through the arena, Shikamaru emerged from the arena entrance. Though he walked out, it could be seen that he moved with purpose, as everyone could tell by the look in his eyes. Not only that he had changed slightly, his hair had been let loose from its ever-present tail, and was free to hang down to his shoulders, and he wore a black leather jacket that hung down to his ankles. This version of him, unlike his usual self, caused many of the teenage girls in the stands to squeal loudly. Those watching the screens could once again see the sight of people being tossed around the cage. However, also joining these images, them being slammed through tables and cracked upside the head with chairs. Representing Team 10, under Jounin Sarutobi Asuma, 3-time underground fighting champion, the rated R superstar Nara Shikamaru. On this day I see clearly everything has come to life. Bitter place and a broken dream, and we leave it all behind. In the stands none were more surprised by this than those of the Nara clan. Nara men were typically looked at as lazy, and Shikamaru was no exception to this. However, in truth, they just weren't motivated to do much, since most things came so easily to them due to their intelligence. Putting in too much effort was viewed as troublesome. Nara Yoshino herself had been rendered speechless for the first time in years, stuck between being elated at her son's accomplishments and highly pissed off about what he'd been doing with his free time, so she reasoned she could settle for both a little later in private. Asuma and Ino, however, were gaping as they watched the version of Shikamaru on the screen do things they never would have expected of him. The match that followed, though much slower than that of the previous match, was one that was much more interesting. These two were strategists at their cores, and it showed as they executed moves and counter-moves. Many of those watching were taking note of the strategies used, hoping to use them in the future. Shikamaru had nearly captured her once before if not for a timely shout from Kankuro which saved her just in the nick of time. Eventually the game of cat and mouse came to an end when Shikamaru managed to capture her with his Kage main no jutsu. Normally this is the part where I would quit because going forward would be too troublesome," stated Shikamaru, as he walked slowly back towards the center, forcing Temari to mimic the action. "Unfortunately, after what you did to Ino, I don't have that option. Surrender or I will put you down," stated Shikamaru. Temari gritted her teeth in anger at the predicament she had found herself in. She had gotten careless and allowed herself to be trapped. Still, she refused to quit an action she soon found herself regretting as Shikamaru released the shadow hold, yet before she could regain her bearings, pain unlike any she'd felt before invaded her senses as the Nara air struck and Temari found herself folded over, feeling as if she'd nearly been broken in half. "Spear!" exclaimed Choji along with several other people within the stands upon seeing the move, as Shikamaru popped back up having tackled her, and drove his shoulder directly into her midsection. His music hit once more while Temari could only cradle her stomach as Shikamaru was declared the winner. After Shikamaru left the arena and Temari was collected, Genma called down for the next match, only for Kankuro to forfeit, naming Shino the winner by default. Calling down the next fighters, Hinata emerged into the arena to little fanfare, as she had no music to speak of. However, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen and Genma found himself looking up towards the Kage booth. "So the Uchiha is still not here," mused Hiruzen, frowning. "Perhaps it would be best to postpone his match. Many of the lords in attendance came to see him in action," stated the Kazekage. "No. He has wasted my time and that of our fellow Kage, not to mention that of the various lords and ladies that came to witness this event. Not only that, but to show favoritism just because of someone's clan name would bring shame to me and this village. I would not do so for my own son, so why would I do so for him?" stated Hiruzen, shocking the other Kage, though the three Kages aside from the Kazekage agreed with him. A few minutes later, after conferring with one of the Sandame's guards, Genma announced that due to his absence Uchiha Sasuke was disqualified and granted victory to Hinata. Seeing this, Hinata happily retreated out of the arena and as such out of the spotlight. Once she was gone, he announced for the next match, and Fu wasted no time leaping down, surprising several as she landed lightly on her feet. She had barely settled before the stadium once again rocked by music, and Lee came sliding out the entrance, actually dancing. Those who knew him were shocked, as for once he was not wearing the one-piece spandex suit. Instead, he wore a short-sleeved dark green muscle shirt and a pair of green pants. "Don't you see the writing on the wall? Don't you see the writing on the wall? You're in way over your head, you're gonna drown in the things that you said. Time has come and gone for words, 1,000 threats I've heard before. But words are cheap, but lies are big to take." Representing Team Guy, 3-time underground fighting champion, the enigmatic Enigma, Konoha's green beast, Rock Lee. Guy at this point was gaping, pointing down at his protege, yet no words able to come forth. Others, however, were more focused on the screen, where they could see doing some amazing things, leaping off the top of the cage and off of ladders and landing on opponents to take them down. Not only that, they could see him actually using chairs and even ladders as weapons. Guy wasn't the only one in shock, however, as Tenten was equally stunned, as with how much Lee yapped his mouth she was surprised she'd never heard of this. "It's a paradox, a mystery, a riddle, a door in your face, and only I have the key. Do understand, you'll be caught in the middle, caught in a web by being spun by me. Don't you see the writing on the wall? Don't you see the writing on the wall? Just a victim of your own conceit, the architect of your own defeat." Finally, the music stopped as Lee arrived in the center of the arena. As he looked the two over, Genma smirked around his saban because he could tell that these two were ready to fight. Seeing this, he started the match and was only barely able to get out of the way as the two clashed, with Fu blocking a kick sent her way by Lee with her right forearm. As she pushed him off, Lee used the momentum to spin off to his left and send yet another kick her way. Grabbing the leg, Fu showed surprising strength as he threw him away, only for Lee to catch himself on his hands and flip to his feet. "You're good, but you disrespect me by holding back," stated Fu. Before Lee could comment, he found himself folded over the girl's arm as her right fist dug into his stomach. At least that's how it appeared at the last instant. He managed to stop her, grabbing her forearm and sucking in his stomach in order to avoid the blow. Undeterred from her missed attack, Fu quickly twisted her arm, grabbing him by the shirt and tossing him over her head, with Lee landing roughly on the ground, though he quickly rolled back to a kneeling position. Looking up, he leapt to the side as Fu landed where he'd been kneeling, her fist striking the ground with enough force to bury itself for about an inch. Launching himself forwards at quick speeds, Lee sent his own fist forward only for the smaller girl to catch it in her palm. "You're boring me, now get serious," said the girl before kicking him away with a kick to the chest. Narrowing his eyes as he brought his hand up to his chest, Lee decided he needed to end things fast as the girl's strength was insane. Reaching down, he rolled up his pants leg, revealing the limb to be containing weights, which he quickly went about unstrapping from his leg. Switching his position quickly, he soon found himself holding to bands containing weights as he stood to his feet and tossed them behind him. Before they'd even hit the ground, Lee had closed the distance and sent Fu flying with a hard right to her jaw. At the same time as the weights hit the ground, Fu hit the arena wall, both of them making sounds as they struck, but the weights drowning hers out. Pushing herself to her feet, Fu found herself smiling despite herself. It had been a long time since she had come upon someone who could truly push her in a battle of fists. While she'd been able to see and track his movements, her shock at his speed had been enough for him to nail her one that she could actually feel. Suddenly her form was a blur, and Lee found himself flying backwards himself. However, recovering in midair, he spun and hit the ground, feet first, skidding for several feet before he himself vanished in a burst of speed. From that point on, from the perspective of most spectators, the two had become two blurs, one white and the other green, darting all over the arena and clashing numerous times. Suddenly Fu appeared flying through the air vertically, her head thrown back, while Lee could be seen on the ground, his legs still extended from the upward kick he'd landed to her chin. In the next instant he was gone, vanishing in a blur, only to appear directly behind her with the fingertips of his right hand planted directly into the center of her back. Suddenly the bandages that had been wrapped around Lee's forearms had come undone and wrapped around Fu's entire body, leaving only her head, neck and collarbone unbound. Once done, Lee flipped them so that they were heading towards the ground head first and began to spin, his speed increasing as they traveled towards the ground. "Omote Renge, front lotus!" As the exclamation was heard, the two hit the ground, creating an explosion on impact. As smoke, rock and dust were thrown into the air from the impact, Lee came leaping out already in mid-flip, landing on his feet facing the impact point and skidding to a stop before falling onto his butt, breathing heavily. For nearly a minute the arena was dead silent, everyone watching the point of impact and waiting as slowly the smoke began to clear. Finally the last of the smoke cleared to reveal Fu laid out in the center of a crater nearly 3 feet deep. However, before Lee could celebrate, Fu slowly pushed herself up into a sitting position, allowing him and everyone else to get a good look at her, both on screen and for those close enough in person. Her entire upper body was covered in cracks like glass from head to toe, even her clothes and hair. As she moved, the cracks continued to spread, and as she finally stood to her feet, the sound of glass shattering could be heard as her body seemingly fell apart. As it did, it revealed that beneath that surface Fu was unharmed save for a busted lip as she turned to face Lee. "You know, I hadn't held much hope for anyone outside of Gaara and Naruto. However, you actually broke my shell, so you're not as weak as the rest of your kind," stated Fu. In the next instant, however, she was in front of Lee and sending him flying with a well-executed kick to the chest. Following after him, Fu leapt until she hovered over him and smacked him right back down to the ground with a right punch that landed flush with his jaw, that had him hitting the dirt hard and sent him rolling. "Now then, show me what else you can do," stated the girl as she touched down, her orange eyes seemingly glowing. As he watched her, Lee did his best to get his body to respond. Range techniques were classified as kenjutsus due to the strain placed on the body due to the opening of the celestial gates needed to pull off the moves. Not only that, but looking into the girl's eyes had nearly made his lungs freeze, such was the fear they emitted in him. Just the pure hatred and loathing that could be seen within the pools of fire she called eyes. As if her eyes weren't enough, she lifted her right hand, the index finger glowing, reminding him absently of Naruto's during the preliminaries, which was just enough to get him to scramble, barely dodging the blast of red that punched a hole straight through him. As it was, his eyes widened, seeing the hole that the attack had made in the space he'd previously occupied. He soon found himself hastily avoiding many more such blasts. After the 10th blast, however, Lee surprised her along with the entire audience, as he suddenly vanished, his form appearing at least 10 feet to the left in the next instant. Breathing heavily and covered in sweat from the exertion, Lee realized he would have to end this soon if he had any chance of winning this contest. "So you've still got some fight left in you after all, good," stated Fu as she turned to regard the green-clad leaf Ning. "That's the thing about the lotus flower. In the leaf, it blooms twice." "Simon, Kai, Gate of Life, Release," stated Lee, causing several eyes within the stands to widen in shock, especially as his skin actually turned red. And as if that wasn't enough, his body exploded with power so much that it literally formed a crater beneath him, while it forced him to hunch over. "Shomon Kai, Gate of Pain, Release." In the next instant he was gone, pushing off the ground with such force it actually exploded beneath him. Eyes wide at the show of power, Fu had no time to even react, and as such was entirely unprepared for the rising kick that caught her flush in the chin and forced her up and into the air. Before she could recover, Lee was already in motion and had leapt after her and slammed a powerful fist into her sternum. For the next several long and painful moments she would learn what a pinball felt like as Lee smacked her around, sending her bouncing this way and that. Finally Lee seemingly had enough and sent her flying towards the ground, his body tensing in midair as he prepared to end things. Fu, however, had had enough before Lee could do anything. Her body exploded with so much power that Lee was flung away from her head over heels, though he managed to flip right side up so that he landed on his feet. Turning to face Fu, he could see her surrounded by red chakra, which quickly dissipated to reveal Fu. However, she appeared differently in that she now sported a pair of wings upon her back that resembled that of an insect's. The wings themselves were orange in color, though protected by a bordered stem of green, with both wings having a greater length than Fu herself. Taking a breath, Fu released it, and with it a large quantity of a powdery substance that quickly covered the field. With the sun's rays shining directly on the substance, the effect was immediate as the arena was engulfed with a bright white light. When the light cleared, it was to show Lee lying in the dirt, while Fu stood calmly upon the floor, her wings nowhere to be seen. However, what could be seen was the damage that had been inflicted upon her by Lee's last technique, as bruises were already starting to form. Rushing over, Genma quickly checked on Lee, and upon discovering that he was only unconscious, quickly declared the match over and Fu the winner. "That was intense," said Kiba from his position in the stands, a bead of sweat following down from where it had been hanging on his chin. After his match he had decided against heading back to the contestants' booth and had took up a position in the stands with the rest of his classmates who hadn't made it into the final tournament. Despite the fact that he had lost his match, several members of the clan had stopped to congratulate him on a well-fought battle, stating he'd have won that match against just about anyone else. His usage of what had been thought of as a simple D-rank technique to negate the benefits of a Dijutsu as powerful as the Byakugan, even if only temporarily, had made his mother incredibly proud, especially as no one had ever thought to use it in such a way before. "Those two are monsters," said Ino, her eyes wide as she beheld the trashed arena. They weren't the only ones shocked, as all over the arena people were eyeing the damaged field in shock at the power that the two genin had put out. Lee, the one person that everyone had completely written off as an utter hopeless case, had just displayed a skill set that would make him more dangerous than many experienced Chunin. Fu had done the same. Not only was she just as fast as Lee, if not a bit slower, but she was stronger, had a great defense, and if that wasn't enough, the more experienced shinobi like the Kages in attendance had realized the girl had a Bijuu backing her, and had at least partial control considering the wings she'd been able to summon. Of course, those same wings revealed she was the container of the Nanabai no Kabutomushi, as that was the only Bijuu with wings. As it was the only ones, ignoring the match and its outcome for the time being were the members of the team of Doton users who were currently repairing the arena ground, as the last fight had destroyed nearly half of it. While the damaged ground was fine, the small space left available wasn't good and would severely limit the remaining competitors, and as such the team had been charged with fixing it. For their part, the Juraians, with the exception, were also impressed, even Miyako, as it was not often you would see kids with such ability. Sasami, meanwhile, was worried they had returned to the village 2 days ago, and no one had seen Naruto since. She had been by Ichiraku's, and Iam had told her he hadn't even stopped by. She hadn't even thought he was back in the village. What worried her most was that he'd had a private talk with Jiraiya the day they left the temple. After that he hadn't said a word and it looked like he'd been really worried. Far away from the planet of Furia where the exams were taking place, another group of people were watching. Much deeper in space, in the very center of this sector of the universe on the planet Jurai, the Emperor himself Masaki Azusa and his wives Masaki Funaho and Masaki Misaki were also watching, along with a small, trusted group of friends which included several members of the Kuramitsu family. The Kuramitsu, while not of Jurai, were the second most powerful family within their sector of the universe. Their presence there, however, was due to the fact that their families were distantly related. The Masaki clan descended from the goddess Tsunami, and the Kuramitsu descended from the goddess Washu, both members of the Chosen, which were the three sister goddesses that had created their universe. Because of this recently discovered relation, and the fact that Kuramitsu Mihoshi was currently on Furia with the rest of Clan Masaki, the Kuramitsu had been invited to see the tournament which Washu was filming and was streaming live to Jurai. Also in attendance was a prominent member of Jurai's Tatsuki clan, Tatsuki Atsuko, the mother of Tatsuki Miyako and Masaki's longtime friend. When Masaki had received word that her friend's daughter had been found, she had been ecstatic, and had wasted no time in contacting her to inform her of the good news. However, to learn that the two clans were now related through Naruto had put the duo in new heights of happiness, though both were saddened with the loss of grandchildren. After learning of this, Masaki had taken Etsuko to where they were keeping the bodies, as both were still being preserved. They would be buried together, but only after Naruto had arrived for the ceremony. Etsuko couldn't believe how handsome Minato was, and to learn that he was actually born on her own home planet, she had barely been able to keep herself from jumping in her ship and leaving. When she had left Furia, they had not been anywhere near as physically capable as they were now. Yes, they were a warrior race, but while she had been gone they had evolved to a level that was quite frankly unheard of. When she had left, she had been part of a crew for their initial space travel, the country trying to find any advantage to the almost constant state of war they had lived in. Their ship hadn't made it far before it had come under attack and had only been saved due to intervention by the Galactic Army. The captain of the ship that had rescued them had been Tatsuki Osamu, who would later become her husband. At this point, however, they were all watching the matches and all of them had been quite suitably impressed. To learn that Furia had advanced to such a level in terms of combat had filled Etsuko with pride. Despite the fact that these kids were so young, they possessed amazing combat abilities, and to see that, and know that these genin, as they were called, weren't even the height of power said a lot about the warriors of the small planet. "This is incredible," stated Kuramitsu Masao, the younger brother of Mihoshi. "Indeed, I had known that they possessed profound abilities, but this is much greater than I had imagined," stated Funaho in surprise. "And these children will all be attending the Galaxy Academy with Prince Naruto?" questioned Kuramitsu Mikami, the current head of the Kuramitsu clan. "Many of them, yes," stated Masaki. Back in Konoha within the Kage booth, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked out over the arena. During the short break while they were trying to fix the arena, he'd been informed that they had found Uchiha Sasuke. Apparently on their way to the arena, he and Kakashi had been assaulted by a group of Oto shinobi they had run across. While they had managed to dispatch the group, Sasuke had broken his wrist in the process, and Kakashi had immediately taken the boy to the hospital. He would have to relay that bit of news to the council later, though he was inwardly pleased the Uchiha wasn't here. They'd already disqualified him and they didn't need him acting out demanding that he fight with all the foreign dignitaries in attendance, dignitaries that he himself had personally invited. Looking down at the field, he could see that Gaara was already down there, yet his opponent Naruto was still nowhere to be seen. His thoughts on the matter, however, were cut off as the lights all over the building, except their booths, suddenly cut off and the screen came to life. "He is a part of a proud legacy. To be the man, you've got to beat the man." At these words, the screen showed a young Jiraiya, perhaps 15, standing within the center of the cage, a gold belt around his waist, only to be replaced by that of an older Jiraiya. "I am the showstopper, the headliner, the main event, and you will never be better than the Heartbreak Kid." At these words, a new image appeared on screen, this of a young man who looked much like Naruto, causing Hiruzen's eyes to widen as he realized it was a young Minato, perhaps 13, also with a golden belt around his waist. However, like before, the screen soon replaced him with the version that everyone knew as Yondaime Hokage, clad in Jounin gear, and his famed Haori. He is genetically superior. Don't let his size fool you. This kid is fast, and he is strong. If you set him off, he will rip you limb from limb. This time the voice was Anko's as she sat at a desk, a headset on with several people cheering behind her. There has never been one like him before, and there never will again. Who the hell do you think you are? The voice was Neji's, and he could be seen on screen a bit younger with a gold belt propped on his left shoulder. Since you need a reminder, let me tell you just who in the hell I am. I am Rage Incarnate. Chief Whipper of sorry sons of bitches. I don't have a conscience, and if you want mercy you need to find some religion. Longer than I can remember I've been called a demon, and if that's the case I'll be the devil's favorite demon. Now do you know where you are? You're trespassing on private property. When you walk in here you're in my yard and you don't want to be here. Bad things happen in my yard, and they've been happening for a very long time. At this, Naruto appeared on screen grabbing someone and throwing him into the side of the cage, slamming his head 4 times and letting him fall to the ground a bloody mess. In the next shot it showed him grabbing a chair and slamming someone in the head with it while another was shown being thrown through a glass window. The next shot showed him straddling the chest of another person and slamming his fist to their head. The next showed him leaping into the air and slamming another person in the head with his descending right fist, laying him out cold. I arrive, raise hell, and leave. I trust no one, and I will stomp a mud hole in your ass and walk that son bitch dry. I am a whole new kind of animal. With that the screen cut off, bathing the arena in darkness once more, leaving everyone who witnessed it talking about what they'd just seen. However, they didn't get long. For less than 5 seconds later a new voice came over the arena, echoing through the speakers. Behold the King of Kings. Came the words, followed immediately by what many recognized as a live guitar riff, where those looking soon found the sight of an actual band located within a section of the stands. Yee, I walk alone. I walk for miles inside this pit of danger, a place where no one follows me. I walk alone. I'm sick of all these people talking out their heads. I've never understood a damn thing that they've said, from words to actions, never knowing what they're about. I guess I'll have to chew them up and spit them out. And I said, Yee heya. I walk for miles inside this pit of danger. I've swallowed down 1,000 years of anger. The weight of the world is falling on my shoulders. A place where no one follows me. I walk alone. It was at this point that Naruto made his appearance, walking out from the back to thunderous applause. Unlike everyone else, his outfit had gone through a change. While he still wore black pants, he had removed the bandages and their legs were now tucked into a pair of black combat boots. His shirt was still black as well, only now the sleeves were missing completely, and over this he also wore a black tactical combat vest along with a matching pair of bracers, each bearing the Uzumaki clan crest. Representing Team 7 under Jounin Hatake Kakashi, 7-time underground fighting champion, he is the King of Kings, the animal, Uzumaki Naruto. It was as the cameras hit his face that the noise died. His face, one usually seen with a smile, was devoid of that emotion, and his eyes were no more than 2 pools of chipped ice. Even those who had seen him in the underground had never seen this look in his eyes before, as they usually burned with whatever emotion he'd been feeling at the time. However, there were only 2 people present who had seen such a look before, and as she got a glimpse of it, Sakura began shivering. Sakura-chan, what's wrong? Questioned Ino, noticing the shaking that the pink-haired girl was doing. His eyes, it's just like Nami no Kuni, said Sakura, fears she'd thought she'd put away coming right back to the forefront of her mind. Meanwhile, on the ground, Naruto and Gaara had locked eyes, both of them standing in front of Genma, and neither of them saying a word. The music had long since stopped, yet even Genma himself was wary at the look in the blonde's eyes. It took him back to the 3rd Great Shinobi War, the one time someone had managed to actually get the Yondaime pissed off. The man's eyes had turned into chips of ice on that day, and it was on that day that he had earned his moniker and feared reputation, as he had used his Hiraishin no Jutsu and slaughtered the 1,000 Iwa nin that had encountered them. Knowing that Naruto was actually the man's son gave him all the motivation he needed to get the hell out of Dodge. Hajime. With the announcement of the match's start, Genma leapt back and away, hoping to put as much distance between himself and the 2 fighters as allowed. It was a good thing he had, as Naruto hadn't wasted a moment, and in an instant had closed the short distance that had separated them, letting loose a left hook right for Gaara's jaw. Immediately Gaara's gourd burst open as the sand held within moved to block the blow, only for the fist to be a feint, and Naruto to come in with his right, the sand reacting quickly and only just barely managing to catch the hook that had been aimed at the redhead's face. Despite the fact the blow was blocked, there was the sound of an explosion, and suddenly the sand was blasted apart, and Gaara was sent flying only to land on a cloud of sand. Quickly following after him to press the attack, Naruto was met with a wall of sand that quickly moved to swallow him whole. Naruto, however, roared as he let loose another fist which slammed into the sand-made barrier before it blew apart. Seeing this, Gaara's hands clapped together, and instantly the sand surrounding him reacted, slamming together with Naruto within it. Futon Iodine, Wind Release, Air Bullets. The call had several people looking up just in time to see another Naruto leaping off the top of the arena wall and launching a barrage of air bullets towards Gaara. Narrowing his eyes, Gaara motioned outward, causing a wall of sand to form to stop the bullets in their tracks. Not done, the red-headed Sunanin formed a seal, causing tendrils of sand to launch out of the wall at the still airborne Naruto, who, while able to dodge the first, was impaled by the second. However, instead of what he expected, the blonde burst into a cloud of smoke. An explosion behind him caused Gaara to turn his head just in time to see another Naruto emerge from the ground just behind him. As he did, a ball of power swirled into existence within his right hand, packed with so much chakra it was clearly visible to the eye. Rasengan! With the exclamation, Naruto brought the ball forward as Gaara's gourd burst apart into a wall of sand. Despite the hastily raised defense, the Rasengan burst straight through it and slammed flush into Gaara's back. For a second it was still before the redhead was literally thrown away, crying out in agony. Within the stands, both Kankuro and Temari were gaping in shock at had been since the beginning of the match. For them, the match from the start had already had a foregone conclusion, but to see a genin able to actually render the sand their brother commanded useless shocked them to the core. But to see that same genin not only manage to land a hit, but from the sound of things actually managed to injure him, left them feeling surprised and very much afraid. In a different part of the stands, the rookies that had not made it so far were cheering at the sight, all of them having gotten into the match which one of their number was clearly dominating. Even Sakura had gotten over her small flash of fear and had fully invested into the match that was currently taking place. "What the hell was that?" exclaimed Kiba, actually jumping to his feet only to wince and quickly sit back down. "It's called the Rasengan, one of the original techniques created by the Yondaime Hokage, and one incredibly hard to learn. At this point, including Naruto, there are only 3 people who can use that technique," stated Asuma, causing many of the genin to gape, as did several of the adults that heard this. "Kakashi, you actually taught him a move like that?" questioned Kurenai, surprised. "No," stated Kakashi, not taking his eye off of the field. "The Rasengan is an A-rank technique and not something I'd feel comfortable teaching him. On top of that, ever since the beginning, he and I have spent our time working on his taijutsu. Any and all ninjutsu he knows he did not learn from me. What I can say, however, is that whereas it took Jiraiya 6 months to learn and myself nearly 8, Naruto managed to learn it within 2. Stated Kakashi, shocking them even further. 2 months, Kami, the kid must be some rare breed of genius, stated Asuma. "Not even close," came a new voice, surprising everyone as they turned to see Miyako, in her disguise as an old woman, staring down at the arena floor. "That idiot grandson of mine is as far from a genius as Uchiha Madara was a dog lover. However, he is stubborn, more stubborn than Hashirama was, and with more drive as well. The combination of Uzumaki stubbornness and naturally large chakra pool, the Senju body, and the energy manipulation ability of both the Masaki as well as my own family taken together and added on top of his condition, he'll surpass both Hashirama and Madara in strength and ability within the next few years." "Wait, did you say grandson?" questioned Kurenai in shock. "Of course, his father had to come from somewhere, he didn't just appear from thin air," said Miyako. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Naruto stood watching warily as Gaara's still flailing body was wrapped up on sand so that it covered him. Despite this, the sand continued to shake and shit as the redhead's screams of pain echoed out. Slowly the screams of pains changed until what echoed out was a deranged laughter, and Naruto readied himself for the second part of his fight. The day he had returned, he had bumped into both Fu and Gaara and had learned things about each. With Fu, the two of them had been cordial. Yes, she wanted to fight him, but only to see who was better, and she thought it would be fun. The two of them were actually so similar that it was scary. They had both focused on a dream to get them through the harshness of their lives. The only difference was Fu was focused on escape while he wanted to lead, to change things so that people like them were never created again. Learning that she was the Nanabai Jinchuriki had given them greater ground to stand on, and he'd explained about the procedure he had underwent to restore the fox to its full power, and how they were slowly destabilizing and would soon become so unstable that it would cause a massive explosion. Fu had been terrified of such a situation. While she may despise the people of this planet, especially of her village, she and her Bijuu actually got along quite well. As such, when he had brought up the fact that it could be fixed like cubies, she had jumped at the opportunity to do so. Granted, he'd advised her it would have to wait for a bit, but he assured her it would be done. Gaara, on the other hand, was a completely different case. If anything, he was a mirror, a reflection of what could have been. Due to circumstances outside of his control, he had come to believe that the only way to prove to others he existed was to take the lives of others, otherwise he would have to live a life with no purpose. He believed that one should only fight and love oneself, as others would only betray you if you gave them a chance. Unfortunately, he had been with Sasami, and when the Suna Nin had moved to attack her, he had snapped, and if not for the arrival of Guy, the two of them would have gone at it right then and there. After that, he had escorted Sasami back to the compound before taking off himself. He hadn't said it, but the encounter had shaken him badly. Gaara represented all the things that he had rejected about himself, all of the darker emotions that he had shucked away in his youth in order to create the happy-go-lucky version of himself that people recognized. The only time he ever even channeled the other side of himself out had been in the underground, where he knew his inner self, those darker emotions would do him some good. Back then, the money he gained in the underground had been the only thing keeping him from starving to death, as the orphan stipend he received had been pathetically small. Still, his confrontation with Gaara had forced him to evacuate and reevaluate his situation. As such, he'd taken some advice that had helped him make a name of himself in the underground. He needed to go somewhere, back to where he started, away from the clan compound and his parents' apartment, back to the beginning, back to the rundown orphanage that he'd been kicked out of before he was even 5 years old, back to the streets and alleyways in which he'd slept before he'd been given his first apartment. He had gone back and confronted the ghosts of his past for one reason, and one reason only. Those darker emotions that those places had stirred up within him had helped him to do something that he had never actually contemplated doing. He had used those feelings to reach that other part of himself that he had so long ago buried and brought it to the surface. This was different than the time in Nami no Kuni, or even the road back from that mission, as he had now fully immersed himself and embraced those emotions as a part of himself. As such, instead of playing a character, as he had done before, he had instead brought out not a character, something fictional, but he'd embraced the person, the genuine article, the complete Uzumaki Naruto that he'd been so afraid of for so long. His thoughts on the matter were broken as the sand that had covered Gaara burst apart, and he came hurtling out towards him, only he was different. All but the lower portion of his legs had been covered in sand, and he now appeared to be a human-sized version of the sand demon. His hands had become large claws, and blue linear markings now covered the entirety of his body, even up to his head, which was now shaped like that of a tanuki with ears and all, while a long tail flowed around him. As he leapt back to dodge the initial lunge, Naruto was not prepared for Gaara to swipe his tail outward and send a barrage of sand bullets at him. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde clenched his fist once more and brought it forward. Futon Senpuken, wind release. Whirlwind fist. As he threw the fist forward, a blast of wind was launched outwards that slammed into the bullets that had been aimed to hit him and canceling each other out, clearing a space for the blonde while the rest passed harmlessly around him. Gaara had not remained idle, however, as he had instantly fired off his own wind blast that Naruto had not been prepared for, and thus it caught him completely off guard, slamming into him with force and sending him flying back. Not giving a moment, Gaara blasted off from his place, quickly closing the distance, and slamming the blonde in the stomach with his clawed arm and forcing his body into the ground. Before Gaara could move to take further advantage, however, he was stopped as what looked like steam began to pour out from him. Those looking could only watch on as the steam poured out and surrounded him in a circle, the white smoke beginning to trail upwards into the air and spiral before it was suddenly pushed away by a deep orange, almost red chakra that made its appearance so powerful that it was actually cutting trenches into the ground as it circled the blonde. Slowly the blonde moved so that he was on his hands and feet, his positioning reminding many of an animal. At the same time, the chakra that was coming from him had caused many to clench up in fear as memories of that horrible night 13 years ago came to many of the villagers present, especially due to the bloodlust they could all feel from it. As if to confirm their fears, at the top of the spiral the chakra had taken shape and taken on the form of a head, one of a kitsune baring its fangs and staring dead at Gaara. His hands shifted slowly and became claws, and his whisker-like markings deepened while his eyes had turned blood red with a slitted pupil. As he stood to his feet, Naruto roared a sound that echoed out across the arena, and caused Gaara to take a slight step back, while many of the Inuzuka and Aburaim shivered as they had to consciously stop themselves from dropping to their knees. The roar had been one of not just rage but of challenge, deep within Naruto, the part of him that had lied dormant for so long. His animal had awakened at last. In the next instance he had crossed the distance, and Gaara had been sent flying as Naruto slammed a fist dead into his face. As Gaara went flying back, Naruto leapt, taking to the air and coming down to land feet first on the possessed Tsunanin's stomach. As the two hit the ground, Naruto didn't stop, jumping several times on top of the other teen and forcing him deeper into the ground before leaping away as Gaara's tail came swiping at him. As Gaara pulled himself to his feet, he looked up just in time to see Naruto facing him, index finger pointed dead at him as it glowed with red energy, a dark smirk crossing the boy's face. In the next moment, a massive blast of red energy was released as the chakra was released, taking all of the demonic chakra with it, and slamming into the crossed arms of Gaara. For a second the two held each other before Gaara was lifted off his feet and sent flying into and through the wall of the arena, a long trench being created that followed in their wake. Back in his normal appearance, Naruto panted as he crouched over. Before anything else could be done, massive explosions rocked the arena. As he looked up, he could see several people emerging from the stands, leaping at their neighbors, while several more were currently rushing towards the field at him. As if that wasn't enough, another explosion caused him to look up to see the Kages evacuating their private booth in favor of the roof. Gritting his teeth, the blonde rushed off the field to find Kakashi, as what he'd been told may happen was and the invasion of Konoha had begun. For as long as he could remember, Naruto had had trouble with focus. He had problems just sitting still, he bored easily, his mind always jumping from subject to subject. This had never been more apparent than when he had first started the academy, and he had first discovered just how stir-crazy he would go, forced to sit and listen to teachers drone. If one were to check his records, it would tell you he has high levels of inattention, was easily distractible, impulsive and restless, hyperactive or hypersensitive. Those from his class would tell anyone that he was slow, dim-witted, even unable to grasp things that had been thoroughly explained, and missed even the most obvious of things. While most believed that he received no benefits from hosting the nine-tailed beast he had been gifted early on, and the results had stared everyone in the face, yet none simply realized what it was. Washu, after going over her findings while Naruto had recovered from the extraction, had discovered a startling truth. It wasn't that his mind was too slow, it was the exact opposite, being too fast. While most people would spend several minutes on one complete, though, he had burned through 50. He was special in that he saw too much and not too little, he noticed everything and in startling detail. He was extremely aware of his surroundings at all times, and his reflexes were so advanced that his reactions appeared almost instantaneous once he put in an effort. Whereas other Jinchuriki were given some type of elemental control as part of the package, Naruto had senses that simply surpassed human understanding. This in turn would explain just how he'd been able to master a technique as complex as the Kage Bunshin in just under 2 hours' time, when most jounin would struggle much longer to get the A-rank technique down, much less learn 2 other things within the same time frame. The problem was he had never had anyone there to teach him how to utilize his gift, allowing it to go to waste, and even be misunderstood. However, it was only as explosions sounded off from around the arena and Otonin leapt from the stands and rushed him that many would finally see the gift Naruto had been given. For Naruto it was as if the world slowed to a crawl as his eyes took in his surroundings, the adrenaline from the battle seemingly making him hyper-aware of what was happening. He could see that with the exception of some genin in the stands mixed in with the civilians, none of the Hidden Leaf Shinobi had been caught off guard at all by the attack and had reacted in moments without the slightest hesitation. Behind him he could see Ginma already fending off several shinobi that had leapt from the stands at him, while he could see shinobi and dignitaries from other villages doing their best to not get involved in the madness. He could see that all that were rushing him were Oto shinobi. In fact, he couldn't see a single Suna nin attacking anyone. Turning back towards his own foes still rushing him, he could see the 10 shinobi as they leapt towards him, and digging his feet in the blonde genin reached down, drawing his ulax to await the confrontation. As the first of the Oto nin reached him, Naruto moved, springing forward and ducking under the opening downward swipe of a kunai. The young teen quickly ducked into his opponent's personal space before the blade of his ulax flashed, and Naruto moved on to his next opponent, blocking the blade of a tanto, and retaliating with a quick swipe to the man's jugular. In the next instant he had kicked the man back, forcing the body to fall onto another charging nin, allowing him to turn his attention elsewhere, parrying a descending blade, and using his foe's momentum to ghost past him, burying the edge of his left blade into the back of his neck before ripping it free. Stepping quickly to his left, he allowed the kunai that had been aimed at his back to sail past him and embed itself within the chest of another nin, while he himself sprung backwards, driving his right blade into the surprised Oto nin's stomach. Spinning to his right, he savagely ripped the blade free out through the man's side and ducked behind him, allowing a trio of shuriken to find itself within his torso, finishing the job. 5 down, the teen dropped his human shield and returned fire, flinging a kunai that landed flush within the throat of the Oto nin ahead of him. 7 and 8 soon met a similar end as the blonde rolled forward, ducking their attacks only to slash each of them along the legs as he passed. Getting quickly to his feet, he thrust backwards, stabbing both of them through the back of the neck. Ripping his blades free, he held them up, catching a descended tanto before it could reach his head, and after channeling a bit of chakra, slammed his foot into the knee of his attacker. As the knee buckled and his opponent faltered, Naruto threw his left fist forward, the bladed edge of his ulax cutting through the neck, leaving it hanging half on before the blonde spun, nailing the charging nin in the back and directly into Ginma's samban, which embedded itself in his throat. As time seemed to return to its regular pace, Naruto found himself standing in the center of a circle of bodies, while Ginma looked upon him in surprise. Meanwhile, atop the booth that the Kages had previously been in, there was a tense standoff taking place. The Kazekage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage all stood before a large translucent purple barrier within which stood the Sandaime Hokage, clad head to toe in the armor he'd worn during the Great Shinobi Wars. Across from him stood Orochimaru, an S-class nuke nin and currently the leader of the Oto nin. This was the sight that Tatsuki Miyako came across as she made her appearance on the beside the various Kage and their bodyguards. Shishinjin, for Violet Flame's formation, interesting, mused the woman, approaching the barrier but leaving ample room between her and it so as to not touch it. You recognize it? Questioned the Reikage. I created it, however I considered it a failure, so I never used it, revealed the woman. As she said this, her right hand flexed through 3 half-seals before her index finger began glowing with chakra. Drawing a circle in the air in front of her revealed a glowing blue circle in front of her before she punched forward with her right hand. In an instant the circle shot forward into the center of the barrier, which held for a moment before a large circle was cut through the barrier. Easily hopping through the newly punched hole, Miyako landed just as the hole closed back up. Interesting. Who are you? Questioned Orochimaru as he took in the woman's appearance. Someone who was enjoying the show until you started this foolishness, said Miyako, making her way over to the Hokage before kicking him in the shin. Ow, what was that for? Demanded the old man. Letting that little worm get away with one of my barrier techniques, stated Miyako. So you're the one who created those techniques, the mysterious Genkai, said Orochimaru, his tone full of intrigue. What Genkai? Exclaimed the Tsuchikage, his eyes shooting wide open in shock. What's wrong, Tsuchikage? Questioned the Kazekage. That woman, how the hell is she still alive? Questioned Inoki. Who is she? Questioned the Mizukage. She's a legend from the time of the clan wars, when most would hire the Senju or the Uchiha, others, still mostly the daimyo, would hire her. They say when it came down to taijutsu she was the superior to Uchiha Madara as well as Senju Hashirama and Tobirama. However, while those 3 focused on offensive techniques, her specialty was in defensive, specifically barrier techniques. She's the reason no daimyo's home has ever been successfully breached, as she designed the barriers surrounding all of them. Explained Inoki. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. The call had the 4 Kages turning back just in time to see 3 caskets shoot up from the ground within the barrier. Within the barrier, the Hokage had moved to interrupt the summoning, only for Miyako to hold his arm back before he could. Looking back towards her, he caught a subtle shake of the head from her, and instead settled back to watch. As the lid on the first coffin on the right fell away, it revealed the form of a man, gray skin with cracks all over what could be seen. However, Hiruzen himself was horrified, as quickly recognized the body as that belonging to the Shodai Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second casket revealed a similar form hidden within, only it belonged to his younger brother, the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama both. Finally, the third lid slid away. However, instead of a powerful figure from history's past, it revealed the form that the Hokage recognized as Zaku the Sound Genin from the Chunin exam preliminaries. Then before their eyes the body was engulfed in deep purple flames as it was incinerated almost instantly, and fell into a pile of ashes. Well, now it seems someone didn't know what they were doing, said Miyako, causing the dumbfounded Orochimaru to focus in on her. I take it you tried to summon the Yondaime Hokage, hoping to complete the set. However, he sacrificed his soul to the Shinigami in order to stop the Kyuubi. All you've done by trying to do so is catch the Death God's attention for intruding on his territory. Still, you should consider yourself lucky. I'd have ripped your soul out myself for daring to summon my son before me in such a state, stated the woman, a literal flood of killing intent pouring from her as she focused her ire on the Sannin. Humph, no matter, I still have these two, stated Orochimaru, disregarding his mistaken third choice and considering it overkill. Perhaps, that is if you can even activate the technique, said Miyako, a condescending smirk sliding over her face. Upon seeing the smirk and hearing the mocking tone in her voice, Orochimaru withdrew a pair of paper tags very similar to explosive notes, and tossed them over at the 2 corpses, watching as they struck flesh and sunk into the bodies. Slowly the 2 bodies began to regain their coloration before they were lifelike, and the eyes snapped open as the 2 brothers stepped forward out of the coffins, which sunk into the ground as they left them. Well, this is interesting, spoke the black-haired man known as the Shodai Hokage. Edo Tensei, our souls have been summoned and planted into pre-prepared bodies, said the white-haired man known as the Nidaime Hokage. I told you not to finish that technique, said the Shodai, though his tone was more exasperation than anger. You should have known better, Hashirama. That brother of yours always thought he knew best, said Miyako, drawing both men's attention to her. Miyako-chan, exclaimed Hashirama in surprise after a few moments of staring. How long has it been? Questioned Tobirama. You see the blonde kid down there in the arena? At her question, everyone turned down towards the arena to see Naruto as he systematically massacred a squad of Oto ninja, moving with quick speeds, and what everyone could tell was simple reactions, nothing that seemed to be thought out. As he finished the last of them by tossing them at Ginma, where he died via Saban to the throat, all of them were impressed, if only due to his age. His name is Naruto, he's our grandson, said Miyako, causing everyone listening aside from Hiruzen to go wide-eyed in shock. He has mother's hair, said Hashirama after a few moments. Indeed, spoke Tobirama, eyes narrowed on the form of his grandson, who they watched dart out of the arena after a few words from Ginma. How much longer do you plan to keep that illusion up? Questioned Tobirama, turning back to Miyako, who frowned before her form shimmered and she appeared in her natural youthful form. You haven't aged a day, said Hashirama in surprise. Yet Hiruzen has aged considerably, said Tobirama, turning his gaze onto the Hokage. Well, considering it's been 39 years since you handed me the hat, and all the trouble that comes with it, I'd say I've aged gracefully, sensei, said Hiruzen. Now that you've all had a chance to catch up, let's say we get started. As Orochimaru said this, he withdrew 2 kunai with tags wrapped around the handles and tossed them at each resurrected Hokage's head. However, much to his shock, as the blades neared the 2 Senju clan legends leaned away, allowing the kunai to sail harmlessly past them and into the barrier, where they quickly turned into ash. What? Exclaimed Orochimaru in shock. I created this technique, Gaki. I stripped control away from you a while ago. We just wanted to learn as much as we could about what's going on, said Tobirama, as both he and Hashirama turned to eye the Sannin. Seeing this, the snake Sannin was prepared to call for the barrier to be dropped, only for two other figures to leap onto the roof. One of them was Jiraiya's, however the other was a figure he did not expect, Tsunade's, and her face was contorted into one of sheer rage. If there was anyone within the village that could say they knew how to travel every street in the village, it was Naruto. Growing up as he had left him with several skills that had been crucial to his survival at no time more prevalent than at this point. He stuck mostly to back alleys and higher elevations, but didn't dare travel up to the rooftops where he would be easily spotted. Instead, he did things much as he had when he was in the academy, and had not had the needed physical ability to get around on the ninja highway, yet still needed to not be seen. Sure, he could have used the tunnels beneath the village, but knowing that he would need to make an after-action report decided against it. The tunnels would remain a secret in the highly unlikely event he had to bail on the village. Every once in a while he would descend back to the ground and take out whatever single otonin he would come across before heading right back up to the balcony levels to travel unnoticed. Finally he reached the edge of the village proper, and with a running leap from a rooftop ledge caught himself on the ledge of the village wall and pulled himself up. The sounds of fighting drowned itself out from his ears as he focused on the path ahead of him, where a large trench could be seen before disappearing into the forest. At the edge of the forest he could see a trio of otonin sitting on the ground, framing a large open scroll and flying through seals. Narrowing his eyes at the sight, the blonde flipped through his own short chain of seals before taking in a deep breath and exhaling. Futon de Tapa, wind release, great breakthrough. The effect was immediate as a fierce wind made its appearance, slamming into the trio of otonin, picking them up and tossing them into through several trees due to the force generated, while creating several deep lacerations along the bodies of the victims and reducing the scroll to confetti. Leaping off of the wall, Naruto landed lightly on his feet and took off at a fast run, entering the forest and taking to the trees for faster travel. It didn't take him much longer to find his quarry, as he was quickly forced to drop from the branch he'd landed on as a barrage of sand-made projectiles were hurled his way. Following their flight pattern, it did not take him long to spot Gaara, the redhead, standing in a thoroughly trashed clearing with his arms covered by two sand-made arm constructs that were much longer than his own natural ones and ended with clawed hands. His face was also covered in the substance, even his ears being replaced by a pair that sat atop the sides of his head, while his eyes had also changed, now with a black background, and the eyes themselves now amber in color with a four-pointed pupil. His torso was also covered in sand, and even his gourd was replaced by a long flowing tail. "Man, he's like a mini Bijuu," mused Naruto as he took in the sight. "That last attack of yours must have really pissed him off, Gaki. Transformations generally happen in stages, and he seems to have bypassed them." Came the words of the fox, surprising the blonde as he wasn't expected it. Ignoring the fox and launching himself from the branch, Naruto leapt straight towards the Tsunanin, only for his opening kick to be caught on the raised forearm of one of his constructed arms. Flipping back and off the arm, he only narrowly avoided the clawed swipe of Gaara's right arm, managing to land on the ground and darting forward, launching a fist towards the redhead's face. The blow never connected. Instead, the blonde found himself rather painfully knocked away as Gaara's tail smashed him from his left side and sent him flying. Recovering quickly, he managed to land on all fours, skidding to a stop and looking up just in time to be smashed into a tree and pinned by Gaara's arm. However, much to the redhead's surprise, he'd only held the position for a second before the blonde was enveloped in a cloud of smoke which cleared to show a smashed log. Suddenly Gaara felt a tug on his left arm and turned to find a golden chain wrapped around it emerging from the surrounding forest. Before he could do more, he felt several more such tugs and found all three of his other limbs similarly bound, even his tail. Naruto meanwhile sighed as he eyed the bound redhead from his position within the canopy of trees. The technique he was currently using was called Kongo Fusa, adamantine sealing chains. It was a technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. He'd found a scroll explaining Uzumaki techniques within the things left for him by his mother, but this was the only one he actually knew, as he had remembered that his mother actually used this one to bind the fox. Unfortunately, he wasn't really good at the technique yet, and as such, instead of 4 chains manifesting, he could only create 1. Because of this, in order to trap Gaara, he'd created 4 shadow clones and had them perform the technique, while he himself held back. Seeing his plan was a success, however, he removed a tag from his pouch one Jiraiya had handed him, explaining that it was a chakra-suppressing seal and would allow him to handle Gaara once applied to his forehead. However, before he could move, Gaara tensed up and released a loud yell as a large pillar of sand exploded upwards, engulfing him, while Naruto could only follow its rise in shock. Back within the village proper, the group of genin, with the obvious exceptions of Sasuke and Naruto, had been assigned to help guard over the evacuated civilians and academy students in one of the emergency bunkers, this one located within the Hokage monument. They were joined by the members of Clan Masaki along with Washu, Ryuko and Mihoshi, who were the only non-villagers within the bunker, however, were allowed access due to their importance and the fact that they were related to Naruto. Suddenly all of the rookies and Team Guy found themselves looking up as a squad of Chunin escorted Sasuke to the entrance of the bunker before turning and making their way back out. As he entered, many could see why the Uchiha hadn't competed earlier in the day due to the cast on his left hand, his dominant one. "Sasuke-kun, what happened?" questioned Sakura upon spotting the injury. "TCH Kakashi and I were attacked by the Otonin on our way into the village this morning. One of them got lucky, managed to break my wrist and cause a minor fraction in my forearm." "Where's the dobe?" answered and questioned the Uchiha. "Don't know, we were all ordered here as soon as the fighting started. Last anyone saw him, he was in the arena with a bunch of Otonin surrounding him," said Kiba with a frown. Before anyone could say anything else, the ground shook with force and a loud scream cut through the village. Eyes widening in shock, the genin as well as numerous Chunin and a curious Ryuko turned back through the entrance only to find the sight of a large tanuki facing the village, its size massive as it could be seen clearly even from the distance they had so far away. "Kami-sama, it's the Ichibi," came the worried voice of one of the Chunin, fear dripping from his tone. "So that's Shikaka, huh? Impressive," came a new voice, causing many to turn to see Washu making her way out. "You know what that thing is?" questioned Ryuko. "It's one of the Bijuu we were told about, the Ichibi, Suna no Shikaku," said the genius, taking in the sight. Suddenly Hinata gasped, however, before anyone except Neji could figure out why they were shocked, as there was suddenly a large plume of smoke which soon cleared to show a large red toad wearing a blue robe standing in front of the Bijuu. "No way, it's Gamabunta!" exclaimed one of the Chunin, hope echoing from his tone. "Gamabunta?" questioned Kiba. "He's the boss of the Toad Summoning Clan. He is one of the most well-known summoning creatures and one of the strongest that we know of," said Iruka, catching the attention of the genin along with Washu and Ryuko. "Gamabunta hasn't been seen in 13 years, however. In fact, the last time he was seen was when Yandame-sama summoned him to confront the Kyubi," finished the teacher, shocking the teens. "Alright then, from this point on I'll accept you as a summoner, and make sure you learn the ways of the family, Naruto," came the voice of the toad echoing over the village. In another section of the village, the arena was still going through chaos, as fighting was still taking place. Due to the number of Kages and daimyo present, there were several strong individuals also in attendance for each of the villages to guard over all of the VIPs. While the Konoha shinobi were all fighting to defend their homes, the visiting shinobi were only moving to defend the dignitaries, but had made no offensive movement thus far. For the visiting Kages, this was a very tense moment, for as it was they all knew if there was one wrong move, this invasion could literally spark the Fourth Shinobi War. While a few people wouldn't mind taking shots at the enemies of their respective villages, the Kages all knew that they had been invited for a reason, and all of them were not willing to make a move against the Leaf without knowing what that reason was. For Raza, the Yandame Kazekage, the situation was especially tense, as he knew that he could be the linchpin that sparked a worse situation. While no one knew yet, the fact is he'd been in talks with the rogue Sannin just prior to receiving the invitation from the Hokage to his village, where a Gakage summit was to be held the day following the exams. It had really set things on pause, and he thought Orochimaru would have waited to strike. However, this invasion happening now meant that the man's spies had been unable to learn of the summit, otherwise he was sure the man would have been wise enough not to make such a foolish action. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Orochimaru found himself on the defensive, as he was currently fighting for his life. In truth, despite the invasion and his desire to see his old sensei dead, he had never had any intention of fighting him too long on his own. That had been the reason he'd summoned the two dead Hokages, not only to crush his spirit but so they could crush him physically. Unfortunately, even the best laid plans often go awry, and his had done so as soon as he had allowed Tobirama the time he needed to sever the connection that he held over the Edo Tensei. Now the roles had been seemingly reversed. He was trapped in a barrier opposing 4 S-class shinobi, and though it was his people maintaining the barrier, he would not order it dropped as long as Tsunade was pacing the thing, acting for all intents and purposes like an angry lioness. Sure, he was confident he could handle the kunoichi, and even Jiraiya. However, he knew he could not do so, and still go up against 3 Hokages even if his sensei was far out of his prime. Said old man was currently standing back and enjoying a conversation with the revived Shodai Hokage, who had wanted to know all he could about his nephew and great-nephew respectively. Learning that said nephew had become the Yondaime Hokage had caused the Shodai to swell with pride, and though he'd been able to hide it, Tobirama had felt said pride as well. Learning that Orochimaru had flown into a jealous rage over it, and of the crime said Sannin had committed in the aftermath, however, had sent said proud father into a rage, and Orochimaru was now feeling said water master's wrath. However, unlike with most people, when overcome with said emotion, the Senju did not lose control and face he had become damn near emotionless, which was even worse for the Sannin. Suddenly all movement stopped as in the distance a large pillar had shot up into the air and had quickly formed the embodiment of fear for the people of Suna, the Ichibi itself. Damn it, Gaara, why now? Thought Raza in annoyance, glaring over at the sight. You idiot! Exclaimed Tobirama upon spotting the massive creature turning to glare over at his brother. Hey, what are you mad at me for? Demanded Hashirama. Because you're the one who went and passed out the Bijuu like they were ing kanai. I told you this would happen, but did you listen? And oh. Relax, Tobi, it's not like they'll turn around and use them as weapons against us. Now because of your naivete we've got a Bijuu bearing down on us and we're trapped in this ing barrier. There's no way we'll break it and be able to make it that way before that thing starts launching attacks at us. Exclaimed Tobirama, causing his brother to wilt. Before anything else could be said or done, however, there was a massive blast of smoke which quickly cleared to show a large toad nearly the same size of the giant tanuki. Alright then, from this point on I'll accept you as a summoner and make sure you learn the ways of the family, Naruto. Came the voice of the toad echoing over the village, shocking those gathered. Back in the forest, the 2 giant creatures eyed one another warily, each of them poised to strike. Gamabunta had drawn a tanto from the sheath at his side and held it in a ready stance as he searched for an opening. Naruto himself stood atop the head of the massive toad, thankful he'd been able to pull the move off like he had wanted to. He'd initially been caught off guard by the full transformation. In fact, he'd been so caught off guard Gaara had nearly managed to catch him within his desert coffin. While it had gotten too far for the blonde to escape by normal means, he'd managed to shatter it by summoning the Toad Boss, though he'd been trying for Gamaken, who had been the strongest he'd been able to summon so far during his training, but was pleasantly surprised by summoning the Boss Toad. Gaara, we don't have to do this. There is no problem between our villages, just calm down, and we can go on about our day, exclaimed Naruto, trying to talk the redhead down. For a moment things were silent and still before slowly Gaara's form emerged from the top of the sand Bijuu so that he could be seen from the waist up. As they locked eyes, Naruto found himself freezing as Gaara's eyes in that moment reminded him of Haku's and of his own. I do not care for the villages. I will kill you for one reason only, because I want to. Came Gaara's response, his voice coming out with a double tone, the voice of both himself and of the Bijuu he contained. What kind of ed-up logic is that? Demanded Naruto, his pupils shifting into slits due to his anger. It is the only logic I need, one I'm sure you understand. You and I are the same, I can feel it. I knew the first time we met. You said you would show Kankuro what a real animal was. In that moment I knew you and I were the same, we are both monsters. As you can guess, I had a messed up childhood. I was brought into this world by taking the life of the woman I would have called my mother. To make me the ultimate shinobi, my father attached the incarnation of San Shikaku to me through ninjutsu. I was born a monster. I guess that's one way to show your son love. Mused Naruto, though already preparing himself to hear the worst. Love, don't judge me with such a feeble measuring stick. Family, all it is to me is pieces of meat connected to me through murderous intent and hatred. By sacrificing my mother's life, I was to become the village's greatest masterpiece. As the Kazekage's son, he taught me the shinobi arts, and I was spoiled and allowed to do whatever I pleased. I thought that was love, until the incident that changed everything when I learned the truth. What happened? Questioned Naruto, dreading the answer. Since the day I turned 6 years old, my father has tried countless times to assassinate me. Naruto wasn't the only one to freeze at these words, for back within the village everyone else who'd been listening to the story had also froze, with those at the Hokage monument blanching at the words. Since they had started, they had been joined at the entrance by all of the visitors from space, with all the Chunin thankful that they couldn't be seen from this particular entrance. While the visitors and the genin were horrified that someone's parents could do such a thing, the expressions on the group of upper-level shinobi's faces had darkened as each of them reflected on the treatment of their own resident demon container. Meanwhile, in another portion of the village, the Kage himself found himself wilting under the combined glares of the resurrected Hokages and Miyako, telling him in no uncertain terms the level of harm they wished upon him. A being too strong is an existence to fear. Born through jutsu, my spirit was unstable, and it seems the idiots of the village finally realized that something was wrong. To the Kage, I was the village's trump card, but at the same time a dangerous existence, and by the time I was 6 it was determined I was too dangerous. As the village's dangerous tool, I was to be handled with care. To them I am simply a relic from the past that they wish would disappear. Then why am I alive? Why do I exist? For those questions I could find no answer. But as you know, to live you need a reason, otherwise it's the same as being dead. One day I came to a conclusion: I exist to kill every human aside from myself. I had finally found relief within the fear of death, of never knowing when someone would try to assassinate me. By continuing to kill the assassins, I understood the reason to keep on living. Fighting for yourself, living while loving only yourself. If you think that everyone else exists simply to allow you to experience that feeling, nothing is better than that world. As long as there are people in this world for me to kill, to keep enjoying that feeling of living, then my existence will not vanish. Finished Gaara while Naruto closed his eyes. Now make me feel alive. At these words, Naruto's eyes snapped open to find the large construct rushing forward. At the same time, Gamabunta surged forward. There was a flash, and suddenly the two giants stopped, engaged in a struggle, the Toad Boss's Tanto against the Bijuu's left arm. Narrowing his eyes, Gamabunta put all his strength behind the blade, which caused the blade to slice up and through the arm, with the Toad losing his grip on the blade and causing it to go flying while the Bijuu staggered back. Leaping away, the Toad just barely managed to dodge the blow from the Bijuu's right arm before he leapt up into the air to gain some distance. Seeing this, Gaara placed his hands in a seal and for several moments was still before his body slumped forward, though still anchored in place by the sand surrounding his waist. "Yes, I'm out. Look here, there's already someone here to kill," came the voice of the sand demon. Suddenly it shot a ball of air from its mouth at quick speeds, which Gamabunta only just managed to dodge by taking to the air. Turning towards them, Shikamaru fired 2 more air bullets, only for them to be blocked as Gamabunta spat out 2 water bullets in quick succession. What the two weren't prepared for was the 3rd air bullet that Shikamaru had fired, which proceeded to strike the Toad Boss directly in the gut, and causing him to fall to the ground, an impact that shook the entire village. He say goodbye. As he said this, Shikamaru arched his head back as a large black ball of chakra began to gather before his mouth before compressing enough for him to swallow it. As he did so, Shikamaru's mass increased exponentially before he exhaled a massive beam of pure power exploding from his mouth before descending on the summoned boss and causing a massive explosion. "Haha, I killed him. Who's next?" On Jurai, a dead silence had come across the room, its occupants still watching the broadcast. Washu had apparently used mobile cameras as they had followed Naruto when he had exited the stadium and made his trek across the village. They had seen as he had used his stealth abilities to take out the invaders, and they'd watched him as he had battled Gaara, and even seen the confrontation with Shikamaru before the beam it unleashed caused the cameras to white out when it struck the downed Toad. "Just what the hell is that thing?" questioned Kuramitsu Masao, fear coloring his tone. "Naruto, please be okay, we just found you," whispered Funaho, her body having gone rigid when the beast unleashed the blast. Tatsuki Atsuko had also gone rigid at the sight and held Misaki's hand in a death grip as she waited for the screen to clear. Though she had never met him, she couldn't stomach the idea that she had just witnessed the death of her great-grandson, and if she had, she would be going down to Furia herself, and damn the rules. However, as the smoke cleared, she found herself along with everyone else gasping in awe. Back on Furia, the group of genin were looking on in shock at the wall of smoke that blocked their view. Hinata herself had collapsed to her knees and had been caught luckily by Iruka before she could hit the ground. Despite this, her eyes did not leave the cloud of smoke, and she did nothing to remove her gaze from it, as she hoped beyond anything that her crush had survived, unknowing of the trail of tears that fell from her eyes. "Didobe?" breathed Sasuke in shock before that shock turned to anger, and his Sharingan flared to life, spinning with his fury before stopping, showing a trio of Tomo resting within each eye. "Naruto?" breathed Sakura, collapsing into Ino's arms as the blonde held her friend who was crying heavily. Sasami herself had gone rigid, yet her eyes had turned hard as she focused outwards. Her body shook with anger, and she was barely holding back on summoning her own ship and wiping the sand beast out of existence herself. She, along with everyone else, however, was soon given the answer, and was soon gazing upon the scene before them in awe. Back in the forest, Shikaku had stopped his celebration as the smoke had begun to clear. As it did, it revealed a sight that shocked the tailed beast into silence. The Toad Boss and his summoner both stood unharmed from the attack. However, that wasn't the most shocking thing concerning this, as just in front of them was what appeared to be a shield of pure energy that had held up to his technique. The shield itself was made up of seemingly separate arcs of energy with Naruto at their center. Two of these arcs began at his shoulders and shot upwards, while another began at his waist and shot downward, covering the entirety of Gamabunta's body, at least the center of it. Two more took up space on his left and right, shooting downward at an angle to cover the portions of the Toad Boss the center on mist. Finally, there was two additional pairs shooting out to his sides, forming two arcs on each side, all in all a total of 9 arcs. From his position atop the Toad Boss, Naruto's eyes burned a crimson red with a vertical slit pupil as he eyed the Bijuu. "Goodbye, Shikaku," said Naruto, his voice echoing out with a double tone as if two voices spoke out at once. Suddenly the arcs at his side separated and shot outwards, now showing 4 individual arcs and leaving Naruto with 5 for protection. Faster than the tailed beast could react, the arcs shot forward, each one cutting through his 3 remaining limbs and his tail, leaving the tailed beast hovering for only a moment. Suddenly there were several flashes of light as the arcs shot all around the Bijuu before shooting back to Naruto and rejoining his shield before the shield faded away, its purpose complete. For a moment all was silent and still before the Bijuu construct crumbled, leaving the now awake Gaara to free fall. Gamabunta lost the last of his energy at just that moment, and dispelled as well the explosion, pushing Gaara so that he landed on a rather thick branch while Naruto did the same. The blonde himself was panting heavily, and sweat covered his form, yet his once again blue eyes did not break their gaze with Gaara's shocked green ones. As they regarded each other, the two of them realized at the exact same time that they were both completely spent, and this fight was basically over. Gamabunta's Tanto chose just that moment to dispel, and as if it was a signal, the two genin shot towards the other, leaping off their respective branches, each determined to emerge the victor. The decision, however, was shown quickly, as while both had their fists strike the other in the jaw, Gaara's had barely affected Naruto, whose only reaction was the turning of the cheek, while Naruto's had sent Gaara flying backwards. The two fell to the ground at the same time, Gaara on his back and Naruto on his front. Gaara found himself unable to move, the pain he felt leaving his body incapable of following his mind's directions. Naruto, however, was used to pain, and though it took him a bit of struggle, he managed to push himself to his hands and knees and then to his feet. As he moved forward, it was clear that he was damaged significantly, as he moved with a limp and his left arm was cradled, and he was doing his best not to move it. To Gaara, however, it was no longer the blonde he'd been fighting that was approaching him, but the Shinigami himself. Stay back. My existence will not end. I won't allow it, exclaimed Gaara, watching fearfully as the blonde continued to approach before he stopped and sat himself down heavily. How are you so strong? Questioned Gaara after a few minutes of silence. You were right, the two of us are the same. For a long time I had no idea why I existed at all. All I knew was that the vast majority of the villagers hated me, even my own teachers at the academy, and in truth deep down I hated them too. For a long time I only cared about myself. I had no parents or even any idea who they were. Hell, for all I knew they had left me in this hell. For a while after the orphanage put me out, I lived on the street doing whatever I had to do to survive. Then one day I met this guy. He'd found me digging through the garbage behind his shop, and despite everything I had believed up until then, he invited me into his shop and fed me. His name is Tucci. He invited me into his home and cleaned me up and even introduced me to his daughter Iam. He told me I never had to steal again, or dig through trash for a meal, that I would always be welcome in his shop and in his home. The next day he had brought the Hokage to see me, and before I knew it I had a new apartment, and fresh clothes and running water, and he would bring me food once a week. To this day I go back to that shop every day, where he always has a bowl of ramen ready for me, and his daughter always welcomed me with a smile. One day I decided I was going to become a shinobi, but through the academy, unlike the rest of my class, I never had a reason as to why. You're supposed to love the village or make your clan proud or whatever. I had no clan and I really didn't care for the village. I just thought it would be cool to be able to breathe fire or create hurricanes and tsunamis from nothing, so I thought, why not become Hokage? That way I'll know the best techniques and be the strongest around. I still didn't have a purpose, a reason for my existence, so I spent most of my time pulling pranks since those were fun. The academy was boring and most of the teachers would kick me out anyway before I even did anything. Then one day not that long ago I met a girl. Her name was Haku. She was different than every girl I had met to that point. She was just like me, and looking back I guess it's not surprising I fell for her so easily. One day she came to me while I was training and she told me something. She said, when you have something to protect, that's when you become truly strong. She died 2 days later when a coward by the name of Gato shot her through the chest with a crossbow bolt, and I of course killed Gato in retaliation. For the first time I could understand the villagers' hatred of me, as misguided as it was. There I was, having just watched the girl I had come to love dying and having avenged her, yet I felt nothing after claiming retribution. Sure, Gato was dead, but so was Haku, and I had been just a few seconds too late to save her. It was only later that, after I buried her and stood before her grave, that I realized something. Though she was gone, I still have Tucci and Iam. Now I have Sasami and Hinata. I have Kakashi, who despite his perverted tendencies is the closest thing I have to an uncle. I have my teammate Sakura, who I just found out is my cousin, and Sasuke, even if he's a bastard, and an Uchiha. I have the old man Hokage, who has been there for me at any time I need him. I have my mother's family, who have crossed the vastness of space itself when they learned of my existence. I have a demented old lady who turns out to be my dad's mother, who pushes me harder in training than even I thought was possible. I have this village which my family built, which my parents sacrificed themselves to save. Most importantly, I have the fox who has kept me alive against all odds for the last 13 years, despite how we came to be together. You say you exist to kill. I exist to protect all those I hold dear and to deliver the wrath of the Kyuubi himself to all those who would threaten them. Finished the blonde, his eyes once again becoming slitted, and for just an instant Gaara could see it, the form of the Kyuubi in all its terrifying might, crouched over the blonde and roaring out, accepting any and all challengers to its might. Naruto, Gaara. The cries came from two separate sources as 4 individuals landed within the clearing. On one hand you had Kakashi and Guy, who had leapt from the trees and landed in front of the blonde protectively. On the other you had Kankuro and Temari, who had done the same for Gaara, standing defensively before their younger brother. Love, huh? Is that why he's so strong? Mused Gaara out loud. Let them go, said Naruto as soon as the 2 jounin had shifted. Naruto, we can't just, started Guy, only to be cut off. As far as I know, we have no problem with Suna. This was between me and Gaara, it was something I had to see to on my own, said Naruto. I understand, said Kakashi, and he did. The truth was, Naruto had expressed his concerns about Gaara to Jiraiya prior to the main matches. Earlier in the day, while Naruto had been facing the Suna Genin in the arena, Jiraiya had in turn relayed those concerns to Kakashi. Naruto and Gaara were 2 sides of the same coin, and Naruto had wondered which of the 2 had been right in their decisions. This meeting was something that both of them had needed to see through to exorcise their demons. Take your brother and return to your hotel. Guy will escort you so you don't have any trouble, said Kakashi before picking up his student and surrogate nephew and placing him on his back before leaping away. Watching him go for a moment longer, Temari and Kankuro soon turned their attention to their sibling, lifting him up and balancing him out on each of their shoulders as they followed after Guy on their way back to the village. Kankuro, Temari, I'm sorry for everything, said Gaara softly, getting looks of shock from his siblings before they turned into small smiles. It didn't take long for Kakashi to make it back to the village, where he found that things were already settling back down. The invasion was over once Shikaka had made its appearance. Most of the Otonin that hadn't been killed had turned tail and ran. Bijuu was out in force, and Kakashi soon found himself surrounded with his own escort as they entered the village gates. "So what's going on?" questioned Kakashi. "Wrap up, senpai. Most of the invaders have been put down. Unfortunately, Orochimaru managed to escape after the tailed beast ball was fired. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama nearly had them, but one of his guards managed to catch them in some kind of webbing which gave them just enough time to escape," explained a Nico-masked operative with long purple hair. "Kakashi-senpai just received word that Hokage-sama wants you to report to him after dropping Naruto-kun at the hospital. We've already got a room and a guard set up for him," explained a bull-masked operative. Much later in the day found the Hokage and his 2 remaining loyal students standing before a full Shinobi Council, or the War Council as it was often called. Also in attendance was the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and the most prominent of available jounin as additions to the usual numbers. For the most part, the Hokage was pleased that things had worked as well as they had for their village. While there was some damage, loss of life wasn't massive as it would have been had they been caught completely unaware. The village also hadn't been hit with the full brunt of the invading troops. Prior to the fighting, he'd sent the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans out in force to root out those who could cause problems, like summoning giant snakes on the village. Civilian casualties had also been minimized as evacuation had started prior to the actual invasion. In fact, it had started during Naruto and Gaara's match. There was a bit of damage to buildings and the roads, but not anything completely irreparable for the most part. Unfortunately, our person of interest Yakushi Kabuto managed to escape as well, said Marino Ibiki, finishing his report. "Do we have any knowledge on where they will go?" questioned Hiruzen. Well, as part of her integration package, young Karen was happy to provide us with a detailed map of what she knew of the base in Rice Field Country. "Unfortunately, he's got bases built everywhere, so tracking him may be difficult," said Ibiki. "Alright, what about our shinobi? How did they fare?" questioned the Hokage. "As of now, we've got 100 confirmed injuries. 60% of them are minor. Of those 100, however, 20 are now confirmed Kia. Those numbers could have been higher, but Naruto's hellhounds made some appearances and many that could have been lost got some lucky saves," explained Nara Shikaku. "Alright, for now I want to put the village on lockdown. Nobody gets in and no one gets out. Let him squirm for now. I want to focus on defense for the meeting tomorrow," said Hiruzen. "Are you serious? We're attacked and you want to let them run and hide so they can try again?" questioned Danzo, his tone incredulous. "You're right, Danzo. We were attacked today. I was sealed into a barrier where I was unable to help any of my shinobi. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai, along with Koharu and Hamura, were all in the arena fighting for their lives. Everyone in this room has spilled blood today, but during all of this, where were you?" questioned Hiruzen, causing a hush to come over the room, with Danzo narrowing his good eye. "I know where you were. While we were all fighting for our lives, you were hiding underground in your own personal bunker with the root ninja that I had ordered to be shut down. How do I know this? Because the Shodai himself told me so after he was freed from the control of the Edo Tensei when someone questioned your whereabouts. You, who had once been my rival and claimed to want to wear the hat of Hokage, were hiding while we were all out fighting, and a genin was out there fighting the Ichibi. In fact, I know you weren't in the arena at all today. So let me tell you that if I discover that you had anything at all to do with this, or even any forewarning it would happen, there will be no trial, no imprisonment, simply an execution, as it is the only reason you are in this room is because I don't trust you outside of my sight. You will not stir up cries of war when you are too much of a coward to even defend our home," said Hiruzen, focusing all of his ire and killing intent onto the man who could only grit his teeth as his eyes narrowed on the Hokage, who turned his attention away from him. "Kakashi, how is Naruto holding up?" questioned Hiruzen after a few moments of silence. "Level 3 chakra exhaustion. His left forearm was broken and he sprained his right ankle. The medics are waiting for his chakra to recover before giving any kind of time estimate for his recovery, considering his healing factor," explained Kakashi. "I'll take care of the injuries when we leave here. However, the chakra exhaustion should be recovered from naturally," said Tsunade, reminding everyone of her presence. She had been silent throughout the entirety of the meeting, and her mind had actually been more on the talk that she'd had with her grandfather after Orochimaru had run away than on the happenings with the meeting. She had explained to him about the decimation of the clan and that as far as she had known she was the last one left and that she'd left the village after her brother Nawaki had been killed. He had listened to her as she spoke and then had offered his own counsel regarding the subject. She remembered that her grandfather had spoiled her rotten when she was a child, but he was surprisingly mature when he needed to be. He had offered her the advice that the best place for her to be was in the village. After all, it had been policy that had in the end had cost her brother his life, and she couldn't affect policy outside of the village. Alright, now on to the last order of business. After the meeting tomorrow and after the various leaders have left the village, we will begin the process of selecting a new Hokage, stated Hiruzen, shocking everyone with these words. Or you could skip the hassle and name me your successor now, stated Tsunade, surprising everyone who knew her stance on the village. Are you sure about this? Questioned Hiruzen. There is no better choice. Jiraiya has his spy network and can't remain in the village for long periods of time. Danzo, as you have said, is apparently a coward. No one will respect him if it comes out he didn't lift a finger to help today. He can never become Hokage. That leaves Kakashi as the most likely choice. However, he has a genuine team and I doubt he even wants the job. However, I do want it. There are certain things that need to be done, and I can only make sure they are done if I'm the one in charge, said Tsunade. Very well. After the summit, I will begin training Tsunade to take over as Hokage over the next few months. In 6 months' time, she will be Hokage. Within a large house, a group of children could be seen playing around the sitting room while a group of adults looked on. The oldest child was a boy with deep blue eyes and bright, wavy blonde hair which flares out on the sides, and in a hogue that which resembles the stem of a leaf. His face was a bit round in shaping and he had 2 whisker-like markings on his each cheek. He wore a pair of green shorts and a white shirt with a large spiral on the front, and had a bright smile on his face. Beneath him on the floor, a little girl was laughing and squirming as she was currently being tickled. She had short dark blue hair with straight bangs within a hogue at the top and 2 whisker-like markings on each of her cheeks. When they opened, her eyes revealed themselves to pale blue in color and lacking pupils, and was wearing yellow shorts and a matching top. Across from them, engaged in their own tickle war, were 2 more children, one a girl with light teal-colored hair tied in pigtails that went to her shoulders and deep violet eyes. She also possessed 2 whisker-like markings on each cheek and wore a pair of blue shorts and a white top. The last child possessed deep fiery red hair that was pulled into a ponytail and deep blue eyes. He, like the rest of the children, had 2 whisker-like markings on each cheek and wore a pair of white shorts and a purple shirt. Watching them from their places on a large couch, 3 women could be seen smiling. Suddenly another figure entered the room, this one being a large fox about the size of a wolf with bright orange fur and 9 tails, which caused the children to squeal in delight, which caused the fox to chuckle. "Oh, where's my love?" questioned a voice, causing the children to look up. The person before them was a man with short, spiky blonde hair and deep blue eyes. He wore a pair of black pants and sandals along with a black uniform-style jacket with an orange zipper that features several buttons on the waist and sleeves, allowing him to fold up the left sleeve and rear coattails, giving him easy access to the pouches on the back of his belt. He wears a red armband with an Uzumaki crest on his left arm, while his right one was covered completely in bandages, which was supporting a large box. Atop his head rested an elastic band with a metal plate with the Konoha insignia imprinted on it, and finally he wore a white sleeveless haori decorated with orange flames rising from the bottom, and the triangular hat with the kanji for fire that marked him as Hokage. "Daddy!" exclaimed the children before the man was rushed. The man laughed as his kids all rushed him, as he knew it was rare for him to be able to make it home this early lately. The screams, however, attracted the attention of a trio of women who entered the room only to smile upon seeing the man. "Naruto-kun, you're early!" exclaimed one of the women. "Paperwork can wait. I wanted to spend some time with my family," said the man, getting all 3 women to smile, as did the kids. "Now, as for you lot, I've been talking with Kurama, and we think it's about time you each got a hound of your own," said Naruto, getting the kids to look up with wide, excited eyes. "However, you've got to earn them. Are you up to it?" questioned Naruto, getting eager nods from the kids. Alright, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to help Daddy prank Uncle Kiba. At these words, all the kids developed mischievous grins to match their fathers. Yamada Neji awoke, with a smile to the early morning sun. The future was looking up. Despite the fact that the shinobi system as it currently was had been in place for nearly a century, and that the shinobi clans themselves had been around generations prior, there was much that people still did not know. The greatest mystery as far as shinobi concerned were the Bijuu, the group of 9 greater beings who through no actual fault of their own had become known as demons. The Bijuu themselves were chakra constructs which had gained form and consciousness all their own, though no one knew how. What people did know, however, was that they were power incarnate, and through greed and desire for more and more power they had become thought of as tools, weapons that the 5 great villages could utilize at their will. There were legends centering around each of the 9, that their number of tails signified their levels of power or the order in which they came into creation. Other legends say that they were manifestations of negative emotions that had gained sentience. Of course, the vast majority of the legends were horribly incorrect, as were the so-called facts that centered around them. There was one fact about the Bijuu, however, that no one knew of, and the Bijuu themselves had no plans of anyone learning of the secret. The secret in question being that they could all communicate with each other telepathically at any time and regardless of what was going on with them in the physical plane. In fact, there existed a separate plane in which they convened where they could speak with no one the wiser. That is exactly what was happening right now, or rather 8 of them were laughing their tails off while the 9th one scowled and sulked. "Shut up, it's not funny," exclaimed Shikaku, his scowl more like a pout. "It's hilarious!" exclaimed another of the tail beasts, this one taking the form of a large ape with red fur and 4 tails. "All that tough talk, and you get your ass kicked by a 13-year-old brat," howled the 6-tailed slug. "Still, we must admit the kid is special. I've never seen a technique like that last one he pulled, nor anything that could stand up to a Baijudama," mused the 8-tailed Bijuu seriously. "True enough, and he descends from Azura's line, doesn't he?" questioned the twin-tailed cat. "He does. He is both Uzumaki and Senju," spoke the fox. "This isn't the first time the lines have crossed. That's how majority of those sub-element bloodlines came about," stated the 5-tailed dolphin horse. "That brat is too dangerous. How long do you plan on letting him live?" questioned the 4 tails, also now serious. "I have no intention of killing him at this point. He intrigues me. However, I did call you all here to speak of him," said the fox, getting everyone's attention as he suddenly sat up from his lying down position. Elsewhere, unknowing of the current meeting, Naruto could be found within Konoha's hospital, having just finished getting dressed. He had only woken once during the night, and had been told that the battle was over and they'd managed to come out victorious, which had allowed him to rest easy. He'd woken earlier in the day, yet had barely been able to make it out of his private bathroom before he was met by Kakashi, who had wanted a complete debrief, which thankfully he'd been able to just tell the man. After Kakashi had left, he himself had tried leaving, only to be met with a pair of ANBU who had been positioned outside his window and had basically forced him back inside. The doctors wanted to keep him longer due to his chakra exhaustion, but he'd reasoned that he could rest at home as he had no intention of laying up in a hospital, and there were people who could and actually did need the room more than he did. Thankfully, Kakashi had brought with him a change of clothes for the blonde, as what he had been wearing had been utterly destroyed during the fight with Gaara. Still, he was under strict orders to rest as he was still suffering from minor chakra exhaustion, and even though the bone in his left forearm had been reset and his ankle had already been treated, neither of them were completely healed. This, however, was due to his chakra exhaustion, as his healing ran on chakra, which he didn't have enough of at this point. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" questioned a voice from behind him, which caused him to stiffen from his position at the desk. Turning, he was greeted to the sight of both Sasami and Hinata, both of whom clearly looked worried. Hinata, however, appeared to be accompanied by another young girl who was most likely her little sister Hanabi. Also in attendance were Washu and Eri, his green-haired grandmother having been the one who had spoken. "Checking out. I've got a few things I need to do today. First, I need some real food, then I need to go check up on Ayame and Tochijiji," said the blonde. "You should be resting," said Sasami with a frown. "I'm not confined to bed rest, I just can't do anything strenuous until I finish healing up," said the blonde with a shrug. They're fine, they were among the first to be evacuated, and Ayam-chan wanted me to tell you not to do anything stupid," said Washu, causing Naruto to sigh. "Your mother never liked sitting around either, said it made her feel like an invalid. Come on, we'll go back to the house, and you can rest while Lady Washu runs her own tests," said Eri, rubbing the blonde atop the head. "What time is the meeting today?" questioned the blonde as they began making their way out. 3 o'clock. Hiruzen pushed it back after everything that happened yesterday, said Washu, getting a nod from Naruto. Within the Inuzuka compound, Kiba could be seen wiping his hands on a towel, having just finished cleaning his plate from his breakfast. Contrary to all the jokes and belief of his graduating class as an Inuzuka with a superior sense of smell, he took cleanliness quite seriously. Looking up at the clock to his right, he found he still had an hour until he needed to be at the mission office, which meant 45 minutes until he had to meet up with his team. Kiba. The sound of his mother's voice behind him caused him to freeze and tense. He hadn't spoken to her at all yesterday, so he was hoping she forgot that bit about him fighting in the underground with all the excitement between the matches and the invasion. Wasn't likely, but he had hope. "Come sit down," called the woman, causing him to sigh. She wanted to talk, not good. Placing the towel down on the rack above the sink for it to dry, he made his way to the table and sat down across from her. "I've been hearing lots of things about you for the last 24 hours. Every time someone comes up to me, no matter what conversation we had, they always said your son gave a good fight. I'm proud of you, pup," said the woman, shocking Kiba. "That said, you actually impressed a lot of people with how you fought yesterday. So no matter what happens, promotion or no promotion, we'll be stepping up your training. If you're to succeed me as Alpha, we should start training you now," said Sam, getting Kiba to nearly choke on air. "Alpha, I thought Hana," started Kiba, only for Tsum to shake her head in the negative. "Hana will have a different role, but no less important. I've sent in a betrothal request for her with Naruto," explained Tsum. "What?" exclaimed Kiba, eyes wide, showing his mother he had no idea about it. Naruto turned it down, gave some excuse about animals having bad reactions to him. "Your father, however, thinks he turned it down for you," said Sim. "I don't get it," said Kiba, his confusion evident. "Naruto grew up an orphan and practically raised himself. Because of this, he values his bonds higher than most. His friendship and loyalty to you will not let him do something that he thinks would be a betrayal of that bond." "Does Hana know about this?" questioned Kiba, his mind scrambling. "I asked for it," came the voice of his sister, further shocking him as his head snapped over the room's entrance. "After the meeting where Naruto's heritage was announced, I pulled Mom aside and asked her to set up the arrangement," said Hana, moving in and taking her own seat at the table. "Why?" questioned Kiba. "I'm not alpha material, Kiba, I know that. Even with the way our clan works, everyone pretty much assumes I'll be the next alpha. I'm not a leader, Kiba, and I'm not comfortable trying to do so. I'm comfortable in the clinic healing. By marrying outside of the clan and into another one, I can escape and still be of use to the clan, just in a different way," explained Hana. "But why Naruto? I mean, he's my age," said Kiba, the conversation clearly frustrating him. "His mother was well over 200 years old when she passed during the Kyuubi attack. According to what I've read from the packet they gave Mom, once we officially join the Jurai Empire, all of our lifespans will increase drastically. We could all live to be well over 1,000 years old unless killed in battle. I don't think a 5-year age gap will make much of a difference," said Hana, causing Kiba's head to hit the table. "Kiba, look at it this way. With Hana doing this, it would basically make you and Naruto brothers," said Sim. "Hana, do you have any idea what you're asking for? Naruto is going to have more than one wife. Are you really willing to step into that?" questioned Kiba. "I'm aware, the current emperor has 2 wives. His cousin Tenchi has 4 finances, Yamada Sena, the other heir, has 4 wives as well," said Hana. 5. That cabbit that Neji always has is one of Washu's daughters. When she gets older, she'll look very similar. She's Sena's 5th wife," said Kiba. "Really?" questioned Simon, surprised. "Yeah. Her older sister Ryoki is always with Sasami. Naruto told me she has another form that looks like a little girl, maybe 5 or 6. said Kiba, surprising both females. "I'll talk to Naruto, get him to at least consider it again. But Hana, you have to find him and talk to him too." Sasami and Hinata had to convince him to accept their betrothals. If you don't show him you're serious, he'll still deny it," said Kiba, standing from his seat and leaving the table. "I have to meet my team, I'll see you guys later," spoke the young male. Hyuga Hanabi sat calmly within the large compound as she eyed the people around her. Despite her outward appearance, however, her mind was racing frantically, trying to figure out just what to make of things. She had believed for a few years now that everyone had a destiny that was unchangeable. Nobles acted one way, commoners acted another, there were winners and losers. Yet what these people did and said defied everything she had been led to believe. There was not a case more clear than the boy they had come here with, Uzumaki Naruto. She remembered a few years earlier she and her caretaker had come across him in the village, being yelled out by a stall owner who'd called him a curse on the village. Her caretaker Natsu had been with her at the time, and she remembered her telling her to never speak with him. "Ryo, for your thoughts," came a voice from beside her. Looking up, she was greeted to the sight of the green-haired woman. "Eri, I'm confused. None of this makes any sense. Everyone has a destiny, mine is to protect the Hyuga. Hinata Onisama is a failure, Uzumaki Naruto is an outcast, yet they betrothed my Onisama to him and celebrate when before we weren't to so much as speak to him," said Hanabi quietly. "Naruto-kun, he's the son of the Yondaime Hokage and the grandson of the Nidaime Hokage," started Eri, shocking Hanabi at this news. "His mother, my daughter, was a princess. The day they died, their last act was to seal the Kyuubi inside of Naruto, the same day he was born. Their hope was that he would learn to use its power to protect the village. The problem is the villagers wanted someone to blame. Most of them have no idea about what caused the attack, only that the fox was sealed inside Naruto, so they blame him," explained Eri. "But that's not his fault," said Hanabi, "just as it is no fault of Hinata-chan's that your clan elders think she's weak. Hinata-chan is kind, in fact she is the kindest person I've ever met. Your clan elders believe that it's a weakness, but sometimes someone showing just a single act of kindness can be the greatest strength. The reason Naruto accepted the betrothal wasn't because of anything your clan elders think, he doesn't care for your bloodline limit at all. He accepted because Hinata has always been kind to him, one of the few people in his life to ever be so with no ulterior motive. It's that same kindness that has affected your life. If she had not been so kind and changed her own destiny, can you honestly say that you would be your clan's next leader? You won your spar because Hinata-chan let you, your father knows this. It earned your sister the ridicule of certain members of your clan, sure, but you now get top-notch training. Hinata-chan did her job in protecting you, she's never doubted that was the right decision," explained Eri. Elsewhere within the compound, in the subspace that Washu had created to enter her lab, Naruto could be seen lying back on a reclining chair, like one would find at a dental office, minus the arms. Several wires were attached to him as Washu was in the process of running her tests. "Well, this is interesting," said Washu, breaking the silence that had descended on the room. "Enough so I can go eat?" questioned Naruto hopefully. "Sure, come on," said Washu, hopping out of her seat with Naruto quickly leaving his and following her out of the room. Once outside the lab, they found themselves with quite the packed house. Now seated within were not only the usual suspects, but in addition to them were Jiraiya, Shizen and Tsunade, that is not to mention Hinata and Hanabi, who they themselves had invited. Also in attendance was the Haruno family, who had also been invited to breakfast. As the duo emerged from the lab, most of the talking ceased as everyone's eyes went to the unusually serious Washu. "What's wrong?" questioned Ryuko Hakudi, seeing the look, though already planning her escape if needed. "Breakfast first, business later," said Washu, taking a seat herself. Naruto also chose that time to get seated, causing Hinata to blush hotly as he sat down to her left. Naruto would admit, if only to himself, that he enjoyed the reaction that his mere presence would cause in the Hyuga heiress. While his old self had simply thought her weird thanks to the knowledge dumped into him by Yoshio, he now knew that she was simply crushing on him majorly. Speaking of crushes, he really wished someone would have taken the time to talk to him about those type of things earlier, as with his lack of knowledge he thought that the connection he felt to Sakura had been something completely different than it actually was. Slowly conversation started back up, and before long everyone was once again engaged in conversation, with the exception of Washu, who was still deep in thought. "So Gaki, how are you feeling?" questioned Jiraiya from his position across from the blonde. Not too bad. I figure once I eat my fill I should be good as new, said Naruto with a shrug. You suffered level 3 chakra exhaustion that should put you down for a few days. You shouldn't even be out of the hospital, said Tsunade, frowning slightly. Naruto Dano's body is special. His body turns food into energy at a phenomenal rate. Before, he used to gorge himself on at least 20 bowls of ramen in order to maintain his energy output. Because of this, I created a special formula that, when included with his food, allow him to regain his energy with less intake, said Washu. Similar to the Akimichi clan then, their bodies automatically convert fat into chakra, mused Jiraiya. Naruto is a much more advanced case. The energy he creates affects his entire body, not just his chakra network. His brain processes with nearly 5 times the power of the average Jiraiyan's. According to the records I've been able to get my hands on, it's the exact same as his mother's, said Washu, causing a stony face to come over Tsunade while the temperature in the room suddenly cooled drastically. Those words never left your mouth, and you will never mention it again, said Tsunade as a heavy pressure descended on the room. Tsunadeheim, you should calm down. Everyone in this room has a connection to him. No one would like to see him hurt, said Jiraiya, placing a hand on his shoulders. Perhaps not, but there are certain things that should never be said or learned. As both Senju and Uzumaki, I myself have to make sure certain secrets stay that way. I'm certain the 2 Hyuga girls understand. It would be like someone trying to tell secrets of the Byakugan in front of them, said Tsunade. Can these things really be that bad if learned? Questioned Ika. The Uzumaki clan was attacked and their home destroyed by 3 of the 5 great villages for what those people thought the Uzumaki were capable of. If anyone actually knew, they wouldn't try to kill him, they'd experiment on him in order to replicate it for themselves. That is the world we live in, and why people are killed simply for attempting to leak those secrets, said Tsunade. I see, said Yosho, his tone calm as he nodded, his understanding arms crossed over his chest. Nisama? Questioned Ika. Her worry is understandable. For her, those secrets are of the same importance, if not more so, as the secrets of Jurian tree ships, explained Yosho, getting understanding to dawn on those who understood. Jurians were especially paranoid when it came to the tree ships. Do not misunderstand. I have no problem with you all learning those secrets in time. However, that time is not now. Naruto is only 13. Such secrets would not be divulged to him until such time as he was properly groomed to take over as clan head. Furthermore, such secrets cannot be given to you until such time as Naruto marries. Those are the laws for both Senju and Uzumaki clans, explained Tsunade. Would those same rules not apply then for Minato and Ichika? Questioned Sito, getting Tsunade to frown in thought. I suppose. As Ichika and Kushina merged, they technically became the same person, meaning the Keki Genkai would have been spread to both bodies. I know for a fact that she told Minato after they married. Genkai-sensei, you were already aware of it, correct? Mused Tsunade before turning the question to the pink-haired woman in her elder appearance. I am. However, I believe they already know. Prior to either of our arrivals in the village, Naruto had already undergone a physical with Washu-san, so they already have a good idea of most of the effects, just not the cause, which I believe Washu-san has just discovered, said the elder woman, causing Tsunade to frown. I see. I had not known of that. Naruto, you should know I am now your primary physician. Anything you need medically, you come to me first. If I'm not available, then you go to Shizen. Outside of that, if you consent to it, then Washu-san would be free to run her tests, but only if she consents to being your physician when you head to Jurai, said Tsunade. You're not going? Questioned Naruto, finally breaking his silence. It hasn't been announced yet outside of the Shinobi Council, so keep this a secret. In 6 months' time, I'll be taking over as Hokage. As much as I would like to join you, I unfortunately cannot, explained Tsunade. Well, while I'm more of a scientist, I did do some work as a nurse. It's been quite some time, but I can look after Naruto Dano's health, said Washu. Still, I'm surprised it's that serious to need a private doctor, said Seina. All clan heirs have private doctors. Because of the specialized needs and secrets regarding clans, we need them. I had one as well growing up. I'm sure both Hinata and Hanabi have one, and Naruto always had one. However, he retired after the invasion, explained Tsunade. What does that mean for me? I've never had a private doctor. I usually see whoever is available. said Sakura. Before we make the announcement of your heritage, I'll have your records sealed. As with Naruto, I'll be your private doctor and Shizen your secondary, said Tsunade. Food's ready, came the call from the kitchen in Sasame's cheerful voice. With that announcement and the arrival of the food supported by Sasame, Noik and Mihoshi, it brought an end to the serious atmosphere. Breakfast had turned out to be a feast of epic proportions, and Tsunade had to admit she hadn't tasted such wonderful cooking in quite a while. As she'd spent the last decade constantly moving from one place to another, high-quality meals had become a rarity for her and Shizen. Many, however, had been surprised when the Senju woman had eaten almost as much as Naruto. Washu wasn't having a greater idea now of how Naruto's and Tsunade's bodies work thanks to the tests she'd run. By the time they finished, Naruto was leaning back, an air of contentment escaping him as he patted his now full stomach. So Washu-chan, have you figured out how Naruto's able to create his own light hawk wings? Questioned Ika. The tests were inconclusive, stated the scientist, surprising several people. But you have a theory, said Sito, her eyes narrowed. Of course, the last time this happened it was with Tenchi Dano. So I know he's a potential, just not if he's actually a higher level, stated Washu. What do you mean by potential? Questioned Tsunade with a frown. He is potentially a higher level existence, or in simple terms a god. The shield he created in the battle against Shikaku was composed of 9 light hawk wings, which are generally known as the ultimate shield. In truth, however, light hawk wings are manifestations of energy from a higher plane of existence. Light hawk wings take a phenomenal amount of energy to create due to their nature, and can usually only be created by Jurai and tree ships due to their connection with tsunami, and even then can only summon 3 at most, explained Washu. Who? Questioned Jiraiya. Tsunami Kami-sama is one of the Choshin, the 3 goddesses who created the universe, said Eri. The 3 goddesses in time came to believe in the existence of a higher level being, one that was beyond even them. They altered time and space in order to create anomalies that would either make this being appear or create one. They succeeded, and people appeared who possessed the ability to manifest their own light hawk wings, who are known as potentials, explained Washu. Several hours later found a group of people sitting within Konoha's council chambers. The atmosphere itself was tense, as the most powerful men in the elemental nations had all been gathered together within one room for the first time ever. The 5 Kages themselves were each in attendance, all of them with 2 bodyguards apiece, aside from the requested guests that the Sandaime Hokage had specified to the village leaders. For most, just seeing the 5 Kage in the same room together was a sight they thought they wouldn't see. However, to be joined by the leader of Taki and the daimyos of each represented village said quite a bit. However, the addition of the leader of the samurai-run Tetsu no Kuni had many anxious to know what the Hokage had called this meeting for. I thank all of you for making the journey for this meeting and for your patience regarding its delay, said Hiruzen, breaking the silence that had come over the room. After yesterday's events, a little delay is understandable, Hokage Dano, stated the Kazekage. Before we can truly begin, there is another group of individuals I will invite inside so that any of your questions can be answered, said the Hokage, making several people frown but nod their consent all the same. Seeing this, the Hokage simply made a motion with his hands, allowing for the door to open. As it did, 4 people made their way inside, many raising their eyebrows, finding one of those people was the young blonde they'd seen the previous day competing in the Chunin exams. The Kages themselves, however, watched him intently, knowing now of whom exactly he was, grandson to the Nidaime Hokage. Before anything is said, there is something that must be done, that was requested of me by one of our guests, stated Naruto, looking towards the Hokage, whose eyes narrowed though he nodded. Naruto said nothing, merely walking over to his sensei, who was acting as the Hokage's guard, speaking quietly so only the man himself could hear him, and turning his back so no one could read his lips, he told him of the request. For several moments they stared at each other before the copy ninja moved forward, causing several to tense slightly as he raised his Haidite, revealing his Sharingan eye. Looking eyes with that of his target, he made 2 quick seals before voicing his command, Kai. The effect was instant as the Mizukage suddenly slumped in his seat, breathing heavily. His guards, seeing this, moved to draw weapons, only to stop as the man himself raised a hand to stop them. How did you know about the genjutsu? Questioned the Mizukage. You may not have been able to tell anyone, but that didn't extend to Isabu, said Naruto, causing the Mizukage's eyes to widen. I see you have my thanks, said the man, getting a nod from the blonde, who stepped back over to his grandfather. Kakashi? Questioned Hiruzen, turning towards the silver-haired Jounin, who was panting heavily though his hidite had already been lowered. That genjutsu was some nasty work. Mikoto-sama could have broken it easily, but I don't have that level of expertise for genjutsu, said the man. I suppose we are ready then, said Hiruzen, getting a quick nod from Naruto before he burst into smoke, the clone dispersing. Good, now all of us have history, not all of it good. However, I've come into some information that I have decided to share with you all, which I'm hoping will go a long way to building a road for a peaceful future for our people, said the Hokage, surprising his guest with these words. And what information could achieve that incredible feat? Questioned the Tsuchikage. The peace we already enjoy is shaky at best and could shatter at any moment, said the Kazekage, as it could have at any other time within the last decade, said Mizukage. I take it this has something to do with the people you invited into this meeting, stated the Reikage gruffly. Indeed it does. I'd like to introduce you all to Masaki Yosho, first prince of the planet Jurai, along with Kamiki Sito, advisor to Jurai's current emperor, said Hiruzen, surprising everyone within the chamber with this introduction as the man, in his natural youthful appearance, stepped forward. You don't seriously expect us to believe they are from another planet, do you? Questioned the Earth Country Daimyo with a frown. They look entirely too human, said the Fire Daimyo in agreement. True enough. I'm half Jurian and half human. You'll find that there are many planets within the Empire that have humanoid inhabitants, not just your own, which is known as Furia. That makes you Furia, not human, said Yosho. If that's true, why are you here? Questioned the Tsuchikage with narrowed eyes. Truthfully, because of my daughter. A couple of decades ago, one of my daughters went missing. She'd wanted to explore the universe, so she took her ship and set sail. We received a beacon from her ship a few months ago. Unfortunately, my daughter passed away during the Kyuubi's rampage on this village 12 years ago, explained Yosho. If that is the case, what is the purpose of this meeting? One would think you would want nothing to do with the planet after receiving such news, said the Wind Daimyo. Our purpose here is simple, stated Sito as she surveyed the room and brought the room's attention to herself. During the course of her time on this planet, and in Konoha in particular, Ichika performed and recorded a formal inspection of your race. You see, 1,000 years ago, one of your race departed your planet as part of its first space exploration crew. She was rescued and taken in by a member of one of Jurai's noble families when her ship was attacked by pirates. At the time, we decided not to make contact with the rest of your planet, as not only were they decreed as too underdeveloped as a people, but the planet was engulfed in war. Over the last few centuries, however, another Jurian has been living on this planet and monitoring your progress. While still terribly underdeveloped technologically, you have developed physically and spiritually to an unheard of extent, explained Sito. Yesterday's exam was used to prove the strength of your planet to us in order to verify the inspections done and determine what to be done about the recommendations made thereof, said Yosho. Did you know about this going into the exams, Hokage Dano? Questioned the Kazekage with a frown. I learned about this following the preliminaries that were held after the second exam, upon which point I sent out the letters to you all, said Hiruzen. At this, the various Kages grimaced slightly. While Kumo and Iwa had only sent one team apiece, Suna had sent 3, one of which had made it all the way to the finals. However, Kiri, in the midst of their civil war, hadn't sent any teams to the exam at all. While we haven't seen the strength of the majority of your countries, we already have an assessment of your abilities. That said, this meeting is to determine what steps need to be taken to introduce you to the universe at large, explained Sito. What exactly would that mean for us? Questioned the Tsuchikage with a frown. Well, normally we would induct your planet formally into the Empire with whatever role you take depending upon your culture. In this instance it is unnecessary, as 150,000 years ago Riddick, at the time the last of the Furian race, helped found the Empire. As such, your planet's role would in no way be a minor one, as the universe at large already knows of you. Your planet was deemed quarantined and closed off, mostly so that he could repopulate his race and further hone his abilities, explained the woman. While this meeting was taking, Naruto could be found along with Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizen walking along the road leading away from the village. Thankfully, with his energy levels up, his healing factor had made quick work of his injuries. However, while the bones were healed, they were still a bit tender, so he was under orders to take it easy for a while. They'd been walking for about 30 minutes, which had been enough to put a bit of distance between them and the village, but not much of one. "Hey Gaki, how are you holding up?" questioned Jiraiya, looking back towards the blonde. "Well, my leg doesn't hurt anymore, so that's good, same with my arm. I think by tomorrow I should be good," said the blonde after a few moments. "Incredible. I thought Tsunade-sama healed fast, but your own natural healing is phenomenal," said Shizen. "I'd be done already, but Washu took the damn fox again," said Naruto with a frown. "Oh, I thought you'd like being normal," said Jiraiya. "Normal is overrated. I don't get sick, I recover from injury and exhaustion faster than anyone else. Sure, I may not be the best call when it calls for something like Genjutsu, but as a trade-off I have more power in one finger than most would ever achieve in their lives," said Naruto, holding up his index finger for emphasis. "Well, considering what you can do with that finger, I think that's a given," said Jiraiya, causing the blonde to shrug. "Speaking of, how'd the hell you learn the Raygon anyway?" questioned Tsunade. "It's how I graduated. I broke into the old man's scroll room and swiped the scroll of seals. I was able to learn Kage Bunshin that night, but I had also gotten the info for the Rasengan and Raygon to work on later," said Naruto with a smirk. "Right, we'll have to upgrade the security in that place," said Tsunade. "Go ahead, maybe next time it will actually be a challenge," said Naruto. "Next time?" questioned Tsunade. "Well, yeah, how else am I supposed to work on being sneaky than going up against the ANBU? Besides, I just know the scroll for the Hiraishin is in there somewhere," said Naruto, a mischievous glint entering his eyes. "You shouldn't worry about that for a while, Gaki. That will take years to even start learning, as it takes a level of Fuinjutsu knowledge that you just don't have right now," said Jiraiya, though there was a look of pride in his eyes. "So anyone want to tell me where we're going?" questioned Naruto. "No one told you?" questioned Shizen with a frown. "All this guy said was that it was an A-ranked mission, which I'm not supposed to be on considering I'm not cleared for duty yet," said Naruto, frowning, pointing his thumb at Jiraiya. "Calm down. There's no combat expectations for this one, Gaki. It's ranked so high due to its importance to the village, not risk of danger," said the Toad Sage, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "As you know, Tsunade is going to be the next Hokage. However, before the word can spread, the old man wants us to handle a little situation before it could become a problem," explained the man. "Are you talking about Tsunade's gambling debts?" questioned Naruto, getting the adults to blink in shock. "How'd you know?" questioned Jiraiya. "How could I not? The underground is a place for gambling, and I've been around a few halls myself. You don't go into those places and not hear about the legendary sucker," said Naruto with a shrug. "I hate that damn nickname," said Tsunade with a scowl. "I would too, especially if the rumor is it's not," snapped Tsunade, cutting the young man off before he could finish. "Okay, so I'm guessing we'll hit Otafukugai, then Crater City, and finish off in Tanzakugai," stated Naruto. "What makes you think that?" questioned Jiraiya. "Gambling revenue is controlled by 3 families for the most part in Hai no Kuni. Those are the Kurosawa, Nishimura, and the Watanabe. Each one is based within a different section of the country. If you're serious about paying your debts, go directly to the bosses. We can finish in Tanzakugai, since the Nishimura is hosting that poker tournament at the end of the week, and you'll want to get those 2 out of the way since we have to go through those places first anyway," explained Naruto. "Okay, how do you know all of that?" questioned Shizen. "Like I said, I've stepped into a few halls," said Naruto. Back within the village, the leader's summit was still in progress when a series of quick knocks resounded on the door. Upon giving permission for the door to be opened, the group were met with the sight of a Chunin covered in sweat and panting heavily as he rushed into the room. "Hokage-sama, emergency," panted the Chunin. "What's wrong?" demanded the elderly Kage. "Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, and Gai-san under attack, Uchiha Itachi and Hashikage Kisame. Anbu on me!" exclaimed the man, causing a team of ANBU to appear in an instant. Before they could move, however, a streak blew by them as Kakashi blasted out of the room, his sheer speed surprising many. As he dashed out of the room, he was not surprised to be met by Yagura, the Mizukage, as the young man fell into step with him. Any shinobi of jounin rank should know about the 2 men who had apparently attacked his jounin. Uchiha Itachi, an S-class nuke wanted for the annihilation of the entirety of the Uchiha clan, save one his younger brother Sasuke. Then there was Hoshikage Kisame, the monster of the hidden mist, an S-class nuke wanted for the murders of multiple daimyo within the elemental nations. As they made their appearance, they could see that Kakashi had already engaged into a rather fast-paced battle with Itachi, while Guy was similarly holding his own against Kisame. However, seeing Kakashi suddenly drop like a puppet with its strings cut, the elderly Kage decided enough was enough and ran through a quick chain of seals. Katon, Carrier Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Suiton, Suigaten, Water Release, Water Fang Bullet. At the same time, as if they had previously practiced it, the two Kages had used the technique, with a stream of fire being expelled from the mouth of the Hokage only to quickly split into three, forming into dragons aimed directly at Itachi. Meanwhile, a trio of drills made completely of water had emerged from the surface of the lake that Kisame landed on after a harsh kick from Guy. As they descended on him, Kisame had no time to react before the drills slammed into him, only for him to fall apart, turning into water himself. Meanwhile, as the dragons descended on Itachi, the Uchiha burst apart into a flock of crows which quickly took flight just as the dragons slammed into each other, so they ran away," said the Sandaime, making a motion with his hand, and the Anbu vanished into blurs chasing after the rogues. "Report," barked the Hokage as he stepped forward, the three able jounin standing at attention as he did. "Kurenai and I spotted a pair of suspicious-looking individuals while in the market district. When we trailed them here, they revealed themselves to be Uchiha Itachi and Hoshige Kisame, who stated they were after the Yondaime's legacy. When Kakashi arrived, he revealed that the two were members of a group called Akatsuki. At that point he just collapsed," stated Asuma. "So they are already moving," mused the old man, frowning. "Did Itachi's Sharingan change shape?" questioned the Sandaime. "Hi, it was strange, it looked like three curves surrounding the pupil instead of tomos," stated Kurenai, having noticed that rather quickly. "I see. Take Kakashi to the hospital. Have them look for signs of mental stress and torture," stated the Hokage. Unknowing of what was going on in the village in his absence, Naruto could be found lying back on the bed of a hotel. Having reached Otafukugai, Naruto had been given the opportunity for a bit of rest. While he hadn't said anything while traveling, he was uncomfortable with all the walking they'd done while he'd been on his bad leg. Shizen had looked it over and told him that the walking had probably slowed the healing, so they had confined him to bed rest for the day. At the moment, he was currently reading a scroll that had been given to him by Jiraiya when they had first left the village. "Naruto, first and foremost, I wish to congratulate you on both your battle during the exam and on managing to get Gamabunta's approval for being the Toad Clan's summoner. You put on quite the performance. That said, however, with all the people in attendance, I have no doubt that many eyes will be upon you in the future. I have heard from your teachers of your progress since you graduated and must say that I am impressed. Now, however, I feel that it is my turn to impactful on your training, and after much deliberation I have decided upon this: nature transformation. Nature transformation is a rather advanced form of chakra control which, once mastered, will allow you to change your chakra to any one of the 5 basic elements that ninjutsu typically focuses around. In order for you to learn this, I have included within this scroll the tools needed to test your elemental affinity, and those needed to get you started in learning to master it. Now, as you may or may not know, each person is born with a natural affinity for one element or another, and sometimes entire clans can share an affinity, such as the Uchiha affinity for fire. However, just because you are born with one affinity does not mean that is the only one you can have, as with training you can develop several affinities. With your knowledge of Kage Bunshin, I would not be surprised if one day you had mastered the usage of all 5 basic natures. Sealed within this scroll is a single piece of paper known as chakra paper. This paper is rather special, created from specially grown and cared for trees. It has a peculiar reaction to chakra usage. Upon channeling chakra into it, one of 5 things will happen. It will burn, showing a fire affinity. It will get wet, showing water, get cut to show wind, begin to crumble to show earth, or it will crinkle to show lightning. Once you have determined your elemental affinity, you should return to this scroll for your training guide. Stopping his reading at this point, the blonde looked over the scroll before finding a single section marked with the kanji for paper. Unsealing it was actually quite simple, as all it required was a slight application of chakra to the kanji before the contents unsealed itself with a plume of smoke. Holding the small square sheet of paper in his hand, Naruto focused a small bit of chakra into the paper, which reacted immediately as the paper split in half thanks to a long cut through its center before both halves appeared to dampen themselves just a bit, showing that he had dual affinities for both wind and water. However, considering the paper's small reaction, he was guessing that the water affinity wasn't that strong yet. With that in mind, he went down to the section marked with the kanji for guides. After once more going through the unsealing procedure, he had 5 scrolls, each a different color, and marked with a kanji for a different element. Grabbing the white scroll marked with the kanji for wind, he set that aside and sealed the others for later. Wind is the element of life and freedom. Though unseen, its presence is always felt, represented by the air we breathe and the human spirit. Unpredictable, playful, soothing, destructive, inspiring, and life-giving, the element of wind is all these things and much more. It is the representation of all that we cannot see: our souls, our spirits. Purity of the spirit and the heart, clarity of thought within the mind, focus of intent, unhindered sight, are all under the control of the clear, soaring, unfettered element of air. Yet the air is not always calm. Unpredictable and changing, the element of wind can easily be a roaring hurricane as it can be a playful breeze. Of all of the 5 elements, wind is both the rarest to naturally have and the most dangerous. Futon is an offensive element, the ultimate offensive element. It is performed by making chakra as sharp and thin as possible. Wind release is mainly short to mid-range defensive techniques that combine brute force and keen precision to deal cutting and slashing damage. Because of this, it is not uncommon for weapon users to channel wind chakra along their blades to increase its cutting power. The scroll went on a bit more about what could be done with wind before finally giving the first step to harnessing wind chakra, which was being able to cut a leaf with just chakra. It was 20 minutes later, as he lied there glaring at the leaf that he held in his hand, that he found himself being interrupted by a series of soft knocks on the door. Placing the leaf down, he moved over towards it, slightly surprised that room service had made it up so quickly. Upon opening the door, however, the sight that greeted him wasn't the uniformed worker with a cart of food, but 2 men covered in black cloaks with red clouds decorated upon it. The taller of the 2 stood in the back, almost dwarfing the other due to his massive height, and he rather resembled a shark with his blue skin, sharpened teeth, and if he wasn't mistaken, those were gills under his eyes. Though dwarfed by the size of the other man, it was the smaller of the 2 that had Naruto's attention, with his long jet black hair, which framed his face, and the set of fully mature Sharingan eyes. "Itachi," spoke the teen, frowning. "Uzumaki Naruto, you will come with us," spoke the shorter man, his voice a monotone. "No, I don't think so. You can tell the rest of those idiots in that little cult of yours, Akatsuki was it, to quit while you're ahead. You'll all live longer that way," said Naruto. "Sounds like a threat. Maybe I should cut his legs off," said the taller man, a bloodthirsty grin on his shark-like face. "It's no threat, it's a warning. One I am only giving because Itachi once gave me one of his own, so let's call it returning a favor," said Naruto, causing the Uchiha to narrow his eyes. "You've been gone for a while, so let me tell you where things stand. Konoha is my bitch now, and all of my enemies are only moments away from having their ing hearts ripped out. Jiraiya has taken me on as an apprentice, Kakashi is my Jounin sensei, and I now have major allies in all of the major clans. I'm not like the others, people actually like having me around. You don't even understand the level of havoc that will come your way ing with me. You think you're a wanted man now, the Hokage will unleash the hound's hell on your ass. The bounty that will be placed on your heads will make it impossible for you to sleep. Hell, you won't even be able to take a shit without something trying to kill you. You're good, I'll give you that. But even you get tired and everyone lets their guard down sooner or later. Take the offer and walk away from this," said the blonde, staring the elder man down without a flinch. "You've always been brave, but to use my own words against me," said Itachi. "They were good words, they got me where I am today. Besides, you saved me the trouble of killing off your clan myself. Now instead of a few dozen there are only 2 of you left for me kill," said the blonde. "Make that 1. Cut in a new voice from behind the 2 nin. "Itachi will be dying here today," came a deeper voice, causing Naruto to smirk at the 2 sannin that now stood behind the rogue shinobi. Well played, Naruto-kun, you stalled just long enough for help to arrive, stated Itachi, getting a smirk from the blonde. That's because everything I was saying is true. Why lie when the truth gets much better results? Said Naruto, not looking away. Kisame, we're leaving, it seems, Naruto-kun, and I will have to catch up another time, said Itachi before both men stepped away from the door and began walking away. As they did, Jiraiya and Tsunade moved to follow, only for Naruto to quickly shake his head in the negative. Undeterred, Jiraiya was quick to summon an armored toad about 6 feet crouched that began following after the two. Once they were gone, Naruto wasted no time in heading back inside and almost immediately collapsed on the bed with Tsunade quick to follow after him. Well, that worked, said the teen after a few moments. How the hell do you know Uchiha Itachi? Said Jiraiya, closing the door. He's the one who convinced the boss to join the academy. Itachi caught him on the south side running numbers. Told him it was either a jail cell or the academy. You can guess what choice was made, explained the blonde. We'll be talking about this in depth when we get back to the village. Where's the original? Questioned Tsunade. Left for the casino about 2 hours ago. By now he should be breaking the blackjack table, said the clone. Alright, let's go get him and get out of here. The sooner this mission's over the better, said Jiraiya, smacking the clone upside the head to dispel it before sealing away anything that wasn't there when they arrived. Honestly, we're gone less than an hour, and 2 S-class Nin literally knock on the door, said Tsunade, shaking her head as she left the room with Jiraiya behind her. At least we didn't have to fight. I'd hate to see the bill for destroying the hotel, said Jiraiya. Let's just get this shit done before Orochimaru decides he wants another reunion or something. With that, the two entered the casino, finding Naruto easily, who was standing in front of the cashier's station surrounded by hotel security, as 3 of them passed several cases through the window. Kamigaki, how much did you win? Questioned Jiraiya upon arriving. About 3 million, I think, stated the blonde, causing both Sannin to blink in surprise. 3 million? Questioned Tsunade in disbelief. 3,500,000. Said the teller as another came out of the door moments later with a pair of briefcases in hand. Take it and go, kid, before someone tricks you into spending all of that money, said the teller, handing over the cases. Once they were received, the trio wasted no time. After Jiraiya created a temporary storage seal on Naruto's arm in which the cases were placed. After that, they wasted no time leaving the casino and the entire town behind them and moving on to the next one. As the brightness of the early morning sun bathed the village in its light, Uzumaki Naruto could be found standing atop the Hokage monument, his form hidden behind the spiky hair of his father's likeness. It had been 2 months since the invasion, and things were still going at a fast pace. It had taken nearly a week before he was cleared for active duty, and since then he'd been constantly in and out of the village. For the most part, he had been in a number of missions, mostly C-ranked, a few that had been bumped to B rank, and even an A rank since his return following the impromptu mission to clear Tsunade's gambling debts. To be honest, at this point he was actually glad for the constant missions, as lately he had been feeling like the less time spent in the village proper the better. It appeared that while they'd been gone, someone had leaked some news concerning his heritage, specifically that he was the heir of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Ever since then, the civilian villagers had come simpering with apologies and niceties. He'd seen right through the bullshit and realized that they didn't care about him but his bloodline. Thankfully, his relationship with his father was still being kept under wraps, but he was still annoyed with the situation, as it showed that they only care about the strength of someone's name and not their character. In truth, he was only just returning from a mission that had taken him to Chan no Kuni, where through a series of events he had managed to recover the Raijin no Ken, his grandfather's chakra blade and a priceless artifact of the village. He had also managed to capture its thief, former Jounin Rokusho Aoi, who had tricked a member of his Genin team into stealing the sword before proceeding to go nuke Nin and join AIM. The genin in question, however, had just so happened to be the younger brother of Marino Ibiki, who had been quite pleased to see Aoi nicely gift-wrapped for him when he arrived. Because of it being a family heirloom, he was allowed to keep the sword and had promptly presented it to his grandmother. Unfortunately, not everything had been good, as Aoi had managed to hit Sasuke with the sword, which had put him down for quite some time and had forced him to be taken home by medics. He sighed just knowing that the Uchiha was going to be a pain in the ass to deal with for the foreseeable future, as this would be the second time in as many months he had been forced into the hospital. The last time had been during a mission the previous month which had seen them traveling to Yuki no Kuni to act as the bodyguard to the famous actress Fujikaze Yuki, who as it turned out had actually been Princess Kazuhana Koike, who had been missing for well over 10 years. Apparently her father had been overthrown and killed by his own younger brother, and Koike had been evacuated by Kakashi. Long story short, they had ended up not just playing bodyguard while she filmed her new movie but actually overthrowing her uncle, who had kept having them attack the entire time they were there. He himself had killed her uncle Dodo by slamming a Rasengan into his chest. That time Sasuke had ended up in the hospital for broken ribs. That said, the fact that he kept getting injured he just knew was going to make the normally grouchy Uchiha even more annoying to be around. Naruto-kun. Came a voice breaking him out of his thoughts. Turning towards it, he was greeted to the sight of an ANBU operative with short-cut brown hair wearing a rabbit mask. While he couldn't see much of them, the tone of voice told him that they were a woman. Otherwise he wouldn't have known, as ANBU gear did a good job of hiding the wearer. "You're being called to the Hokage's office." "Right, thanks Usagi-san," stated the blonde before leaping from the mountain towards the Hokage's office. As she watched him go, Usagi sighed and shook her head. Over the years she had gotten used to Naruto's antics, yet even she could never figure out how he could just leap from the top of the mountain like he tended to do. Then again, considering more than a few training exercises had been created based on chases the blonde had put them through, she honestly wouldn't really change him for anything. Naruto meanwhile had quickly made his way to the Hokage's office, where he was met by Kakashi, Asuma and Shikamaru. Before long the secretary allowed them in to see the Hokage, where they found the old man sitting behind his desk with his pipe in his mouth. Along with that they could see Tsunade and Jiraiya both were in attendance, Jiraiya sitting upon the windowsill, obviously having been looking outside, and Tsunade sitting upon a couch with a cup of tea in hand. Thank you all for joining us so quickly," stated the Sandaime after blowing out a stream of smoke and putting away his pipe. "No problem, Gigi. Just tell me I can stay for a while," said the blonde as he made his way towards the desk. "Oh, I thought you had training to do," said Jiraiya. "The old lady is mad I got clipped by the Raijin. She's got me on evasion training," explained Naruto, getting the Sannin to wince and absently rub a hand over his shoulder. "Well, you could stick around for a couple of hours if you want, help out in Academy's administration office," said the old man, getting a nod from his surrogate grandson. "Now then, for the reason you guys are here," stated the man as he pulled out a couple of scrolls and placed them atop his desk. "Due to the invasion and the influx of missions, the office is a bit behind, but I finally had some time to go over the results of the Chunin exams. It is the conclusion of more than a few of the judges that the two of you have met the qualifications for promotion. As such, it is my pleasure to congratulate and welcome the two of you to the ranks of our Chunin," said the old man, tossing each of the two teens a scroll which they reflexively caught. "Now with these promotions come a few extra responsibilities as well as a few bonuses. You'll find sealed within those scrolls the details of both your new responsibilities and some of the new things and places you have access to. That said, Kakashi and Asuma will escort you to be fitted for your new flak jackets, 3 of which you will receive on behalf of the village. Any more, however, will come from your own pockets. Once again, congratulations, you two," said the old man, getting a bright smile from Naruto once everything set in his mind, one he hadn't seen in a while. "TCH, troublesome," said Shikamaru, as he eyed the scroll he had been given. "Are you prepared?" questioned Inoki from his seat within his office in the heart of Tsuchi no Kuni. Hi, I still don't know why you want me to go," said a young girl of about 15 who stood on the other side of his desk. "Because I can at least trust you enough that you won't do anything stupid. You're also going because Rashi has agreed to teach you about Yotan." At these words the young woman stopped, her eyes widening. Rashi, despite being a Jinchuriki, had become something of a legend in IWA. In fact, rumor had it that the only reason he wasn't such a kid was because 1. He was a Jinchuriki, and 2. The current Sandaime was the prized student of the Nidaime. Whatever the case may be, however, fact was that many had dreamed of being trained by the man, whereas others would be overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this news. However, this young lady was not. Instead, having grown up fairly close to the Tsuchikage, she had grown to become naturally suspicious whenever he presented her with something considered too good. "What's the catch?" questioned the girl, her pink eyes narrowing in suspicion, causing the elder to snort. No catch. Consider it a gift for earning that promotion. Now get out of here, stated the old man, his eyes turning to the stack of papers sitting on his desk. Meanwhile, in the deep deserts which hid Sunagakure, Sabaka no Gaara could be found staring out into the distant sand. It had been a trying time since he'd returned to the village of his birth, both for himself and for the village as a whole. About a week and a half after the tournament and subsequent invasion, he and his siblings had returned to the village only to learn that their father, the Yondaime Kazekage, had been killed. Apparently his body had been discovered by a team of Chunin when the man had been a few days late from his scheduled return to the village. They had learned, however, that he and his bodyguards had been ambushed by Odo Shinobi, if only thanks to one of the Chunin who had managed to use his family summoning contract to find a few bodies of their attackers. Of course, unlike his siblings, the news hadn't actually bothered him. Instead of worrying about the dead man, he had been focusing on his recovery and newfound abilities. While everyone had been distracted by the invasion's aftermath, he had been whisked away to Washu's lab, where he had the oddest experience of having Shikaku removed. Of course, one would think this would have killed him, but the way it was explained to him, even when removed, the Bijuu wasn't technically free, as the two of them were still linked. It had taken Washu about a day to fully stabilize the Bijuu, after which the core was implanted right back into the seal. The seal itself had also been improved thanks to Jiraiya, who had called his own the worst piece of garbage he'd ever seen. While he had been able to do much to more fully secure the seal, he hadn't been able to fully redesign it. From what was explained to him before, it had been more like a room with large holes punched in all over the place. Jiraiya's work had basically been to both strengthen the walls and cover the holes, as if he'd put bars on a window. The end result left him with his full control over sand, and had taken away the Bijuu's voice from constantly whispering in his ear, and had even granted him the ability to sleep. During his training, he had learned that his sand now responded faster than ever, took less chakra and concentration to use. Along with this, his body had seen some changes as well. With the amount of rest he was getting, he found his body slowly improving every day in both speed and strength. Most curious had been the massive increase in his senses, particularly with sight, hearing, and touch. For instance, he could now see at double the distance he could before, and could even see just as well at night. His hearing had increased just as much, and as such had come to like silence even more, though had soon learned how to filter out a lot of what he heard. Finally, his sense of touch had increased to the point where he could detect shifts in the sand at his feet. Thankfully, this increase only affected his hands and feet, otherwise things may have gotten weird, as both were extremely sensitive now. Washu had said that now that Shikaku's energy was stable, it was now flowing correctly, and as such had increased his senses to mirror that of a tanuki. Still, while all of that was well and good, it wasn't what was currently on his mind. Instead, he had taken the time to once again focus his mind on the conversations that he and Naruto had shared while he was in Konoha after their battle. He had realized some time ago that the way he had used to go about things was incorrect, as such he now found himself trying to come up with a new reason to fight. While he had not yet come up with a new reason, he had at least stopped killing villagers, though he could tell his new attitude was surprising to many, though it had put many more on edge, wondering when someone would do something to make him snap again. "Gaara, are you ready?" came the call of Temari's voice, breaking his musings. Well, he supposed he had one reason to fight. By the time Naruto had finished everything he'd needed to do, the sun had peaked in the sky, as it was now 15 minutes after noon. As he moved through the streets, he was given many respectful nods from shinobi he passed, and even the odd civilian. Finally, he reached his destination, which was the hospital, and without a word to the staff made his way up to the 3rd floor, where he found Sakura sitting at the bedside of Sasuke, who was staring out of the window. "Well, I figured I'd find you here, Sakura." At his words, both occupants of the room turned to the door to face him, only for their eyes to widen at the sight of his Chunin vest. Almost immediately, Sakura had sprung to her feet and pulled the blonde into a hug in congratulations for the promotion, while Sasuke's fists clenched into his seat. "Fight me," said Sasuke, causing Naruto to look up at him. As the two locked eyes for a moment, Naruto felt something within him stir, as the thought of doing battle with Sasuke surged through his mind. However, he was able to suppress that part of him after a moment. "No," said the blonde. "What?" snarled the Uchiha, standing from the bed in a fluid motion. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to. However, not only do I not have time today, you're still not cleared from this place. When we do go at it, however, I don't want there to be any excuses when I beat you," said Naruto, causing the Uchiha to bristle. "Don't think for even a second that just because you've got that vest you're suddenly on my level though," said the Uchiha, taking a step forward. "Sasuke, we were on the same level before I got this vest. Physically speaking, I'm actually on a higher level than you. You and I both know you'll never match me when it comes to strength or stamina. That said, I'll acknowledge you've got the edge when it comes to genjutsu. By this point, I think we're pretty much even when it comes to ninjutsu, which would bring things to taijutsu. You've got a better grasp of your style than I do on mine, but once again, I'm physically much stronger than you. You've probably got the edge with speed, but just slightly, and our reach is about even. Really, the only way to determine who's better is to fight it out and see. That said, when you get cleared, it will be a simple matter to find out." With that said, the blonde turned and left the room, with Sakura sparing Sasuke a parting glance before she hurriedly followed after him. Once alone, the Uchiha could only grit his teeth and clench his fists at being denied that which he had asked for. Outside of the room, as they moved down through the halls, Sakura couldn't help but wonder what would happen next, but was glad Naruto had been able to keep his head and avoid a fight with Sasuke. Nearly 20 minutes later, and the duo had entered the main house of the Senju estate to find the place full to bursting as lunch was brought out. Sakura wasted little time heading over to the kitchen to join Sasami, Hinata, Noik, Kiriko, Karen and Hanabi, the earlier confrontation being pushed to the back of her mind. Karen, the kunoichi from Kusa whom he had rescued during the second exam, as it turns out was his cousin, a pure-blooded Uzumaki. Her inclusion into the group had thus come pretty quickly and surprisingly with a large amount of information, and not just from Kusa from what he'd learned. Naruto meanwhile had made his way over the Tenchi and Seina, whose presence he could be found in more often than not. He could see Yosho in conversation with Hiruzen and for a moment wondered what they were talking about before deciding it didn't matter. Tsunade was of course also in attendance, and was in quiet conversation with Tennyo, Eri and Sito, and that actually worried him somewhat. Still, he was happy for the Senju princess, as he knew she was no longer maintaining her genjutsu, as Sito had provided her with some of Jurai's life water, which had reversed the effects of both her aging and of her healing seal. As such, she now naturally had the appearance of a woman in her mid-20s, the same which could be said for Jiraiya. Of course, he knew that the life water of Jurai was a closely guarded secret and treasure like the trees of Jurai. However, considering that Tobirama had actually married his grandmother, it had made the two clans allies, which allowed the sharing of the water with Tsunade. He had also learned that Sito was something of a matchmaker, having set Seina up with all of his wives, and was wondering what the woman had in store for Tsunade. He could see Ika and Ryoko in conversation with Amain and Ryoko Balta. Joining the four of them in conversation was a newer duo joining the group, that being Hana and Anko. In truth, he had known Anko for a few years now, and it had been that relationship that had allowed the inclusion of Hana. Thing was, he still wasn't sure about adding Hana to his family. Don't get him wrong, he liked her as a person, and he would be lying if he said she wasn't a looker. However, the fact remains she was a complication. She was an Inuzuka, and if there was one thing he knew about that clan, it was that they valued loyalty above all. Unlike him, she had an entire clan that came with her addition. Sure, you could say Hinata was the same in that regard, but the truth was Hinata didn't really have any loyalty to her clan at this point, after everything they'd put her through over the years. In fact, her only real connection to the clan as a whole was her sister Hanabi. Even her father could simply be written off. That couldn't be said for Hana though, and as such her inclusion would create a connection, a tether that would hold them to the village. He knew his own connection to the village was actually incredibly weak. In truth, it was really only the old man and the Ichirakus. However, Ayam was already heading towards the Galaxy Academy to join the culinary studies program, and he knew once she was ensnared it would be an easy task to convince Tucci to walk away. Problem was, the old man was still Hokage, and he knew the man would never willingly leave the village, not forever. However, he had long since come to the realization that the old man would probably die in battle, and as such was already prepared for such an occasion. Tsunade accepting the Hokage's hat was truthfully unexpected, but he really didn't have any connection with the Senju head at this point, as he'd only met her after the invasion. Even with that, however, the closer they got to their departure, the more he second-guessed leaving. The fact of the matter was that as ed up as his life had been, he now found himself not wanting to leave, as it felt too much like running away to him. There was also the fact that things weren't as bad as they were when he was growing up. Standing to his feet after a few minutes, the blonde made his way out into the back of the house and out of the door. Once out, he walked for only a few minutes before taking a seat on the ground and resting his back against the base of a tree. Once he was settled, he let out 2 sharp whistles that echoed out through the small forest that was his backyard. For a few minutes all was silent before several forms emerged from the darkness of the bushes and converged on the blonde, revealing themselves to be 6 hellhounds. Washu's project had finished itself just a few days after the invasion, and as such he now had 3 male hellhounds to match his girls. The boys he'd given the names Kahaku, Hate, and Masaru, different from the girls only due to their different body mass, whereas the girls slimmed down at the midsection to the back end. The males held a slightly thicker back end, and the scales were more pronounced on their back ends to match the front, unlike the females on whom the scales were not as prominent. "I figured I'd find you out here," called a new voice nearly 10 minutes later. Turning to the voice that had broken him from his thoughts, Naruto was not surprised to see Washu standing a few feet away. His hounds were still surrounding him, though all occupied, as he brought each of them a large steak to eat. Standing to his feet at her beckoning, the blonde stretched himself out before patting each hound on the head and following after Washu. Nearly 3 minutes later he found himself within her lap along with 7 other people that he'd gotten to know pretty well over the past few months. One of them was Fu, the green-haired being, someone he'd gotten to know pretty well over the last stretch of time. Also joining them was a woman who stood at 5 feet 5 inches with long straight blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a white flak jacket fastened by only one strap over the left shoulder, which is fastened with a button. The jacket had no scroll pouches, instead consists of one diagonal line going down to the left with 4 small lines on top and one medium-sized line going down to the right that is perpendicular to the previous line. She also wore a pair of white shin and arm guards to go with her black pants and the Kumo Haidite she wore on her forehead. This was Yujito ni, a jounin of Kumo and the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nikomata. Also there was Yugura, the Sanbai no Jinchuriki, who he recognized from the Kage summit a few weeks previous. Unlike the last time he saw him, he now wore a gray sleeveless shirt with the Kirigakure Haidite attached to the front, short-sleeved mesh armor over which he also wears a green poncho along with a turquoise sash around his waist paired with a green apron over his pants. Another was man with red hair, mustache and beard which tapered off to a point. He wore a long-sleeved light red shirt and pants, with mesh armor shirt and fitted black suit underneath, along with calf-length sandals. His name is Rashi, a retired jounin from IWA and the Jinchuriki of the Yambi. Next was Han, the Jinchuriki of the Gobi, also from IWA, and was a very tall man standing over 7 feet in height, making him easily the tallest of them. He was currently wearing only a pair of black pants and a matching shirt, though he knew the man had a full set of red armor which he called steam armor. Next was a man by the name of Utakata from Kiri, who stood at 5 feet 8 inches and was a pretty thin guy with pale golden eyes and brown hair that reaches to his shoulders. He wore a long, light blue kimono adorned with a small emblem of 3 bubbles on the back, and a pair of gray pants underneath, with an orange sash. The kimono hung loose, exposing his chest. In it, he carried a bamboo jug filled with a soap solution and a pipe. Unlike the rest of them, he was a nukenin. However, his reason behind his defection had been enough to get both Yagura and chosen successor to revoke that status, and instead had granted him travel rights provided he performed a set number of missions a year for the village. Finally came another Kumonin, this one male that went by the name of Kurabi, the guardian of Kumo. Be as they'd taken to calling him, had dark skin and a muscular build, as well as braided white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder he had a tattoo with the kanji 4 iron, and on his left cheek he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored haidite. He also has his village's standard flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. As he entered he received several approving nods upon the group spotting his new flak jacket before he joined the group that were all sitting within the room where Washu indicated. As he took his seat he realized he sat in the exact center of the group. Washu meanwhile had moved and took her own seat before turning it so that it faced them. Alright then, to start off I should let you all know that I have completed the stabilization of all of the Bijuu. Started the woman, causing each of them to perk up at this news. That said, I would also like to inform you that you all will be the last Jinchuriki that will exist. Afterwards the creation of a Jinchuriki will be considered a capital offense. After all, no one wants them to explode and destroy the planet. Each of you should also notice that the power of your respective Bijuu has increased and their personalities have mellowed out quite a bit. As you can all see, Gaara isn't here as he's been recalled to his village a few days ago, but he'll rejoin us when it's time to head out. In the meantime, I would like all of you to take this time to reacquaint yourselves with your partners. As she said this, she hit a button on her keyboard, causing a light to flicker into life to the left, which revealed a large mechanical station with 8 energy balls perched within glass cylinders. As one, the group made their way over to the station, easily finding the correct one for them thanks to the kanji markings on each section of the station. You should also know that once you place them where your seal was, they will be absorbed into your bodies and the seals will reassert themselves to the same power as before. With that said, she hit another button and each of the cylinders opened, allowing them to reach inside and retrieve the power cores. Naruto was the first to reach inside with no hesitation, grasping the core in his hand and withdrawing it, and as before he held it only for a few moments before it was absorbed into his system, causing him to grit his teeth against the burn and slight pain that accompanied it. Seeing this, each of the others grasped and removed their own orb, only unlike Naruto were not prepared for just what would happen, which caused them each to cry out due to the increased power they felt surging through their bodies. Elsewhere at the same time, Uchiha Sasuke was scowling as sat with his back to a tree within a small park within the Uchiha district, having been released from the hospital earlier in the day. Despite this, he could help but replay his teammates' words in his mind almost as if they were set on a loop. Throughout their time in the academy, he had always been far ahead of everyone else, especially Naruto, in all categories. Yet somehow the blonde had managed to improve himself so much within the span of a year, whereas he felt he himself had barely improved within that time. Not only that, but the blonde had returned from each of their last few missions without any major injuries, while he himself had been forced into the hospital twice. That's not even mentioning the thing that really pissed him off. That being that a few months ago the clan's slayer Uchiha Itachi had come out of hiding and put Kakashi into the hospital. He'd only learned about what happened due to some jounin that had barged into the room and blurted it out for clarification while he had been visiting. To make matters worse, it hadn't been him the kin's slayer had been after. No, instead he had been after his teammate, and the only reason he'd been able to chase after him had been due to the other jounin who had restrained him when he tried. Even still, he couldn't let such a thing slide and had been pushing himself harder in his training ever since. Yet even with that, he still felt like he was standing still, as his own recent hospital stays had highlighted. Up until now, just what have I been doing? Thought the Uchiha, gritting his teeth while his eyes glared out at the forest. Now those are nice eyes, called a voice, catching his attention. Looking up at the sound, he found himself looking up at 4 people, 3 boys and a girl, before he found himself bound to the tree with steel wire. Now then, let's begin, spoke the apparent leader. The next morning found Naruto waking not due to the alarm but by a rapid pounding on his door. Stumbling out of bed, he quickly threw on a set of sweatpants, and not even bothering with a shirt, made his way to the door. Upon arriving, he found himself greeted by the sight of Kotetsu standing outside his door. The sight of the man who had never stopped by his house woke him quickly. "What's going on?" questioned the teen. "Get dressed, you've been summoned to the Hokage's office," stated the Chunin before leaping away. Frowning, the blonde closed the door and quickly went about getting dressed, taking a 5-minute shower to help him fully awaken before dressing in his usual gear, throwing on his Chunin vest instead of his usual one as he headed out the door. Thanks to his apartment being so close to the Hokage's office, he made it there within 5 minutes to be greeted by the sight of Tsunade sitting behind the desk while the old man stood watching him by the window. Having come across this sight a few times in the past, he knew that the old man had placed her in charge of the situation, and as such promptly stood before her at attention. "Now that you're here, I'll cut right to it. 20 minutes ago, Sakura was found unconscious near the shopping district. From what she was able to tell us, when she was revived, she came across Uchiha Sasuke apparently in the process of leaving the village. From what she has said, he believes he has no choice and proceeded to knock her out. stated the woman, getting his eyes to widen before they narrowed. Following this was a briefing which took a bit longer than expected, mostly because he wanted to straighten out details, and she wanted to explain a few things to him as well. Once that was done, he was informed with what he had to work with, which was genin, as the vast majority of the Jounin and Chunin were still out on missions assigned to them. However, he quickly shoved aside his annoyance with this and instead wasted no time leaving the room, leaping out the window, and creating several clones as he went. 15 minutes found him standing at the main gates as several people touched down around him. Looking around, he could spot Neji, Tenten, Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba all spread out around him. He had wanted Shino, but remembered he had left with his father on a mission and wasn't due back for another day. He'd also tried for only to learn that the bowl cut sporting genin had already started his training day, and he had no idea where to look for him. "Alright, listen up," called the blonde, catching the attention of not just the genin but the Chunin guarding the gate. Early this morning, Uchiha Sasuke left the village. From what Tsunade-sama has said, he may or may not have done so under duress. Unfortunately, he wasn't forthcoming with the details when he knocked out Sakura this morning. However, we have reason to suspect that he is being accompanied by Otonin. Whatever the case, our mission is to catch him and retrieve him, his condition for doing so depending on the situation, stated the blonde, getting serious looks to come over the group. Intelligence has discovered that there is a base for the Otonin hidden in Ta no Kuni. We cannot let them cross over into Ta no Kuni. Not only will our chances of losing them increase, but it would put us in enemy territory. That said, speed is going to be our greatest asset here. Depending on Sasuke's level of cooperation, then they may be traveling slower than anticipated, stated the blonde. And what if he's actually going voluntarily? Questioned Shikamaru with a serious frown. Then we deal with him like any other Nukenin, in which case I'll kill him myself, said Naruto. The council won't take well to that, said Neji. The council? They're not the ones risking their lives for this, we are. If it's a choice between future Sharingan bearers and my current friends, then damn the Sharingan, said the blonde. That said, as I'm the one this mission was assigned to, I'm in overall command. However, as Shikamaru is also a Chunin and was simply farther away, then I was well split command of this one. That said, if he gives an order, you follow it. Got me? Said the blonde, glaring at all of them before nodding to Shikamaru, who stepped forward. Right then, once again, this is a rescue mission, and we happen to be the pursuers, which means it's easier for the enemy to get first strike on us. That said, we'll use the squad formation most suitable to a sudden strike. If anyone moves on their own or ignores orders, it might kill us all, said the Nara heir, giving Kiba a pointed stare for a longer moment than others. We'll travel in a single file formation with Kiba up front. Not only does he travel all over the country year-round, but his sense of smell will be a definite help in not only tracking Sasuke but in detecting traps due to the enemy sense. I'll follow behind Kiba, enabling me to give orders depending on the situation. Tenten and Naruto will be third and fourth positions respectively, allowing Tenten to cover both ends, as can Naruto with his quicker reactions and his clones. Next is Choji. While he may not have the speed, he's got enough hit power to compensate. Between myself, Tenten, and Naruto, I'm sure we can create enough openings for you to put them down. Neji's got the most difficult position in the rear. We'll be relying on your Byakugan to not only cover us so nothing sneaks up on us, but to check ahead of us for blind spots, explained Shikamaru, getting understanding nods all the way around. Seeing that everyone understood their positions and roles going forward, Naruto gave the word and they all vanished, becoming mere blurs darting out of the gates and into the forest towards Ta no Kuni. Meanwhile, in a completely different sector of space, Masaki Azusa could be found sitting within the control seat of his ship. While it was currently docked and used nowhere near as much as he desired to, he usually found himself just entering the ship just to take some time to sit and relax. It also, unknown to many, allowed him to be close to his first love, Mitsuki, whom he met when he was a young boy. Though she had died before he had even so much as shared a kiss with her, he knew that he was in her heart, as his ship Kirito had been her own and one of 5 that had been supporting her life force. When she had cut herself off from that life force during his tree bonding ceremony, he had taken her body and placed her within a sap-filled crystal pond within the tree powering the ship, a pond which was still to this day preserving her body. At the moment, he was simply taking some time to relax and unwind from the day he'd had thus far. Between the constant meetings he'd been forced to sit through lately, he had desperately needed some time to simply clear his mind. Despite the joy that had come with discovering the existence of his great-grandson, he couldn't help but feel it was with horrible timing. While the empire as a whole was currently in a state of peace, only a select few currently knew that the peace was sitting on a razor's edge. For the last 2 years or so he had been trying to prepare for what he felt would be an eventual confrontation by getting rid of what could have been a major strategic weakness in the pirates and smugglers. With the troubles he feared would be coming, he had felt they had needed to be taken completely off the board before the enemy could attempt to even try making use of their knowledge of how to best navigate space. While he had been doing that, however, according to the reports he'd been reading, the situation in which he was worried about had worsened. Already in the next galaxy over, bordering on the eastern edge of their space, the Kree Empire had already fallen, and while considering the Kree did not have full control over their universe, as he did over his own, they had still controlled a fairly large portion of it, nearly 75%. Their ways of achieving this, however, had plunged their universe into a bloody civil war which had only made it easier for outside forces to come in and sweep the board with a lot of them. While some had managed to escape the destruction, the universe had been essentially wiped out. Following the emergence of this new threat was the current conflict with them and the Shi'ar, the rulers of a southern empire. Unfortunately, the Shi'ar, for all their brilliance, were not natural warriors, and while he had sent out forces to help bolster their own and aid them, it was turning out to be a losing conflict. With it looking more and more like war would descend upon his space, Azusa found himself every once in a while needing time simply to reflect. Alas, even that was in rare supply these days, as he was reminded as the chime of the ship's alarm went off, forcing him to prepare for his next meeting. Meanwhile, back on Furia, a frowning Naruto found standing with his arms crossed atop the head of a statue created in the likeness of Senju Hashirama. The statue was actually part of a set, the other one resting across from where he stood bearing the likeness of Uchiha Madara. The two statues stood facing each other, separated by a waterfall. His eyes, however, were focused not on the statue but down below at the base of the waterfall, where the form of Uchiha Sasuke could be found crouching atop the water. To say he hadn't been having a good day would be quite the understatement as far as he was concerned. After leaving the village, he and his squad had managed to catch up to the retreating squad of Otonin in only a matter of hours. Unfortunately, his team had been systematically broken apart and drawn into their separate battles. The first to break off had been Choji, who had stayed behind to combat Jirobu, a member of the team that had made off with Sasuke. The next to break off had been Neji, who had stayed behind to face off with an Otonin with 6 arms named Kidamaru. The next split up had seen Kiba and Tenten falling over a collapsing cliff edge into the river below with another member of the group, Sakan. He was glad Tenten was with Kiba, as according to the intelligence the village had been able to gather, Sakan had a unique Keki Genkai which allowed him to manipulate his body at the molecular level and even merge his body with others. According to the intelligence, he was already sharing his own body with that of his twin brother Yukon, so Tenten being with Kiba would even things numerically at least. Shikamaru had ended up with the sole kunoichi of the group, the pink-haired Taiyuya. From what intelligence had gathered, she favored genjutsu, which would make Shikamaru the perfect person to face her with his genius-level intellect. He himself had ended up after the wild card of the bunch, Kimimaro, the last of the Kage clan. According to the intelligence, Kimimaro had at one point been the leader of the ground, however had recently contracted some type of disease that was proving to be deadly. Following this, he had been pulled from active duty and confined to the medics, which meant Orochimaru was desperate if he was sending him out. Kimimaro had lived up to the hype, however, and had proven himself a worthy foe. Thankfully, before he could spend too much time trying to fight him, Lee had finally made his appearance, allowing him to go after Sasuke, who had run off ahead, which led them to their current positions. Stepping off of the head of the statue, Naruto allowed gravity to take hold, landing lightly on his feet on top of the water. In the next instant he was in motion, tilting himself backwards slightly to avoid a right hook from Sasuke before his own arm came up, pushing the Uchiha's elbow in order to add to the momentum of his swing before slipping off to his left, allowing himself access to the Uchiha's back. Sasuke, however, had used the momentum to turn his missed attack into a low sweeping kick, which Naruto dodged by slipping backwards. As the Uchiha completed his turn, a large fireball burst from his mouth, which the blonde dodged by stopping the flow of chakra to his feet, allowing himself to fall into the water. Narrowing his eyes upon not seeing his opponent, Sasuke warily began to take in his surroundings. However, before he could get far, the blonde erupted from the water like a missile, slamming an uppercut into his chin and launching him up and away. Recovering quickly, Sasuke flipped himself backwards while still in the air so that he managed to land on his feet once he hit the water. As he moved to return the favor, his eyes widened as he looked up just in time to be met with a fist to the face. As the first shot landed, Naruto let loose, sending out a barrage of punches in a rapid-fire manner, with each blow causing the Uchiha's body to rock before landing an uppercut to his chin that launched the Uchiha into the air. Recovering quickly, Sasuke flipped himself so that he was able to land on his feet, skidding across the water before managing to bring himself to a stop. As he looked back up towards Naruto, his eyes could be seen as the well-known scarlet red of the Sharingan. However, it was only as he looked up that he realized that the entire area was beginning to be covered in a dense mist that would cover everything from the water to near the top of the statues within the valley they were fighting in. Hatake Kakashi was exhausted. He had been on the return trip from his own mission when the summoned toad had appeared before him and delivered its message. As such, he had quickly changed direction. Instead of heading into the village, which was just on the horizon, he'd created a clone to do so in his place, and summoning his personal Ninkin pack before racing after his wayward students. As he ran, he could see the signs of battle clear as day in various locations, that pack leading him fairly quickly. For each battle he passed, he'd sent a member of the pack of summons to double back for the medics he'd requested and lead them to the battlegrounds. It was as he came to the Valley of the End, however, that he stopped his single visible eye, taking in the destruction that littered the place. The two statues had suffered major damage, with gouges ripped along their surfaces, and Madara's head had been completely destroyed, while parts of the valley walls had either gouges or craters embedded in them. Looking down, he could see multiple gouges and craters littering the bottom portion of the walls, and after leaping down was able to find the form of his blonde student sitting slumped at the destroyed feet of the Shodai Hokage. "You're late," came Naruto's voice as a single eye cracked open. "What happened here?" questioned Kakashi. Sasuke needed to be put in his place. "Unfortunately, by the time that was done, I was too spent to deal with Kabuto. I tried to stop him but wasn't able to steady my shot, took out Madara's head instead," explained the blonde. "Can you stand?" questioned the scarecrow. "Tried, the bastard did something to my leg." "Did you find the others?" answered and questioned the blonde. "Yeah, there's a team of medics on the way. They should be here in about 15 minutes, just try and get some rest until then," said Kakashi. "Yeah, that second level curse seal is a bitch," said the blonde before his eye closed once more. When he next awoke, he did so in the hospital, and was told nearly 3 days had passed since he'd been found. Apparently both Choji and Neji had been forced to go through some major surgeries due to their own battles. Tenten had a broken ankle and Kiba had to be treated for a stab wound in his side. Lee, however, had needed to tend to due to a puncture in his right leg. Apparently it had been stabbed clean through the calf. Shikamaru had gotten off the lightest out of the group with only a broken right index finger. Tenten, Kiba, Lee and Shikamaru had all been saved further injury thanks to the arrival of Kankuro, Gaara and Temari into their respective fights. From what he'd been told, Temari had literally buried her opponent under a corpse of trees for pissing her off, while Kankuro had made quick work of his. Gaara had apparently struggled with Kimimaro until the teen had suddenly keeled over. Tsunade had told him all of this while she had been visiting him after his own surgery. Apparently his own injuries had been the worst of the bunch. Not only had he broken his left wrist, but he'd had major surgeries to recover from the damage of a punctured lung, and his left shoulder had to be almost completely repaired. Those last 2 injuries alone had led to the woman going on a nearly 15-minute rant about Kakashi teaching the Uchiha the Chidori, and the stupidity of it. Apparently he'd also had to have his MCL and ACL surgically repaired in his right leg, which explained why he'd been unable to stand up in the valley, as well as surgery on his improperly healed broken neck. All in all, the only reason he was even still alive with all the damage he'd taken was due to the fox's chakra that had still been coursing through his body. While he'd given as good as he'd gotten, the fact that he was so badly hurt wasn't taken well at all. When he'd reported the existence of a second-level curse seal, and what it did to Sasuke, she'd calmed a bit, at least to where she was no longer raving about him for being reckless. Of course, she was nothing compared to what he'd had to endure from his grandmothers, though Miyako was more understanding than Eri. As it was, he was already dreading his future, as Miyako had already promised him intensified training for the next few years. Sakura, however, had apparently come to see him, while he was out, taken one look at him, and gone to Tsunade requesting the woman to take her as an apprentice. Considering their familial connection, it hadn't taken much at all for the woman to agree. Hinata had apparently had a similar reaction and had gone to her father demanding his attention and personal training. However, before he could relent, Miyako had instead volunteered to train her herself. Apparently the elder had knowledge of another taijutsu style the Hyuga had once used when the clan had been led by the matriarchs. This news had apparently not been well received by the clan elders. However, Hayashi had approved of the proposition on the condition the woman trained both his daughters in this lost style, which Miyako had agreed to. In that time he hadn't been visited by Hana as well, along with every other member of his extended family. Thankfully, he wouldn't be confined to the hospital bed for much longer, as the Uzumaki healing factor was no joke, especially when amplified by the potency of the fox's yang chakra. His thoughts were cut off, however, as the room literally shook just before Jiraiya made his way in. "Damn Gaki, you look like shit," said Jiraiya as he came in and took a seat beside the bed. "Your powers of observation are astounding, Ero-sennin," stated the blonde in a deadpan tone. "Listen, kid, how would you like to be my official apprentice? I'm talking personal training for the next 3 years. Questioned the Sannin, surprising the blonde. "You were able to delay the Uchiha long enough to force Orochimaru into switching into a different body than the Uchihas. This means we have 3 years before we have to worry about old Snakeface trying to take over his body. Furthermore, I've also discovered that Akatsuki won't be making any moves against you for the next few years, which gives us time to train you up," explained the Sannin. "Sakura's been taken on by Tsunade, and Sasuke will no doubt have Orochimaru training him," said the blonde, catching the Sannin's attention. "If we do this, I want to do it 100%. Fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, everything. I'm already a Chunin, I don't want to come back and have to play catch up," said the blonde, causing Jiraiya's face to immediately turn even more serious instead of semi-light like his expression had been before. "I told you if you asked him you couldn't half do it," came the voice of the Sandame, as he made his way inside. "GG," greeted the blonde, cracking a smile as the elder came and laid a hand on his head. "How are you feeling?" questioned the old man. "I'm getting better. Washu came and gave me the fox back earlier today. I can already feel myself healing faster. The fox says I'll be good as new in a few days," explained the blonde. "That's good. The ambassadors for the other villages have begun arriving. As soon as Tsunade says you can move, you'll be boarding the ship to Jurai," explained the elder. "So who are the ambassadors?" questioned Naruto. "Well, first there is Fu from Taki along with Shibuki, the son of Taki's leader. Kuratsuchi from Iwa will be accompanying Rashi and Han, the containers of the Yambi and Gobi. Of course, your friend Gaara along with his siblings representing Suna. As for Kiri, they're sending Yugura, the Yandame Mizukage, who you also know as the container for the Sanbai. He'll be joined by 2 bodyguards, though I haven't been given the names yet as they haven't settled. As for Kumo, they are sending Niyujuto and Karabi, the containers for the Nibi and Hachibi respectively. Karabi's Genin team will also be joining you," explained the Hokage. For the most part, Naruto wasn't surprised by the names given. From what he could guess, Taki probably figured they were getting rid of Fu and had jumped at the chance to get her out of the village. Han and Rashi, he had learned, didn't really consider themselves as part of Iwa anymore, as both had left the village after the death of the Nidame before the Sandame had taken office. Kuratsuchi was a name he'd heard before in conversations with the two, and from what he learned was the Sandame Tsuchikage's granddaughter. He had already known Yugura would be going, as the man had already basically retired his position, having appointed his successor, and was looking to break off into his self-imposed exile due to his forced actions as a result of the Uchiha Genjutsu. Yujuto was no surprise as he learned that she was a very well-respected member of Kumo's forces, though he wondered what it had taken for the Reikage to allow Karabi's inclusion. A few days later found Naruto standing within Kyuko, the tree ship belonging to Noik. At the moment he along with a rather large group was gathered within what appeared to be a forest but was what he knew to be a subspace within the ship. The group included himself and all of what was now known as the Konoha 11. The group including himself, Sakura, Teams 8, 10 and Guy along with their respective senseis. Also included were each of the ambassadors from the other village with a guy named Utakata and surprisingly enough Sabuza acting as the Yondaime Mizuki's bodyguards. He himself had been given a bodyguard of his own by the name of Yuzuki Yugao. At the moment he stood supported by crutches with a brace surrounding his right knee. Also present were Hana, Ayam who was all set to begin her schooling and even Tuchi who had decided to join his daughter for the culinary schooling. Sakura's parents and of course their grandmother were also present as was Hinata's little sister Hanabi. As this was Noig's ship the Masaki family was all present along with Mihoshi and Ryoko, though Seina and his wives had decided to travel in their ship. At the moment most everyone was busy looking on at the vastness of space and the beauty of their home planet with their own eyes. As he slowly lowered himself to the ground so not to aggravate his injury he was soon surrounded by all 6 of his hounds who hovered protectively around their clearly injured master. As he leaned back into the grass and looked up at the stars he found his breath taken away and not for the first time. As he settled in for the journey ahead he closed his eyes and relaxed, for now he would focus on healing, and once that was done training and adventure was waiting. Since the last time I updated this story, I have also gone back and read through this again myself and noticed some errors that were pointed out to me, so I'll be going back to edit some things. Not much will change but I just want to clean some things up so it makes more sense. For the Tenchi characters you only need to be concerned with the first 3 OVA animes and GXP if you want to know about those characters. I'm thinking of coverage some events from OVA 4 down the line but it's not a focus right now. Unfortunately, as America doesn't have any real access to the Tenchi novels I'm sure there are some details I'll miss so I'll probably need to change some things. I'm also thinking of introducing characters from other animes both to expand the universe and show the expanse of Jurai's reach as well as to add to Naruto's harem. I don't really watch too many animes but I look into things if I see something that interests me and I realize Naruto needed some more alien girls. Anyway I think that's it for now so here is the new chapter. Naruto's current harem, Hinata, Sasami, Hana, Washu and Tennyo may be added in future chapters. Start now. Space, the expanse known as the final frontier, a dark blanket interspersed with the light of distant stars. Vast and endless in all directions it played host to countless lifeforms many of whom were oblivious of all of it. Situated within this expanse was the Jurai Empire, a collection of several galaxies worth of worlds stretching from one end of the universe to the other. It was home to a vast number of races, some humanoid, and others that weren't. At the heart of the empire, orbiting a large blue sun, was the planet Jurai. Jurai itself was a larger planet than many and from the outside appeared to be a mix of greens and blues with 2 rings surrounding it. Those rings upon a closer inspection however would reveal themselves to be man-made as instead of a collection of loose rocks they appeared to be wooden in nature and were made of a collection of panels that interconnected and surrounded the planet diagonally. These were the colonies and played home to some of the greatest scientific minds in the empire. It was also the first line of defense for the planet, as it played host to the military might of Jurai from the soldiers to the tree ships themselves. More than that, however, they played home to billions of people from all walks of life with many different professions among them. On the surface of Jurai, however, things were a bit different. Jurai itself was almost unspoiled in its appearance, covered in dense woodlands, rolling grass plains, oceans, rivers, hills and mountain ranges. The capital was the only place in which this theme was disturbed, for even there it wasn't broken. At the outer edge south of the city were a number of farms supplying goods both for the city and for export. To the east of the capital was the gleaming sea with a town settled on the coast that had started as a small fishing village but had grown in both scope and size over the thousands of years since it was first settled. To the west were the vineyards where of course wine was produced, which had grown to become one of the planet's biggest exports. The north, however, was wild and untouched, which allowed it to grow wild with vegetation and was essentially a large forest region. A number of creatures called this area home, and even further out was a large mountain region. It was here in the wild north that the temple could be seen. The temple itself was the newest feature on Jurai, which had been secretly commissioned by Queen Funaho when she had first received the news that her son Yosho was alive and well from Lady Sito. Now, some 5 centuries later, the temple was something of a hidden retreat for members of House Masaki. Even before reaching the temple, there was a bamboo fence that stretched out for 50 meters. The temple was clearly influenced by Funaho's sensibilities and as such held not just an earthly design but was clearly a Japanese building. With a 2-story pavilion, it had a simple wooden design made in the wabi-sabi style which demonstrates a tranquil simplicity and sense of refinement. The buildings that made up the temple were built in the Shoinzukuri style, which is a traditional Japanese architectural style that was commonly used in residential mansions and temples. The temple also boasted a number of ponds, trees, and plants that all made up quite the elegant garden. It was in this place that Naruto, or more precisely many Narutos, could be seen. Looking around in any which way revealed versions of the blonde engaged in one way or another. In one of the buildings, a room full of blondes could be seen in a handstand position balanced with one finger on top of nails. In another room, a group could be seen, all of which were reading from different books, while in yet another room another group could be seen hunched over, carefully going about creating seals on paper. Outside behind the building, another group could be seen doing the same, only hanging down from the limbs of trees. In the center of all this, 2 figures, little more than blurs, could be seen darting around the area with small shock waves ripping through the area every few seconds. Suddenly, one of the figures was launched backwards before it managed to recover enough to flip to its feet, even if it slid back another 3 feet, digging trenches with its feet before coming to a solid stop. The figure was revealed to be none other Masaki Naruto, though he'd undergone a few changes. He had shot up in height by half a foot, and his golden blonde hair had been grown out, and now reached the lower edge of his upper back. At the moment, he wore a pair of blue pants and a rather ragged sleeveless orange shirt. Before he could do more than get his bearings, the boy yelped in shock just as a pair of hands erupted from the ground, grabbing his ankles and yanking him down swiftly until only his head remained above the ground. After a few moments, the figure of Jiraiya emerged from the ground as if he was rising from a body of water with dirt rolling off his form in the same vein. Chuckling, the Sannin regarded the scowling blonde with a grin. "Not bad, Gaki. You've come a long way from when we first got here," said Jiraiya. This was true enough. When they had first arrived in the temple a few weeks back to begin his more hands-on physical training, his grandmother Miyako had applied a couple of restrictions on his body. The first had been what she called chakra bands over his body. Well, with the exception of his head, that resulted in him toppling over and in a position that resembled that of a mummy. She had explained that she did this in order to work on his chakra control, as with these restrictions in place he'd need a precise amount of chakra in order to regain full movement. Too little, and he would be unable to move, whereas if he applied too much, the pressure binding him would increase. This resulted in him having to learn to not only channel chakra throughout his entire body but regulate and maintain 3 output levels. It had taken him a while to get used to moving in such a way, but slowly and steadily he'd been able to increase his ability to move and range of motion. Once he'd gotten back to the point where he felt like he could move freely, she had struck again and applied a gravity seal to his person. As Jurai was lighter in terms of gravity than Furia, she had started the thing at 12 times Jurai's gravity. This was another painstaking venture, as it also required precise chakra control, otherwise the gravity around him would increase. Not being able to brute force any parts of his body into moving without negative effect to his person had the side effect of increasing his level of patience. By the time he'd figured it out, he was operating under 20 times gravity. As a shinobi with chakra actively circulating his body at all times, his body was already made of sterner stuff than a normal person's, including the passive abilities of his unique genetic structure from the Uzumaki, Senju, Tatsuki and Masaki clans. His body was even tougher and could handle a lot more than most shinobi. As if that wasn't enough, the benefits that he'd gained as the container of the Kyuubi had set him leagues above everyone in terms of what just his pure physical potential could be. In the year that had passed, he had been pushed past both his physical and mental breaking points many times. Jiraiya would admit, if only to himself, having this place to train the brat was a godsend. It had allowed them to really cut loose with his training and to push him much harder than he could realistically go in the elemental nations. Not only that, but there was nothing out here to distract either of them from pushing forward, and having Miyako-sensei around was a massive help, as where he would normally falter she was there knowing exactly what to do. His initial plan to get the kid used to using the Bijuu chakra had been quickly vetoed for this current track, and Jiraiya was man enough to admit that his initial idea had been short-sighted at this point. Naruto's potential was simply massive, and his drive was something the like of which he'd never seen. Making use of the clones, they'd started him on Fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, and corrected his genjutsu deficiency. While he'd never be a genjutsu user, they'd taught him how to recognize the sign of them and dispel them. While the clones handled all of that, the real Naruto was focused on the physicality, building his strength, speed, and further developing his taijutsu from where Kakashi had already taken him. "Still, you've got a long way to go before you can beat me, Gaki," said Jiraiya, looking down at the blonde only for him to smirk up at him before bursting into smoke, revealing it had been a clone. "Raigon." The yelled word had him whipping around just in time to see the blonde unleash a massive blast of power, and with a quick mental calculation he saw it had to be at least 14 feet in diameter, and it was moving fast. Most people would be hard-pressed to dodge such a beast, and even fewer would have the nerve to try and block something of its like. Jiraiya, however, was not most people. He was of the Sannin, the Toad Sage, a living legend in his own right and a candidate for the mantle of both the 4th and 5th Hokage. More than that, his time on Jurai had also benefited him, and not the least of which was the usage of the life water, which had restored him back to his physical prime, and as it approached he set his feet, and coating his hands with chakra he caught it, holding it just long enough to move one hand under it, and push it upwards, where it proceeded to launch into the heavens like a rocket. Turning to face Naruto, he found him gaping eyes wide and looking between him and the fading speck that was his blast in shock. "Good try, Gaki, but you've still got a ways to go before you can beat me," said the Sannin, smirking at the catatonic blonde who was now looking between his finger and the Sannin in disbelief. "That's enough," came the unmistakable voice of Miyako, getting both of their attention as she approached, still in her elder appearance despite being back on Jurai. "Go get cleaned up and don't forget to dispel the clones in intervals." Naruto didn't answer, simply left still looking at his finger, as if he had no clue about what happened. The two adults remained behind until the boy disappeared into the temple, and the doors closed behind him. Immediately Jiraiya's composure broke and he began shaking out his hands as if they caught fire before sinking to his knees. "That was incredibly reckless of you," said Miyako, grabbing one of his arms and hovering her own hand over his with hers glowing green with healing chakra. "I didn't think it would eat through my own chakra so quickly," said Jiraiya. "His chakra is more potent than ours. Even without consciously mixing it with the fox's power, it's been affected by over a decade of it mixing with his own," said Miyako. "Well, that was certainly impressive," came a voice breaking the silence over the room as the screen displaying these events was closed. The speaker was revealed to be a woman that appeared to be in her late 20s or perhaps early 30s. She had golden brown skin with short-cut blonde hair and blue eyes. Though she was sitting, she had a pair of long legs covered by black stockings that led up to what appeared to be a white leotard with a window left open to expose a rather tantalizing view of her chest. This woman was none other than Mikami Kuramitsu, the head of the Galaxy Police Academy. Normally appearing as a stern older woman in her middle ages, as she was now off the clock, she'd taken the opportunity to let her hair down, as the saying goes, and was currently free of her illusion, and had a bottle of sake open which she was sipping from contentedly. Also present in the room were her two closest friends, Lady Sito and Eri, the three women known collectively as the Three Great Princesses, the three women who were the forces behind the three most powerful factions in the universe. Sito, of course, represented the Imperial House of Jurai. Mikami represented the Kuramitsu family, which was the second most powerful force in the universe, and Eri, who while unknown to even her own people, represented the third most faction, the Faith of the Chosen, alternatively known as the Three Lives Church, based off of the planet Arai and the daughter of its high priest. Indeed, and to think power like that had been just sitting on a backwater planet at the edge of the universe, said Sito. "It wasn't that bad. Certainly underdeveloped, but it's nowhere near what I feared it would be," said Funaho, joining the conversation by way of another screen. "Yet, she's still correct, the planet is a backwater, one we'd have completely ignored if not for the transmission of the Yoshoo," said Misaki, also joining the conversation by screen, in fact the same screen as her sister wife. Speaking of, how are things there? Questioned Mikami. Things are well. The second exam has just concluded, so the run-up to the tournament will be starting, said Funaho. Oh, any names to look forward to? Questioned Eri. Many of Naruto's friends have advanced to the tournament, Sakura and Hinata among them, said Misaki. That's the cousin, right? Questioned Mikami. Yes, Miyako-chan's granddaughter, said Misaki. She stayed behind as she had only recently been taken as an apprentice, said Funaho. Girls, I need you to set up a relay so that we can contact Tsunade, said Sito. At this, Mikami raised an eyebrow in curiosity. In truth, while she was a bit curious, they'd never really spoken in depth about Sito's time on Furia. They'd spoken about Naruto and Miyako quite a bit, but never really about the planet and its workings nor the people there. As such, she reasoned that it was incredibly likely that her old friend was up to something, but for the time being she figured she'd let it play out and see what happens. A few hours after his latest sparring session, Naruto walking within the colony that circled Jurai. Of course, after his training and subsequent bath, he changed up his outfit into something a bit more traditional which would fit better on Jurai. As such, he wore a pair of shinobi-style black hakama pants which had something of a billowing effect in the upper the legs, though the area surrounding the calves was form-fitting. He paired them with shinobi standard bandages which were wrapped around his lower calf beneath his pants, and went down, going not just to his ankle but covering everything to the midpoint of his feet. While he didn't need them anymore, he'd been wearing them ever since his surgery over a year ago. Over this he wore a pair of black shinobi sandals, higher quality than his old wool ones and now made of a combination of leather and cotton, much more durable and as such much more capable of handling the stress of his actions if he had to move quickly. His upper body was covered by an orange kimono top held closed by a black belt, and on his back rested the ancestral sword of the Uzumaki clan, Tenza Zangetsu, the hilt peeking over his right shoulder. At the moment he could be found walking down a corridor in the military section of the colony. Truthfully, it was more of a science division, but considering the place focused primarily on the design of weapons and ships, it was pretty much controlled by the military. At his side was Tennyo, who, despite working for the Galaxy Police directly under Eri, was also a very respected member of Jurai's weapon development branch and had even been the lead designer on the Kamidake, Seina's first ship. Of course, with this being a science division, it also explained why they walked unbothered, as most people were far too absorbed by their own projects to bother with anyone else, especially those outside of their own teams. Of course, getting into the property in the first place had been a bit of a chore, as they'd passed through multiple checkpoints to get this far inside. Of course, it would have been much easier if people knew who they actually were, but seeing as his grandfather was publicly still missing and his state unknown, none outside of family and the closest of family friends knew he was still alive, much less that he had children, grandchildren, and so forth. The same held true for his paternal grandmother Miyako, as her survival had not yet been announced. As such, for the most part they were considered regular citizens of the empire, and would not be known as nobility, much less royalty, until the announcements were made. He had no idea when that would happen, though Funaho said it would definitely be before his own wedding and even before Furia's quarantine was lifted and they officially rejoined the empire. Considering all that was going on to make those things happen, he knew it would only be a matter of a couple of years at most. He pushed his thoughts aside as they came to a stop, and Tennyo approached a section of the wall where a small screen was located. Naruto watched curiously as she placed her hand on the screen before a green light appeared near the top of the wall, which began to ripple before the center portion of the wall seemed to be pulled apart, and a doorway formed, much to his surprise. "What the hell?" exclaimed the boy, getting a chuckle from his cousin, who motioned him to follow her inside. "It's nanotech. Billions of tiny machines which can be programmed for any number of features. In this case, they're used for security, and a biometric scan was used for us to get through," said Tennyo. "You can do that?" questioned Naruto in surprise. "Yes, after the attack, security was bolstered massively, and the nanotech was included. The machines are also self-replicating, and as such it takes some serious power to get through them, especially for something as thick as the walls of this place," explained Tennyo. "I could punch through it," came the dismissive voice of the fox in his head. "I don't doubt that, especially now," mused the boy in return. "There you are, It's about time, called a voice breaking him from the conversation before it could truly start. Looking around, he found himself in what appeared to be something of a reception area, as there were a few seats and a small table. There was a large window at the back of the room which appeared to be blocked from the other side, a desk for what was probably the receptionist, and another more obvious door. The voice was revealed as Swearin, one of Seina's wives. She was the tallest of them all, and had green hair that she let hang freely, with a bit of it framing her face and a pair of dark eyes behind a pair of eyeglasses. Honestly, how Seina was managing to survive having 8 wives was incredibly surprising, despite it all being manipulated by Sito for political aims. "Are we late?" questioned Naruto in return. "Nearly. You are the last to arrive, though." "This way," said the woman before turning and motioning them to follow. They didn't have to follow her long, as it was only just as they passed through the newest doorway that they found themselves meeting with some familiar faces. Inside the room were his fellow Jinchuriki, with the notable exceptions of Gaara and Yagura, though both could be seen on separate screens. To be perfectly honest, he was surprised to see them all, as he'd known they had all left Jurai, and most of them had gone back to Furia. The only ones who hadn't gone back initially were Fu and Yagura, though Yagura had eventually gone back to help out his successor in order to finally end the civil war in Kiri. Fu, however, stated she had no intention of going back, and if she did, it would never be to Taki, and as such she'd been working as one of Sito's aides for a bit, at least when she wasn't undergoing her own training with his grandmother. Still, he was surprised to see that everyone was here, as he knew for the most part they all had their duties. For the most part, he knew they were all some of, if not the top ninja in their respective villages. So unlike his closer friends, they had never been meant to stay anyway. His classmates, however, had stayed with him on Jurai, as they all underwent something like group training. All of them, however, had left for the Chunin exams almost 2 months ago, which he knew would be held in Suna this year. Greeting them all, he was soon pulled into a bit of a group discussion in which they mostly just played catch-up. Despite being from different villages and thus predisposed to hating each other, they all got along pretty well for the most part. None of them could really be called patriotic, as all of them had gotten into the field to improve their lives. Rashi and Han were also as close to retirement as a pair of Jinchuriki could get due to their advanced age, though either of them looked it, unlike the Tsuchikage who'd been their teammate coming up. "Good, you're all here," came another familiar voice, causing the group to look towards it. Naruto didn't need to, as he'd spent enough time over the last year with Washu to recognize her simply by her voice. Of course, her voice was slightly different in that she was currently in her adult form, something she'd been spending more and more time in over the last year as well. Despite the fact that he didn't need to, however, he still looked. She was dressed a lot more professionally, as she wore a black shirt that went down to just above her knees, with a white long-sleeved shirt over which she wore a buttoned-up red vest. Above this she wore an open lab coat, the top of which did nothing to contain her bust. While not in the same league as Tsunade when it came to that particular feature, Naruto felt she still possessed plenty to be proud of in that department. He had to cut his appreciation short, however, as not only were his fellow Jinchuriki in the room, but she'd come in accompanied by Lady Sito, which really shouldn't have been much of a surprise considering all who was here. "Let's get started, shall we?" said Washu, bringing all attention to herself. "As all of you know, negotiations are still ongoing between the High Council and the leaders of Furia," began Washu. This was true, mostly because unlike most planets that called the Empire home, Furia had not just 1 or 2 leaders, but a whole host of them. It was one of the reasons the planet was considered underdeveloped, as its leaders were still all about their own self-interest, and as such there was still not one clear-cut planetary leader. While the 5 Kage were leaders in their own right, it was still only for their respective villages and not the countries as a whole. Because of this, the negotiations, which were usually rather quick, had been dragging out, due mostly to the planetary negotiations that were now ongoing as well. While this issue is a problem, it has very little to do with you all, and quite frankly, even the members of the council know they couldn't stop me from doing something if they tried," said Washu. This was something else Naruto knew was true. Washu was not only the greatest scientific mind in the universe, but one of the Chosin, the 3 goddesses that created the universe. While she didn't look the part, he knew that the form she was in now was merely a shell, something she used so that she could live amongst them and not destroy the universe simply by her presence. The other two were her sisters Tokimi, who was rarely in this universe, and Tsunami, the patron goddess of Jurai, who the source of both the royal trees and the ancestor of the imperial family was. Tsunami, like Washu, was currently living in this universe and had merged with Sasami due to a deadly accident when she was a baby. Sasami as such was in a similar situation as his mother had been in, and as such it was known, if only to her very close family, that she would one day grow up to become Tsunami. Anyway, over the last year or so I've been working on a project for you. While it's not finished yet and probably won't be for a few years, I figured I'd start you off with these. As she said this, she hit a button and suddenly a new line of screens appeared for them to see, within which they beheld a number of ships, each of them different than the last. Despite this, Naruto found all of them were appealing on the eyes. Looking at the screens, he couldn't help but wonder how many teams had been put together to design and build these, as it was obvious that they couldn't have all have come from a single mind. Of course, he recognized his own ship immediately as he'd helped in its design. It had the appearance of a regular starfighter, but he knew it would be much larger and far more powerful than any starfighter could ever hope to be, as it was powered by a first-generation royal tree. Unlike other Jurian ships, however, his exterior was not made of wood. Instead, he'd had Washu implement the same metallic alloy she employed in Ryoki's ship form, which not only made it lighter and more maneuverable but gave its red and black color scheme a glossier appearance. "What's the catch?" questioned Rashi, turning away from the screens and looking towards Washu. "While I wouldn't have put it so bluntly, you must want something for this. With the exception of Naruto, none of us have a connection to Jurai or anyone off of our own planet," said Yujito, for Haruno Mabuki life had taken a strange turn over the last year. She'd grown up knowing that there were secrets her mother wasn't sharing, but such was the nature of their world that she hadn't questioned it much. That, of course, hadn't meant that she wasn't curious. In her youth, she'd often wondered about her father, if he'd known about them, if he cared. Her mother had answered those questions in her own way, when she and Minato were still young. Their father had died in an ambush by Kumo Shinobi. He'd never known about them but would have loved them. After a while she had put her father out of her mind, but sometimes the faceless ghost would pop up, especially when she married Kizashi. Minato had been there though. He'd offered his support, told her she was pretty, threatened Kizashi, and gave her away. Still, she had never suspected that learning her father's identity would result to her current position, sitting in an onsen across from Masaki, Minaho, Funaho, Misaki, and Tsunade. Spending time with Tsunade was something that had become a regular occurrence over the last year. Things had been tense in the beginning, especially when the subject of Naruto had come up. It helped that, like Tsunade, she honestly hadn't known about him. Obviously, she knew Minato and Kushina were married and knew Kushina was expecting, but like everyone close to the two of them, she'd been informed that their child had died in the Kyuubi attack. If she'd had ever actually seen him before, she'd have easily seen through the lie, but she really didn't get out into the village proper much. She worked in the barrier division and was even the assistant director now, and that reveal had been enough for the Godame Hokage to understand. She'd known of a Uzumaki Naruto, of course, but it was with the knowledge that the Sandaime had named the boy out of sentiment. "So you and Kakashi, how did that happen?" The question from Tsunade was enough to pull Mabuki from her thoughts. Looking over to Minaho, she could see the woman blushing slightly, though whether that was from embarrassment, the sake, or the water was up in the air. "Honestly, I don't know. I would go to check on Naruto and we would talk, sometimes for hours," said Minaho. "You should have seen it. They'd take walks around the temple, or through the marketplace. It was so cute," said Misaki with a sigh. "It is nice to see you so relaxed and happy. You spend so much time supporting Mother that I feared you would either never find someone or get wrapped up in one of her plots," said Funaho. "Plots?" questioned Mabuki before she could stop herself. "Mother enjoys matchmaking. Actually, it's one of the things she's known for," said Misaki. "Well, that's not so bad," said Mabuki, relaxing. "Maybe not for most. Sito-sama sometimes goes to extremes in her efforts if her targets prove difficult," said Minaho. "Extremes?" questioned Tsunade. "Take Seina-san, for example. She arranged the marriages between him, Kiriko, Amain, Niju, and Ryoko Balta. On their wedding day, Seina was kidnapped by agents of the Renza Federation that had been disguised as Sito's aides. Of course, she knew the entire time who they truly were and used the situation to add them to Seina's collection of brides, effectively bringing the Federation under the influence of Jurai. Said Funaho to the shock of both Tsunade and Mabuki. You should know she's actually got a few plans with you in mind as well, Tsunade-san. Said Minaho. She hardly knows me, exclaimed Tsunade. She knows enough. You are the military leader of a foreign state, the first woman in the history to hold the post. You're legendary for your skill as a healer and a warrior, and you have a body most would kill to have, touch, or both. Said Misaki. Do you know who she has in mind? Questioned Funaho, her tone showing nothing but curiosity. Right now Jiraiya and Naruto are at the top of the list. Said Minaho. Naruto, he's a child, exclaimed Mabuki. That won't stop her. She met her husband Utsutsumi when he was 9 years old. She was 4,500. They married 130 years later. Said Funaho. Well, at least she's patient. Said Tsunade. Unless she's bored and wants to make things interesting, in which case I'd suggest you find yourself a husband. Said Misaki, causing Tsunade to take a nervous sip from her sake unless she choked. As the meeting wrapped, Naruto felt his mind was sufficiently blown. When he had gotten up that morning, he not thought that he'd learn not only the origin of the Bijuu, but the origin of chakra as a whole, and in truth his home planet's entire society. Washu had started it by informing them that the Bijuu were not initially separate entities but had started out as one complete being. It was something that he'd definitely never heard before, though Sito revealed it was something that Washu had informed Konoha's council of the day they learned the truth behind the fox's rampage on the village. As if that wasn't enough, however, the Bijuu themselves had gotten in on the act, urging them to channel a bit of their chakra and create a clone only for miniature Bijuu to appear before they went further, explaining the knowledge that had been missing. They explained how one day during the Age of Endless War, one of Naruto's ancestors, a woman by the name of Otsutsuki Kage, had come to their dimension in search of what they called the Shinju and settled amongst the people, who even then had been powerful, able to use pure spiritual energy they called Reiki for battle, and at that point was in something of a cold war with the three most powerful warriors all vying for control, known collectively as the Three Kings. Kage would settle in what was known then as the Land of Ancestors, which played home to the Shinju, and had been under the control of the tribe of devils. Apparently even then the man had been dying slowly for some time, as he'd been on a hunger strike for years, and Kage had used this weakness to become his mistress. After he died, and in an effort to end the war, Kage ate the fruit of the Shinju and its power, which she called chakra, along with a host of abilities including a Dijitsu which was the precursor to the Sharingan, and far more powerful. Armed with this power, she swiftly brought a level of peace to the land, and within 9 months also gave birth to twin sons Hagoromo and Hamura, who had inherited not only Kage's power but their father's, which combined to create an incredibly potent chakra and abilities all their own, none of them prepared for the calamity that would soon be upon them. When the boys had grown and become young men, mysterious attacks began to plague the land as strange creatures began to attack people the world over. Eventually they learned the cause as the Shinju awoke and transformed into a massive beast and began laying waste to entire communities. Kage went to stop it, and not only was she defeated by the beast, but she was eaten by it, resulting in it becoming even more powerful. The twins had also tried to engage, but would likewise be defeated and only barely escape with their lives due to the sacrifice of their clansmen. For years the beast would rage the world over, chasing the two who, despite multiple defeats, were constantly growing stronger and wiser. They learned much in that time about themselves and their powers, and had even created a new branch of techniques which they called Fuinjutsu. Finally the twins, now truly grown men, confronted the beast with a plan in place, and after a long battle were able to immobilize it. Hagoromo, by usage of seals, would then split the beast's spirit and chakra from its body and seal it into himself, while Hamura sealed the beast's body within multiple layers of earth before the duo launched the huge ball into space, where they covered it even further in the remnants of the previously destroyed moon. From there the two brothers split, Hamura and a crew of his own people, to live on the new moon and as such stand guard over the creature now known as the Jubi's body. Hagoromo, however, would stay on Furia and help the people not only rebuild but learn to control the chakra they all now possessed. Near the end of his life, Hagoromo, now known as the Rakuto Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, would begin worrying of the creature's escape with his weakening condition. Because of this, he came up with a plan to prevent the creature's return by splitting its power into separate pieces which took their own forms, becoming the Bijuu the world knew of currently. Needless to say, this news had left all of them reeling but also feeling a newfound level of responsibility for the power they held. Washu had quickly followed this up, stating she was not surprised as the fruit was not meant to be eaten by anyone save the chosen. What should have happened was once it was fully ready, the fruit would fall from the tree and fall to the ground, enriching the planet as a whole as its power sank to its core before spreading out from there. The tree itself would have continued to sleep, and every 1,000 years or so the process would repeat itself, making the planet stronger until the tree moved on to the next planet, and the process started again. What about these bloodline limits? How did they come about? Questioned Sito in curiosity. Well, the Byakugan is the original and is what Kage and members of the Otsutsuki possess naturally. When she gained her chakra, a new Jujutsu was formed that was called the Rinna Sharingan. The chakra also gave her the ability to manipulate the elements and use her bones as weapons. Said the Nibi, our father and Himura of course inherited these abilities, if not as powerful. Himura, for instance, inherited the Byakugan and Kage's bone manipulation. His descendants would go on to form both the Hyuga and Kage clans. Said the Gobi, father's abilities passed on a bit differently. He also inherited a Jujutsu from Kage called the Rinnegan, one that to my knowledge has not materialized again since. Said the Yanbi, sitting back with its arms crossed. Father had 3 human children, however, and each inherited something from him. His eldest Indra unfortunately inherited his eyes and chakra and soon enough awoke the Sharingan. Stated the Sanbai, thus the Uchiha clan. Said Washu, frowning. Exactly. The problem is, like his descendants, Indra was not only naturally gifted but he was a dick with an elitist mentality. Said Shikaku from the screen. The brat actually tried to use his eyes to take control of the fox once, something his entire line is suffering for. Said Yanbi. Oh, what did you do? Questioned Sito. I tied a curse into his chakra. By that point he'd mastered his Sharingan to their maximum, however after that the more he used the eyes he found he would slowly go blind. Not only him but any of his descendants who successfully awoke it would suffer the same fate. Said the fox. Isn't that a little extreme? Questioned Yujito, frowning. No, I tied it to its full power stage, the Mangekyo Sharingan as they now call it. I also changed the way they activate it. As if they wished to activate it now, it would require a specific sacrifice, the death of a loved one. Said Kurama, upon which point they would deserve their fate for seeking the power in the first place. Said Sito in understanding. Exactly. As for the other 2, the next was Azura, who was the opposite of Indra in just about every way. The kid here actually takes after him now that I think about it. Said the fox, one of his tails pointed up at Naruto. Really? Said Naruto in surprise. Yes, you're both talentless idiots. Said the fox, causing many to snort while Naruto glared at the fox. Azura was a pretty nice person to be around, and he seemed to collect friends easily. Said the Nibi, bringing the room's attention to herself. It took a while for his powers to truly manifest as he inherited father's body and life force. He was physically stronger, and had a far greater amount of stamina than others as well. His family went on to form the Senju. Finished the 2-tailed cat. Wait, so the Senju and Uchiha are related? But they hate each other, always have. Exclaimed Rashi. That's a story for another time. I'm in no mood to get into that level of human stupidity. Said the Yanbi. Then there was father's youngest Kono. Unlike her brothers, she had no desire to learn combat skills. While she learned at father's direction, it didn't really hold her interest. Then again, nothing truly could for long. Kono inherited more of father than the boys, as she had not only truly inherited his life force but his chakra and his mind. Her passion lied in Fuinjutsu and its application. Her descendants of course became known as the Uzumaki. Said the Rokubi. As for how those other bloodlines came about, she's already told you how. Said the fox, his tail pointing lazily to Washu. Is there anything else we should know? Questioned Sito. No, we've told you everything we needed. You have company as well. Said the fox before all of the mini Bijuu dispelled their clone bodies. Just after this was said, the door was opened to admit Noik, who quickly made her way over to her adoptive mother and began whispering heatedly in her ear. Sito raised an eyebrow after she finished before a smirk slowly began to form across her lips. "Swearin', dear," called Sito, causing the green-haired woman to enter the room from the still open door. "Would you mind taking our friends here to their ships? It appears we have a few family issues to see too," said Sito. "Of course, this way please," said Swearin before leaving the room, with all the Jinchuriki following with the exception of Naruto, with the door closing behind them. "So it seems Yosho and Eri have decided to marry," said Sito once they were alone. "Wait, really?" exclaimed Tennyo in surprise. "Why now?" questioned Naruto, also surprised. The surprise was of course warranted. His grandparents had been together for centuries after they reconnected, yet in all that time they'd still never formally married. They were considered married by common law, but it wasn't the same as a formal marriage. "Well, it helps that Eri has established herself, and he's officially been missing for over 700 years, said Washu. "Marriage now certainly wouldn't hurt her. She's very well known and no one would even think to question her credibility," said Tennyo. "It would also keep anyone else from trying to lay a claim on him when the announcement is made," said Noik. "Well, we can talk about that later. We still have business to handle," said Sito. Naruto honestly didn't know how much more he could handle, and as such found himself following behind the ladies begrudgingly as they left the office. Elsewhere, a figure could be found sitting with his back against the wall as he sat upon the mattress of a small bunk. He sat as still as he could as another figure held glowing palms over his body, and various cuts and bruises slowly begin to heal. "Honestly, Sasuke-kun, I don't know why you insist on doing this to yourself," said the healer, who was none other than Yakushi Kabuto. The patient Uchiha Sasuke said nothing, nor did he even bother to open his eyes. In truth, Kabuto was not surprised, as the young Uchiha hardly ever spoke, at least to him. According to Orochimaru-sama, he'd wounded the boy's pride as a warrior by interfering in the fight between him and Naruto-kun. He'd watched their fight, and in truth he'd been impressed at the level of power the two boys, still in their first year as shinobi, had commanded. Sasuke had managed to evolve his Sharingan to its fully mature form during the confrontation, yet even still Naruto had been able to not only keep up but match him. Sasuke had also used the curse seal with a level of mastery that had surpassed anything he'd heard of until that point, and with it had managed to land a crippling blow with the Chidori. Well, it would have been crippling for anyone else. With Naruto, all it seemed to do was piss him off as he begun channeling the Kyuubi's chakra, which not only caused the wound to regenerate but had allowed him to start throwing Sasuke around like a ragdoll, enhancing his physical attributes and chakra presence tremendously. He'd also revealed a rather wicked set of claws which he'd used to tear gouges into the statues of Hashirama and Madara. When Sasuke had revealed his second-level curse seal form, he'd actually thought that would be enough. Naruto had actually frozen in place, at least until he'd burst out laughing and started making fun of Sasuke's appearance. When the fighting started again, however, the two had made their earlier efforts seem like a light spar, as everything, even missed attacks, did damage to the surrounding area. It had been when the two were struggling back to their feet from clashing the Chidori against the Rasengan, back in their normal forms and clearly exhausted, that he made his move. He'd emerged from the ground behind Naruto and disabled his leg before immediately retrieving Sasuke, knocking him out and retreating. Blinking a few times as he came out of his recollection, he found the last of Sasuke's injuries were healing, which meant he'd be done in a few minutes at the longest. Considering the day wasn't even half gone, he knew Orochimaru-sama would be throwing the boy right back into the pit to fight some more. Once the job was done and he left the room, Sasuke's only movement was to close his eyes as he began a breathing exercise he'd learned but ignored in his youth. "You really are stupid. I can't believe you fell for that load of crap." Itachi hated violence. There's no way he did all that just to test his strength. Really? Then why hasn't anyone heard anything from him since that night? Check the bingo book, there hasn't been as much as a single sighting. Sasuke gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes as not for the first time Naruto's words from their fight echoed through his mind. What made it worse was the more he took emotion out of it and looked at the situation objectively, the more the blonde's words made sense. "Our moms were friends, hoped we'd be best friends in fact, and I owe your brother a lot. If repaying that department means I have to look after your dumbass, then so be it." It hurt that he didn't know much about his mother's life looking back. He knew personal things about her, but he didn't know who her friends were, her teammates, or what she specialized in. He remembered hearing his dad furiously talking about how his son, despite being ANBU, had been nothing more than a glorified babysitter. In time he would find out the truth, but first he needed to keep getting stronger. Fighting constantly like this as he was without using his Sharingan was hard and often resulted in him taking a beating, but he was getting better slowly but surely. Soon enough he'd be strong enough, and when that time came he'd confront Itachi, and he would have his answers. Naruto woke slowly, his body feeling a level of comfort and relaxation that he had come to enjoy immensely. A shifting at his side had him glancing over to see Hana turning over to burrow herself into him. He could feel her breast pressing into him but could also tell she was wearing a shirt as he didn't feel bare skin. Glancing over to the clock on the wall revealed that it was nearly 8 in the morning, meaning he'd slept in. Normally this isn't something that he would do, but he was currently on something of a vacation, so it was actually encouraged. Getting out of the bed, he took a moment to take a glance back at Hana before leaving the room. Nearly 45 minutes later he was stepping out of the door of the house and taking a deep breath of the country air. They were currently staying with his grandfather on Earth in the Masaki Shrine located in Okayama, Japan. While Tenchi's house wasn't far, it was decided they would stay at the shrine as it had more free space than Tenchi's place had available. Naruto felt like this had turned out to be a good decision as it gave all 6 of his hounds and Hana's triplet Nikin enough room to run around freely. Already it had been just over 2 months since they had arrived, and in that time coming to the temple had been proven the right choice many times over. He was going through his morning stretches when the hounds made their appearance. Patting them all on the head, he was greeted by all of them affectionately before they were off for their morning warm-up run. When they returned to the front, it was to the sight of the rest of his group up and doing stretches of their own. Hinata had returned after the exams through which she'd earned her Chunin rank. From what she told him, all of their friends had passed the second time through. Now 14, Hinata had done some growing which was quite noticeable, as not only had she grown in height and started growing her hair out, her body had started filling out as well. She was currently wearing a blue kunoichi dress with the Hyuga clan symbol on the back and spandex shorts. Of course, where she went, her little sister Hanabi wasn't far behind, and he found himself laughing when she ran to him and leapt at him for a hug upon spotting him. He knew the only reason the little girl was allowed to come was because her father had convinced his grandmother to train her alongside Hinata. Regardless, he saw something of a little sister in Hanabi, and had grown to be very protective of the girl. Hana was the oldest of the girls from Konoha at 20. She was dressed in a pair of shorts and a vest that was similar to a Chunin flak jacket. Her brown hair was in its customary ponytail, and spotting his eyes on her, she gave a sensual lick of her lips before winking at him with a smirk. She shook his head. The Inuzuka heiress had been teasing him as if it was a game since they'd first left Furia, and with his awakened libido he didn't know how much more of that he could take. His bodyguard Yuga was of course present as well, and like Hana she wore a pair of gray shorts and a vest while her purple hair was set in a bun at the top of her head. She had a pair of saban holding her hair in place, and he was pretty sure she had a host of other weapons sealed on her person. Then there was Sakura, who was joining him for a stretch while Tsunade and Jiraiya were on their honeymoon. His cousin had changed a lot since the last time he'd seen her. Training under Tsunade had definitely done her a lot of good. She put on some weight, and was now covered in compacted muscle. Her pink hair was still short, and though she hadn't grown much in height, there were some curves on her now. The final member of the group was his cousin Tennyo, who was also the eldest at 80, though she definitely didn't look it. She wore a pair of workout pants but wore the same vest as the others. He knew the vests were weighted, but considering the gravity seal and other seals on his person, saw no reason to add to that. After the morning greetings were out of the way, the group was off running at a light sprint, which for most would have been a pure sprint. They were no longer surprised that Tennyo could keep pace with them at this speed, as her Jurian heritage was clearly displayed. They reached the Masaki house within 10 minutes and were greeted by Tenchi and Ryoki, who were returning from their morning farming duties with a range of fruits and vegetables on hand. Ryoki had a hug for everyone, though Tenchi settled with a simple good morning and a smile, which was good for everyone except Tennyo, who marched over to give her brother a hug, causing him to blush. Of course, the relationship between Tenchi and Tennyo was complicated, as Tenchi was only 18 and Tennyo was in her 80s. If that wasn't enough, Tennyo had played substitute to their mother for Tenchi for a time after she passed, and as such was sometimes a very mothering big sister. Entering the house, they found Sasami and Noik had already started cooking breakfast, which Hinata and Tennyo quickly volunteered to help with. Because there were so many of them, breakfast was served out on the back terrace overlooking the lake. When Hinata and Sasami sat down on either side of him, he gave them both quick pecks on the cheeks, causing them to blush and a few giggles to burst free around the table. He had to hold back a grin when Tenchi gave him a deadpan stare as Ryuko and Aika turned looks on him. He knew Tenchi was a lot more reserved than he was, which was seen with his rather calm nature. The girls all knew it too, but he was still doing his part rather subtly to get Tenchi to climb a bit more out of his shell with the girls. A few hours later found Naruto alongside Tennyo and Tenchi sitting within a house in Masaki village. They were currently meeting with Eiki Masaki, the eldest of Yosho's descendants on Earth, and as such the village elder. Unlike himself, Tenchi and Tennyo, the elder woman, was a descendant of their grandfather's first wife Kasumi, as was every other person who lived in Masaki village. Though nowhere near the size of Konoha, the village was a fairly decent size, though composed of mostly women, as this branch of the Masaki clan seemed to birth girls in abundance. As for Eiki, aside from being one of Lady Sito's former ladies-in-waiting, she had also been a teacher and had taken on those duties for their mothers when they were children. Listening to stories of what his mother as a chica had been like as a child from someone who was there to see it all helped somewhat fill the hole in his heart that his lack of knowing her had left. Hearing of the pranks that Ichika and Kaion had played had left him in stitches and gotten him to share some of his own stories with the older woman. "I may have to come visit this village of yours," said the elder, a soft smile on her face. "Really?" questioned Tennyo in surprise. "Yes. I've been thinking of my next move for a bit now, but that won't be for another few years," said Eiki lightly. "Well, by then I'll be sure to have a place set aside for you, Oba-chan," said Naruto. "See that you do. I'd like to meet this third Hokage of yours. I'm sure he has a few stories about your childhood to share," said the elder before turning her attention to Tenchi, who stiffened. "What about you, Tenchi? When do you plan to get married?" questioned the woman, causing him to blush. "Seriously, isn't this a little early?" said Tenchi, causing her to shake her head. "Now that the old man is finally coming out of hiding, things will be changing. Everyone knows you are his heir, which means you'll be introduced to the universe at large as such. I'd prefer you marry those girls of yours before then, or at least have the arrangement in place," said Eiki. "You know, I actually think Yugao-chan has a bit of a crush on you too," said Naruto, causing Tenchi to whip his head in his direction. "Why?" demanded Tenchi. "Do I look like I pay attention when the girls are gossiping?" questioned Naruto, causing Tenchi to drop his head while Tennyo giggled to herself. "Naruto, we'd like for you to marry Tennyo as well," said Eiki. "Oba!" exclaimed Tennyo in shock, while Tenchi and Naruto were both looking at her with wide eyes. "Well, if you don't want to, I can always ask Tsukiko. She's a bit upset she missed the boat with Tenchi," said Eiki. "And no, Oba, I was just surprised," said Tennyo, blushing. "This one and Tsukiko have had a bit of a rivalry since they were little schoolgirls. You put a couple babies in her, and those two will be right back at it," said Eiki, grinning. "It's not that serious, Oba," said Tennyo lowly, still blushing. "Who's Tsukiko?" questioned Naruto. "Kiriko-san's mother," said Tenchi. "While I already know Aika and Sasami, I'd like to meet the rest of the girls," said Eiki. "We'll arrange it," said Tennyo, managing to calm herself. On the other side of space, on the small planet of Furia, the Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could be seen sitting behind the Hokage's desk. The wedding of Tsunade and Jiraiya had been a small and quiet affair, the end result of which had seen him once more in the office while his old students were off on their honeymoon. The time he'd spent in his second retirement, though brief for him, had been enough to give him a bit of a recharge. Thankfully, Tsunade would be returning soon enough, as they'd only cleared her for 3 months. As far as he knew, she and Jiraiya had gone to some vacation planet that Funahodano had recommended them to. Theirs, however, wasn't the only marriage that had happened in the last stretch of time, as Asuma and Kurenai had finally done the deed themselves shortly after their students had made Chunin. Kakashi hadn't been far behind them and had married Masaki Minaho, which he imaged Kushina would have been thrilled about. He himself had been offered a revitalization by the Juraians for his caring for Naruto, but had turned it down. He had explained only to the two queens and Lady Sito that he was both too old to want to live that long and more importantly looking forward to reuniting with his wife in the afterlife. Of course, before that day came he was going to do some traveling, perhaps go to Earth, and spend some time with his adoptive grandson to add to his training. That, however, would be for later. Currently his thoughts were focused solely on Konoha, as while Tsunade hadn't officially been Hokage for long, the things she had done had been effective. For starters, she'd begun her long wish for medic program, and academy students who showed a strong aptitude or a willingness to learn those arts were placed within that learning program. The academy's curriculum had seen a complete overhaul, as well as it was no longer a mostly theory-based course load. She had taken the basic chakra control exercises such as tree climbing and water walking and added those to the academy curriculum, as well as teamwork assignments. In all honesty, the way things looked by the time the students emerged from the academy as genin, they would be much better equipped than they had been over the last decade. There were also plans for when they joined the greater galaxy, but those would have to wait until things were sorted out here first. Still, it was nice to know how the world would progress when the major criminal elements were eliminated. The political situation on their planet would also need to be settled before they could venture further out. Lady Sito had made it plain to them that there were just too many rulers and the planet would need to be unified. The daimyo had of course all balked at losing even a bit of power, and had balked even more when they learned that they themselves would be unqualified to rule the entirety of the planet. She had made it plain that all of them were simply too weak. The real power resided with the Kages of the elemental nations. The problem with that was that a Kage was incredibly busy, and adding more to their plates would be unthinkable. They knew they would need to come up with a new title, but as of now that was on hold. Currently they had teams of shinobi they had sent out to explore the rest of the planet, which was currently unmapped, as they had no idea what other people or resources were out there, if any existed at all. He knew, however, that he would not see the end goal, not in his lifetime, and that it may even be another 100 years or so before it happened, but he was at peace with that. He was an old man after all, and those were problems for someone else. Instead, he would be content to enjoy his retirement by spending his time with his remaining family. After that, he could die happy and be able to tell it all to Biwako-chan when they finally met again. Tsunade had given up on the idea of marriage. She had tried once and had even been engaged to Shizen's Uncle Dan, only for him to die within 2 weeks of their engagement. With Dan's death, she had just given up, not just on marriage, but on life in general. Soon after, she quit the shinobi life, had taken Shizen on as an apprentice, and left Konoha behind her. She had spent 2 decades traveling the elemental nations, and she would admit she'd been aimless after Shizen had finished her training. Thankfully, Shizen had stuck with her even after that until they returned to Konoha after receiving her sensei's message. It was actually talking to the Edo Tensei revived form of her grandfather that had gotten her out of her funk and thinking about life again. She had started living again soon after, and had even become Hokage, allowing her to push forth measures that would help her achieve her old goal of having a medic assigned to every shinobi team. Even then, she had given up on the idea of marriage. After all, despite being the last of the Senju, she was also an older woman well past her childbearing age. As such, she knew that while plenty of men may want to sleep with her, no one would marry her. At least that had been her assumption. But Jiraiya had surprised her with his proposal. She had at first thought it was another of his jokes and gotten a bit annoyed until he'd explained his reasoning, and she realized he was serious. The fact was, logically they were perfect for each other. Either had ever married and both had serious jobs that would put a strain on a regular relationship. Jiraiya and Naruto had returned to Konoha for the sole purpose of their wedding, which had been a small thing and included only the clan heads, the small remnants of her Senju family, and their old sensei who as Sandaime Hokage had presided over it. After the wedding, she and Jiraiya along with Sakura, her parents Mabuki and Kizashi along with Naruto all been swiftly taken from Furia by Lady Sito and taken to Jurai. Once there, the 3 of them who never been had been introduced to a number of people from both the Masaki and Tatsuki clans. That was when she learned about body enhancements, which were a combination of medical and technological enhancements to the body done by what they called nanotechnology. It was one of the reasons they were so taken with Furians, as thanks to chakra their body's physicality could match a level 2 galactic enhancement naturally. The downside, however, was that the natural enhancement they had did not slow their aging or extend their lifespans. She had gotten a lot of data for the medical side of the procedure about what and how it changed the body, and had determined that it would be a project that she could work on alongside her apprentices. She knew already that it would require extensive knowledge of both anatomy and Fuinjutsu to be completed though. Still, she and Jiraiya had both gotten a level 1 Jurian enhancement, and the results had been staggering. The most obvious thing it had done was return their youth, as her natural form was now around 27 years old, matching the illusion she used to keep herself under. Jiraiya was much the same, as he also appeared as he did in his late 20s, and both of them had seen massive increases in terms of their physical capabilities, to the point that physically they were stronger than they had been in even their prime. As if that wasn't enough, their senses had increased massively, and even their chakra was easier to control. Despite these increases, however, they had required no extra training, as unlike most people who underwent such procedures, their bodies were already highly trained, and as such it was only a simple matter of toning things down, which they managed to accomplish within 2 hours. After the two of them, she had allowed both Kizashi and Kakashi to undergo the procedures. While Kizashi had results similar to the two of them, minus the de-aging, the true surprise had been with Kakashi. While for the most part the results had been the same, the surprise had come with the Sharingan, as apparently the nanobots had somehow entwined the Sharingan DNA with his own, making it a natural fit for his body. This resulted in the eye showing in both of his eyes and them changing colors, as they no longer had the red background but a gray background with the black tonal markings. According to Kakashi, the only difference was that it was far less chakra intensive than it had been previously. After that, she hadn't allowed any more to be done, as she wanted to use the data on creating their own process. They left Jurai shortly after this and were currently on the planet Earth, where she and Jiraiya were currently enjoying their honeymoon on the sandy shores of a place called the Bahamas. They had a small place just to themselves, which provided them with a glimpse into a regular civilian life of domestication. In truth, she hadn't felt this light-hearted in her entire life. She'd grown up in a time of war, and as such she would admit that she was taking advantage of the opportunity to just relax. Jiraiya, she discovered, had his fair share of lovers over the time they'd spent apart, and that experience showed with how easily he played her body. She had also become quite eager for his touch, as she'd gone without for a long time, and her hormones were elevated to a level she hadn't felt in decades. At the moment she was relaxing in a hammock sunbathing, as Jiraiya had applied a barrier seal about an hour ago that blocked off this entire area from the perception of others and created a boundary that made people subconsciously go around it. It included not just the house and beach but even the water for a good 8 feet out. Jiraiya was currently inside writing, and not another shameless smut book but one with an actual plot and character development, though he did say it would have a few adult scenes. She was fine with that. Flipping over to her front, she let loose a contented sigh. She would have to return to Konoha soon and back to her duties, but she was content to enjoy their little slice of paradise for a bit longer. Naruto, meanwhile, could be found once again inside of Washu's lab. While he was supposed to be taking a break from training, he could never do that completely, and instead was currently working with her on some of his other abilities. With Washu's help, he had learned to do many things over the years, such as create an energy sword from his own energy, and energy shields without the assistance of a key like his mom's bracer. She had also shown him how to make them with the same energy as his light hawk wings, which required him to transfigure them into solid matter, an ability she called material metamorphosis. There were other little tricks that she had helped him learn over the time they'd spent together, such as teleportation and flight. However, he had confided in her that he wanted to figure out ways to do it with chakra, as he felt like he was cheating using light hawk energy. He had a feeling that had been the day when their relationship had shifted. So far, the two of them had created a couple of chakra swords based on the Raijin no Ken and the Tenchi Ken. The swords had the metallic hilt design and construction of the lightsabers from Star Wars, but were powered by an application chakra like the Raijin no Ken was. Of course, the blades were made of pure energy just like the Tenchi Ken, and had the same kind of durability, meaning that unlike the Raijin no Ken, the blades on these couldn't be broken by an application of force. So far, aside from the two of them, the only people that knew about them were Jiraiya and his grandparents. His grandmother Miyako and Yosho had looked at them with warrior's eyes and helped to test if they were usable. Eri, who had also been there that day, had given him a huge hug and began to cackle about how they were going to be rich and never have to worry about the demon again, something which had caused his grandmother Miyako to actually blush. He wouldn't learn until later that the demon was actually his great-aunt Ringo Tatsuki, Miyako's elder sister, who also happened to be the head of Jurai's accounting division. Of course, the lightsaber was nowhere near as powerful as the Light Hawk sword, but nothing was that powerful. The lightsaber was also less powerful than Tenchi-ken, which was a master key and drew its power from Funaho. As it was connected to a first-generation royal tree, Tenchi-ken could command most other ships and create a single Light Hawk wing as a shield, and its sword blade was made from that same Light Hawk energy, though not as powerful as a true Light Hawk sword. Regardless, the lightsabers were incredibly useful, and after much convincing by Eri, they created a version that did not require chakra to activate. Aside from that, he and Washu had been trying to crack flight. While Tenchi and Aika could fly, they had admitted the method they used didn't match what he wanted. Naruto wanted to be able to feel the wind flow around him and be able to control his speed at his whim. Jiraiya had theorized using wind chakra, but he thought that would be more like riding the wind currents or gliding than actually flying. It had actually been a conversation with Ryuko where the former pirate had admitted she had the ability and knew exactly what he was talking about. She had admitted, however, that her gems regulated her energy and her abilities, so while she couldn't teach him, it was most likely a matter of energy control. That had sent him down the course of more chakra control exercises and as such put flight on the back burner. That left their current project of teleportation. This one was both easier in that he didn't need to create a method and harder in that it was terribly complex. That method was learning his father's Hiraishin no Jutsu, and thus further studies of Fuinjutsu. Thankfully for him, Kage Bunshin made learning Fuinjutsu much easier than it was supposed to be, and he was now at a level where he could look at a seal and break it down within minutes. Creating seals had been much harder to learn, as he'd had to basically relearn how to write as he taught himself, and as such it had always been rather sloppy, which meant his calligraphy was much worse. After so much time and many clones correcting that, he was quite deep into his Uzumaki sealing studies, which was about creating seals using pure chakra instead of a medium like ink. Washu had an easier time with the study than Naruto did. As one of the Chosen, she could do many things, and she knew chakra was a weaker version of her own energy. She had learned how to use this energy for the sole fact that it could manipulate this dimension with much less consequences than her own. Chakra was, after all, the energy of what had once been the Shinju, and she'd eaten the fruit of the tree before. It was only after she figured out how to use chakra herself that she realized that it was a body enhancement of its own. Once she got the hang of it, Naruto had taught her the shadow clone technique, which had both helped her with her work and helped her learn the sealing techniques. It was during this time where they learned that Fuinjutsu didn't actually require chakra and that seals could be created using any energy. Whatever energy that was used in the seal's creation, however, would be needed to activate it. Chakra was the best energy, as it was the energy born from a high-level existence, and as such had a dimensional component within it. Regardless, at this point Naruto standing nervously in Washu's lab beside the woman and behind a protective glass screen. In front of them a clone of the blonde could be seen pouting, as it, much like the original, was worried about this current test, though unlike its creator knew it couldn't get out of being the sacrificial lamb in this instance. Right then, let's get to it, said Washu, rubbing her hands together eagerly. Washu-chan, couldn't we test this some other way? Questioned the clone hesitantly. Nope, you're perfect for this. You're a clone, so even if it messes up you won't feel any pain, as you'll dispel before you can feel anything, exclaimed the genius scientist while Naruto held in a snicker. Hiraishin test 1, go! Exclaimed Naruto. Frowning at his creator, the clone formed the seal of confrontation before disappearing a few moments later. Naruto suddenly flinched backwards and cursed, which caused Washu to frown. What happened? Questioned Washu. It passed through the wrong kind of dimension and fell into lava. The dimension we want is supposed to be a void, right? Said the blonde. Yes, that means you'll need to try one of the other jutsu formulas, said Washu, frowning as well. Man, I wish I could use the same jutsu formula my dad did, said Naruto, wincing. Don't worry about it. This is just the trial stage. Failure is expected, said Washu. Yeah, that's why I created so many different formulas. Still, that was a sea of lava, said Naruto with a shudder. Which is why we're using shadow clones. Even if he didn't leave you a jutsu formula, at least your dad gave you that advice," said Washu. "Right, number 2, you're up," exclaimed Naruto, looking over to a group of clones all standing in a line like a queue, and all of which were glaring at them. Washu's cackles echoed throughout the lab, making everyone shudder in fear, even people that couldn't hear her and were even worlds away. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Savage Thor for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.